Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Mist Rising by Eve Langlais, narrated by Carly Robbins. Part 1. Foundling. Under a trio of suns lies the kingdom, a lush mountaintop valley ruled by a king whose face has never been seen. A peaceful place, with a shrouded past about to be shattered as long-lost secrets come back to haunt and kill them. Chapter 1. A prophecy, foretold centuries ago and mostly forgotten, commenced its deadly course on a dark and foggy night. Bong. Agot's snoring abruptly ceased and turned into a snort loud enough that it jerked her awake. She lay on her pallet, stuffed with so many raked leaves, her body sank into it like a cloud, and listened, heard nothing. She must have imagined the noise. She rolled to her side and began breathing deeply for a return to sleep. Bong. Her eyes shot open. Not a dream, then, even as the ringing of the bell proved surprising for many reasons. First and foremost, because the Abbey rarely got visitors. Built into a cliff face overlooking the abyss, the journey to its crumbling walls was a treacherous, several-day hike that few bothered with. Why would they, when easier to reach and better-equipped places existed? Only the most desperate ever ended up at the Abbey, known as the Ninth Shield. It didn't have a fancy name. Nothing in the kingdom did. Purpose, that was all that mattered. The Abbeys of the Shield existed only to defend King's Valley atop the mountain. It held all of civilization in its cities, towns, and hamlets. Of the 9 Shield Abbeys, only a handful remained active. There was nothing to defend against anymore. There hadn't been in centuries. Bong. The bell sounded again, and Agot could almost swear she heard impatience in its tone. Who is that ringing this time of night? Few people ventured out after dark, and even fewer this close to the abyss. The Ninth Shield sat at the end of the road. There was nowhere else to go but down, and that was certain death. The world consisted of the mountain and the abyss, with the last stop on the way down being this Abbey, the 9th. Only the most desperate ever made it this far. Finding out who stood outside involved much creaking. Agot roused from her pallet, her joints aching as they did every time she lay in one position for too long. The discomforts of age. Yet she had a job to do, even if the task of gatekeeper should have gone to a younger acolyte. Compared to the other remaining sorare, Hicks and Venna, Agot was the most agile one left. These days, with their low recruiting numbers, most of the Shield sorares chose to serve in the Abbeys closest to the rim, giving them easy access to King's Valley with its many towns and amenities. No one saw the point in replenishing diminishing acolytes so far from the lines of supply. There was no profit anymore in delivering goods on what was a 4-day round trip to a handful of people. Agot and her 2 remaining sorares did the best they could, even as they grumbled about those in charge who had clearly forgotten their core directive: to guard the King's Valley against the abyss. There be monsters hiding down there. Not that the citizens of King's Valley ever saw any. The mist made sure of that. The mountain spire, the top cradling the valley, jutted upward from a fluffy expanse, the mist much like a cloud, thick and impenetrable. It could have been only a few handspans deep, or bottomless. No one ever lived to tell. The old stories claimed the mist used to rise at night and bring terrible danger with it. Bong. Who is at the door? For a moment, Agot clutched the neckline of her nightgown and wished whoever rang would go away. A part of her really just wanted to ignore the whole thing and return to bed. She was too old to be dealing with strangers at the gate in the middle of the night. Nothing good ever happened at this hour. She'd lived long enough to know that. Only death ever knocked this late. Still, she'd lived a long life and wouldn't leave it a coward. Nor would she shirk her duties. "I'm coming!" She reached for a shawl and wrapped it around her shoulders. She also let her hand hover over the pommel of the sword, gathering dust in a corner. In all her decades of guarding the Abbey, she'd never encountered any threat. The legends of monsters were thought to be fables, or if real, then extinct. The worst creatures they'd encountered were the pterodactyls, flying beasts that thought small children were tasty snacks. A pity they didn't go after just the bratty ones. She tucked the shawl over her head, covering her gray hair, wisping from its many braids, strands gone thin now, compared to the lush mahogany waves of her youth. She slid on her slippers, the footwear she wore the most often these days, due to comfort. The bell didn't ring again. Perhaps whoever it was had left. Wishful thinking. She couldn't go back to bed until she checked. Agathe stepped out of the room by the gate, hers now for more than 50 revolutions of the world. She'd been in her 3rd decade of life when tragedy hit, a horrible accident that claimed her family. The memory was staggering. The intense grief had brought her out of the valley to follow the winding path down the cliffs. In a daze, numb with grief, she knew of only one way to stop the pain. Let the abyss take it, and her. Only as Agathe reached the end of the King's Valley and stood on the rim of their world had she hesitated. Was it the right thing to do? No one would miss her. She was all alone. "You don't have to be alone," a voice had spoken to her, not out loud, but in her head. The very idea of caring for someone else squeezed her heart. She couldn't, not now, maybe not ever. She had nothing to live for. "Don't jump. You have a purpose yet." Those words had burned themselves into her soul, and even now, decades later, the idea that she could be important seemed ludicrous. Born a simple serf who'd married a man she loved and had children, only to lose them all. How could she have a purpose? "Will you serve me?" "Who are you?" she'd asked, not expecting an actual reply. "I am Nimue, goddess of the shield." The memory of that powerful reply still shook Agathe to the core. Chapter 2. A goddess had spoken to her. A much younger Agathe had dropped to her knees trembling, not so much with fear, but with awe. "Forgive me, goddess. I did not know." "Will you serve me?" "Yes." Why not? If Agathe didn't choose death, then why not a focus beyond that of knowing she'd never hear her children laugh again? Or have her husband drag her close to whisper, "Meet me in the barn." You may start by choosing to live. Agathe stepped away from the edge that led into nothingness, but then had no idea what to do next. The goddess sighed. "Follow the path to the bottom." Agathe had set off, and by the end of a 2-day hard march, she arrived just as the sun set. The end of the road was low enough that she could discern the mist below, swirling and shifting. She turned from the edge to the Abbey, built into the mountain, with its massive door banded in metal and the knotted pull of its bell. She'd hesitated before ringing it, wondering if the goddess would speak to her again, then decided it didn't matter. There was a place for her here, a second chance to see if life could still have meaning. A tug of the rope rang the bell. The door had opened, and Agathe found herself greeted by the mater herself, recognizable by her long mauve robes, lint-free and unpatched. How luxurious. Her mantle swept from her gray-haired crown to the floor, a lacy legacy that told the story of her life and the abbé she ruled. "I've been expecting you," the mater had said. And from that day on, Agathe waited to fulfill her purpose and, in so doing, found peace among the sorères. But she'd always wondered if she'd imagined the goddess speaking to her, if she'd wasted her time waiting for this moment, this awakening in the night. Surely she'd grown too old to make a difference. Shaking herself out of her reverie, she made it to the courtyard. If it could be called that, given it wasn't open to the sky. It appeared darker than usual because Sorare Hicks forgot to swap the dead Solaris stone for a fresh one. "Hicks, you lazy sow. You know it needs to sit in the suns all day," Sorare Venna had scolded, wagging a finger. Her rotund figure had lost some girth in the last few months. They were all thinner than usual, making their wrinkles more pronounced. Blame a bland and restrictive diet, and maybe their age, too. The passing of decades might have taken their toll. At the chastising, Hicks rolled her eyes and sighed. "I forgot. It's not that big of a deal. Not like we're planning to stay up late. I'll charge it tomorrow." Left unsaid was the reason Hicks had failed to charge it. Her knees were swollen again, meaning climbing the ladder to put the stones on the charging ledges taxed her. But she wouldn't admit it. Venna knew it, however. All of them had been at this routine for as long as they could remember. Why bother changing now? Every day they did the same thing, rose at dawn, did chores, went to bed. Agathe should note that the bed part was actually welcome at her age, which was why she didn't appreciate the interruption of her communion with her pillow and mattress on that chilly and, unbeknownst to her, fateful night. Her gnarled fingers worked the latch, and the door stuck for a moment because of the moist evening air. She heaved it open with a groan and met the mist's wet kiss. The sight of it frightened, and she slammed the door. The mist had never risen this high before. Agathe wondered if she should wake her sorères. Surely this was big news, if she didn't imagine it. She bit her lip. Had she seen mist? Yes meant she should keep the door closed. But then what of the person or persons outside? They no longer rang the bell, but they couldn't have gone far. "Hello?" A tremulous query that barely rose above a whisper. "Open the door." The voice was inside her head. What did it mean? "You swore to obey." The command had her blinking. Goddess? Was she really going to question? She swallowed hard and tugged the door open. Immediately, the mist was everywhere, a thick band of white and gray, obscuring everything. She glanced around but couldn't see much. The two lights flanking the door barely penetrated the swirling fog. It even concealed the wide ledge with its many-limbed tree, an ancient cherapel that still produced fruit season after season. Despite having never met any monsters, Agathe suddenly remembered every single story that warned of dangers when the suns set. In the fog, especially. It was why people still superstitiously sealed doors and shuttered their windows at night. If the legends were true, the mist had climbed the sheer cliffs back in the day, and some nights it boiled up like a storm, spilling over the rim of the mountain and into the bold valley. With it came nightmarish monsters, which explained the king's edict. "Thou shalt not go outside after dark." Not that people obeyed it much. They'd long ago lost their fear of the night. Agathe blinked as she looked around the area outside the door. The bell rope dangled with no one around to tug it. Had they gone back up the long path, or did they conceal themselves in the mist? Why hide unless they meant harm? Get back inside, her sense of self-preservation screamed. But that other voice, the one she'd not heard in decades, offered a different command. Wait. Wait for what? Agat knew she shouldn't question the goddess. However, she was old and had waited a long time. Perhaps she shouldn't be so quick to agree. It is time for you to fulfill your destiny. Took long enough, Agat grumbled, and then winced as she waited for the goddess to smite her. When it didn't happen right away, Agat's eyes and ears strained to penetrate the fog. Did something lurk? Would a monster lunge from the mist and swallow her whole? Wah! Agat blinked. Had she heard a cry, or did her imagination play games with her? Another mewling, plaintive sound drew her from the abbey's threshold out onto the ledge, where the winding path down from the mountain ended. The mist hung all around, pushed back only by the light shining from the globes on either side of the door. The fog, thick and unrelenting, didn't allow her to see a thing. Such a change from the daytime when the mist hung low enough to seem like a cloud in the abyss, and the sky was blue for as far as the eye could see. She grabbed a torch from inside the door and thrust a Solaris stone into its cage. By waving it ahead of her, it parted the fog for her to advance. The moist air quickly closed in behind her. "Hello?" Her voice quavered as she made herself a target. It had been a long time since anything from the abyss had attacked, and despite the exaggeration, it had been only an oversized cave spider, nothing to be afraid of. But if nothing in the mist was dangerous, then why were there 9 abbeys of the shield guarding this path? Were being the key word there. All but a few of the abbeys had gone out of business because no danger lurked anymore. Agat should stop being a coward. There's nothing to fear. Still, she really wished she'd brought a knife. Or that sword. Waving her torch, Agat cleared the area around the door. Nothing and no one. She was about to give up and return inside when she heard it again. Wah! Having suckled a few, she knew the cry of a baby. She couldn't ignore it. Torch held aloft, Agat made her way to the tree that clung stubbornly to the edge of the flat ledge. Its fat trunk could have hidden any number of things. Still, she had to look. She placed a hand on the gnarled bole and mouthed a quick prayer for strength before daring to slowly peek around. At first, she saw nothing, the torch barely penetrating the fog. Even waving it around did nothing to dispel the thick mist. Her disquiet grew. The air felt heavy, full of portent, danger. She should go back inside. Not yet. As if brushed aside by a ghostly hand, or a god, the mist parted, and she saw it on the ground, a bundle with a face. Agat couldn't have said who was more startled. The baby's eyes widened, and its mouth opened. Agat expected to hear it yell. Instead, the child smiled, and Agat knew she'd found her purpose. Putting her torch down gave her the 2 hands needed to pick up the babe from the ground. Agat stared into the chubby-cheeked face with its thick-lashed eyes. How did you get here? Obviously, the swaddled baby didn't walk. Someone had abandoned their child for Agat to find. Not unheard of. It happened quite often in the King's Valley. If someone had a female child they couldn't keep, born out of wedlock or one mouth too many to feed, they gave it to the sorors of the shield, which was better than families with superfluous boys who sacrificed them to the old pagan gods. Was this child an offering to the goddess? And if yes, then why here? No one ever made the trip to this forgotten place, unless they were desperate. Agat cradled the child to her chest and felt a sense of rightness, as if the missing piece of her life had finally fallen into place. She whirled to return to the abbey, only to pause as the mist closed in against her. She'd need her torch, or she might get lost. Holding the baby in one arm, she crouched to grab it, her joints creaking. No sooner had she stood than she cursed as the light on the end went out. The fog practically soaked her with moist glee as it surrounded her. She was blind for all intents and purposes, but she also knew this ledge. She'd guarded it long enough. She'd used the tree to guide her in the right direction. Her fingers felt the bark and looked for the marks on it, the arrow and symbol showing the path going up the mountain. Orienting herself by it, she took her first stride with confidence, the next with a little less surety. By the third, she shuffled. Surely she should see the light by the door by now. The stone within the glass globe should last until morning. It had absorbed the pale sun's rays for most of the day. Then again, so had the rock in her torch, and it had extinguished without even pretending to fade first. What if she moved in the wrong direction? How to tell? The fog pressed in all around her, and turning to look behind, she couldn't see the tree. No keep. Where was the edge? She inched more carefully, and a good thing, too, as her left foot came down and began to slide before she caught herself. She'd found the cliff. If she did a half-revolution and walked straight, she should hit a wall. She turned and moved again, teetered shortly after on another edge. Don't panic. She must have veered. Off she shuffled once more. Again, she almost slipped off. It made no sense, while at the same time Agathe recalled the stories. The fog played tricks on minds. Some said it was the evil spirits trapped in the abyss below, rising as a mist to cast their displeasure. It was as good a theory as any, and useless right now. "I want to get back inside the abbey," she muttered out loud before closing her eyes. She took a breath before uttering a soft prayer. "Nimue, help your servant, and if not me, then at least show me how to bring this child to safety." A breeze caressed her cheek, startling her, mostly because she'd expected a voice. She swayed on her feet only to realize that she stood once more on the edge. She stumbled back, and the light wind tickled again, almost saying, "This way." She turned to see it pushing the mist aside, parting it so she could see the soft glow alongside the abbey's door. "Thank you, goddess." For Agathe did not doubt that this was the answer to her prayer. Baby held tight, she ran for safety, knowing the fog could return at any moment. She'd almost made it when something emerged from the fog, a long, sinuous shape that tripped her. Chapter 3. Something knocked Agathe from her feet. She did her best to shift and hit the ground on her side, managing to shield the child, but she couldn't hold on. Her arms loosened, and the baby rolled free. Not that Agathe cared as she dealt with the sudden burst of pain in her ribs. Probably broken. It certainly hurt to breathe. Lying on the ground and moaning about it wouldn't save her from the thing wrapped around her ankle, dragging her toward the abyss. "No!" Agathe screamed as she kicked, loosening its grip. Forget the sharp stitch in her side. She left the baby on the ground. She popped to her feet just as the tentacle shot at her like a whip. Agathe's old bones protested the sideways dive. The ground wasn't kind when she hit. It was the other side of her body, at least. Not that it helped. It still hurt. She'd be bruised in the morning, if there was a morning. Rising, she cursed herself for complacency. She should have brought her sword, regardless that it hadn't moved in a long, long time, not even for training. All she had were her hands and wits now, plus the memories of lessons from decades ago. "This won't end well," she muttered just as the tentacle once more shot from the fog. She managed to punch it and divert whatever it planned. A victory short-lived, as a second appendage snuck up, wrapped around her ankle. Yanked, "By the goddess!" Agot yelled as her bottom hit the ground hard. This wasn't supposed to happen. Didn't this monster understand that she had a purpose? She'd not waited this long only to have it taken from her. Old didn't mean her body had forgotten the movements of her youth. She belonged to Nimue, the shield goddess, the goddess of battle. Part of worshipping her was learning the intricate dance that dealt death. It didn't matter that she'd not had any true adversaries in her life. She had still trained, and that knowledge bubbled forth. She twisted and, with her hands clenched together, clubbed the tentacle hard enough that something squished. It pleased Agot to hear a high-pitched squeal. Even better, the monster loosened its grip on her leg, and she scrambled from it, turning to the baby, illuminated by the single globe by the door. Agot had a moment of horror as she saw a tentacle pausing over the child, quivering and turning side to side as if scenting the air. As it began to descend, Agot dashed for the appendage, knowing she wouldn't make it in time, which was when Hicks appeared, curly gray hair in wild wisps around her head, her robe sagging off one thin shoulder. But she had the strength to swing a hammer, the one from the kitchen, used to tenderize meat. It flattened the tentacle. Venna then stepped in and, with a dipping slash of a butcher knife, usually used for chopping vegetables, separated it. The loss of it drew some major bellowing from within the mist as ichor spurted, putrid and gag-worthy. "Grab the baby and get inside!" yelled Agot, drawing their gazes to the bundle on the ground. "What in the goddess?" Hicks muttered. Venna yelled, "Behind you!" Agot ducked as her sorare threw her weapon and sliced off the tentacle reaching for Agot. The knife clattered to the ground. Agot scooped it up, clutching the hilt. It felt good to have something to fight with, even as the monster disappeared. Agot doubted it had left. There was a stillness to the air, an ominous portent. "Get inside," was her soft command. Hicks bent to grab the baby just as the monster attacked. Tentacles shot out from all around them, as if the mist itself were creating them. Or perhaps dozens of monsters surrounded them. 1 or 100. It didn't matter when they fought for their lives. 3 women past their prime, former soldiers in an army that never had more than basic training, were never once deployed. When the time came to fight, they barely remembered how, and their muscles protested the abuse, but they did discover one thing they had in abundance: courage. Adrenaline smothered the aches and pains, gave them strength. Back to back, they parried and swung, kicked and sliced. No matter how many times they struck or diced a piece, they couldn't gain the upper hand. When a tentacle began dragging the blanket holding the baby, Agot uttered a battle cry and charged after it, plunging into the mist with no fear. Just one thought: save the child. Within the fog, she lost all sense of direction and sound immediately. The mist clung to her skin, moistened it, gagged her, filled her ears with batting, dotted her lashes, and made it hard to see. "Where are you, baby?" She just needed a sign. No reply. She felt a breeze instead, and followed its arrowing path until she came face to face with a beast. The warm wind pushed the mist aside enough for Agot to see it in all its monstrous glory. A bulbous body balanced on the edge of the cliff, its skin oozing sores, its carapace slimy and smelly. The mouth was a gaping hole rimmed with teeth. The tentacles on the body remained plentiful despite those she and the sorares had chopped. She shortened yet another as she sliced to free the child before the thing ate it. As the beast bellowed in annoyance, rather than run with the baby, Agot suddenly knew what she had to do. My purpose. Kill the monster. She charged, not sure how to kill it, hoping her goddess offered a tip or maybe a divine hand. The thing suddenly noticed her entering its personal space. It jolted into action. Her arm arced a little too soon. The blade she swung barely sliced across the beast. A shallow scratch, but it still bellowed hot gas right in her face. A poison she could see and not avoid. One fetid breath of air and she hit the ground, paralyzed, able only to see and hear as a tentacle dragged the baby across the ground, right past her face. A taunt at her inability to do the thing she'd spent her whole life waiting for. Would she lose another child? Don't give up. Her fingers spasmed as fabric skimmed against the tips. She managed to hook them into the bundle, but the monster kept pulling, resulting in the child rolling out of its swaddling. It wore a simple tunic and a diaper. Its body was chubby, arms waving now that they were free. The fingers grasped and grabbed at anything within reach. The child crawled for Agathe, expression determined, not knowing that a tentacle hovered. The baby patted Agathe's cheek just as the tentacle wrapped around the baby's other wrist. A jolt went through the child, and Agathe, a spasm that parted her lips just as the monster bellowed. She saw the tentacle release the babe, but those chubby, grasping fingers reached for it and clung tightly, even as the infant kept one hand flat on Agathe's cheek. She could only watch as the tentacle shivered and then began spasming, undulating, at times nearly pulling from the baby's grasp. But the child held on with an intent expression, eyes aglow. If Agathe had not been paralyzed, she would have shoved away from those intent fingers pressing into her cheek, icy cold and searing hot all at once. If she could have screamed, she would have. Her eyes were open and fixed on the child's. The glow intensified, burning her retinas and becoming brighter by the moment, starting out violet and then turning almost white. Agathe screamed as heat poured into her. So much heat. Surely her flesh and blood boiled. The pain was intense, insane, incapacitating. Gradually, it eased, and Agathe found herself blinking as she saw the baby's eyes fade from incandescent to merely a purple glow. Then nothing. Only then did the baby release the tentacle, and as Agathe watched, the monster shuddered and uttered a keening sound. Thrashing and looking smaller than before, it appeared to shrink in on itself. It uttered one last, long howl before bursting into nothing. No chunks of flesh, not even dust. It was as if it had never existed, unless Agathe looked at the lopped-off limb lying not far away. The baby made a sound of complaint, and then clapped its hands and gurgled. No sign that, just moments ago, its eyes had been glowing brighter than any stone. What was it? And what had it done? Should Agathe be nervous, considering the child finished clapping and turned to her to grab at her cheeks again? She flinched. Surely she didn't need to fear a baby. Still, she couldn't help but tremble, wondering if she would explode next. It took her another second to realize that, rather than dying, she actually felt pretty good. And she could move. She scrambled to stand, half-crouched, as if expecting an attack. "Gah!" The child sat, bouncing on its bottom, clapping its hands. No monster appeared. However, the mist overhead thinned, and Agathe saw stars and the crescent of one of the moons. The ominous sense of danger was gone. "Thank you, goddess." For surely she'd intervened to save her servant and healed her too, since Agathe felt no ill effects from the battle at all. The infant cooed and smiled, happy as could be, looking normal and not like a demon baby with glowing eyes. There was probably a hallucinogen in the monster's bad breath. "Who are you?" Agot murmured aloud. Did it really matter? It was a baby, and it needed her help. "Come, little one." She reached for the child, who immediately nestled in her arms. When Agot pivoted to orient herself, she noticed remnants of the mist clinging to the ledge, receding as silently as it had invaded. Enough that she could see the rim and the tree, not at all where she'd expected them to be. She also caught sight of the door. As she headed for it, she saw Venna supporting Hicks, whose left knee appeared to have buckled. "Are you both okay?" Agot asked, her stride quickening. "Just old bones. I'll be fine," Hicks scoffed. "Not if the monster comes back and finishes you off." Venna couldn't hide the concern in her abrupt observation. "I don't think we need to worry," Agot replied as she stepped closer. "The monster is dead." The part she kept to herself? The baby had killed it, because she really had to wonder if she had imagined it. Venna supported a hobbling Hicks, helping her into the abbey, while Agot kept an eye out for movement beyond the rim. She saw and heard nothing, not even the voice in her head. Stepping past the threshold of the keep, she found Hicks just inside, hammer tucked into her belt, leaning against the wall. Her eyes gleamed, and she actually grinned. "Well, that was a bit of excitement." Venna snorted and tugged at her fat braid. "I'd have preferred to stay in my warm bed," so she said. And yet the high spots of color in her cheeks spoke of her own adrenaline surge. "What possessed you to go outside in the first place?" Hicks asked, lighting the oil basin in the courtyard to give them some heat and light. It had little fuel left, but tonight deserved to waste some of it. "Someone rang the bell," Agot informed her, taking stock of her sorores. Neither of them appeared to be bleeding, but their robes would need a wash and stitch, while Agot felt fine for the moment. If the goddess hadn't healed her, then she imagined all the aches and pains would appear by morning. All in all, despite their first ever abyss monster, they'd come out ahead. Or so Agot assumed, until Venna exclaimed, "By the goddess, Agot! What happened to you?" Chapter 4. What a dumb thing to ask. Agot got snarky with her sorare. "What do you think happened? Or in your senility, did you already forget the monster?" No need to mention that parts of the battle were fuzzy for her. How had the monster really died? Because what she recalled just wasn't possible. A baby couldn't touch a creature and kill it. "I wasn't talking about the creature." Venna waved a hand. "I meant, what happened to your face?" Agot grimaced. "I smacked it off the ground when the monster tripped me." "How come when I hit myself, I don't lose any wrinkles?" Hicks noted. "What are you yammering on about?" Agot barked as she slammed the door shut. It clanged, and the bolts snicked into place with ease. Only then did she relax. Once more the adage of nothing good happened in the middle of the night had held true. Then again, she glanced at the baby and only caught part of Hicks's words. Magic is the only explanation. "Magic is the explanation for what?" Agot asked, looking up. "The fact that you appear to have lost a few decades?" "Don't be ridiculous. It's the mist making you see things," Agot retorted. "Am I?" "Because Venna sees it too." Her other sorare nodded. "You really should look in a mirror." "We don't have any," she retorted. The abbés of the shield frowned on frivolous extras. Polished metal was for weapons, not mirrors. Even if they did have one, she wasn't vain enough that she needed to look right now. Hicks's eyes were probably misbehaving. It happened at their age. What looked like an ostrich in a clear blue sky now often turned out to be a bird the size of her fist. If she wants to ignore the fact her face looks like it was dipped in a vat of youth, then let's change subjects. I want to talk about the baby. Where did it come from? Venna circled a finger over the child's head, crowned in glossy black curls. It's not an it, Agot pointed out, and I have no idea where the child came from or who left it here. All I know is that someone rang the bell numerous times, and when I emerged, I found the babe on the ground by the tree. Venna's eyes widened. A good thing you went out to find the baby. That monster would have eaten the sweetling for sure. Perhaps that's what someone wanted. Why else abandon a defenseless infant at night on the edge of the abyss? Who would do such a horrible thing? Hicks couldn't hide her indignation at such evil. They wouldn't have rung the bell if that was their plan, Agot pointed out. Are you sure it rang? Because we heard nothing. Probably because your snores drowned it out. At the same time, Agot had to wonder if she'd heard the ring or if her goddess had meddled to ensure Agot would be in time to save the child. I don't snore, Venna huffed. You obviously heard something or you wouldn't have joined me in time to fight the monster. I heard something all right, Hicks muttered. A good thing we arrived. Venna stroked a finger down the baby's cheek. The child's head rested on Agot's shoulder, calm as could be, unnatural given all that had happened. Agot ignored her disquiet. After all, the goddess had sent her to this babe. We won't figure out anything standing in the courtyard, a grand word for a vast cave. The entire abbey was a network of tunnels linking to other caves, some natural, others dug and reinforced. At night, only a half-dozen globes glowed, enough to get around. Put out the fire. We'll get the baby into the communal hall and find a linen to wrap it in before he or she catches a chill. I'll carry the child. Venna held out her hands, and Agot almost turned with a hiss, as if she'd hand the baby over. Agot had a duty to protect it. Their goddess had entrusted the child to her, chosen her for this special task. Tell no one. The child is used to me. Best not shock it too much. I'll wager the child is hungry. I'll get some milk. Venna hurried to their very small animal pen, now consisting of 1 goat and 2 chickens. Back in the day, they used to have more, but 3 people didn't need much, and their last pig had tasted delicious once roasted. What do you think, boy or girl? Hicks asked, leading the way into the communal hall. The trestle tables, made of stone and from a time when the abbey overflowed with acolytes, remained in 3 lines, with a head table for the mater and the high-ranked sorères long vacant. The mater who'd welcomed Agot had long since passed, as had the one after her. By then, no one really cared who got the job. There were only 3 of them left, Venna, Hicks, and Agot. Sorères in their faith and friends so long that they might as well be blood. I don't know. One way to find out. Plopping the baby on a trestle table, Agot lay the child on its back and peeled the wet diaper from it. Girl. Healthy looking. Well fed, judging by the flesh on her bones. Good-humored, too. She'd yet to cry despite the action. Funny, I could have sworn earlier her eyes were purple, Venna stated. She didn't need to say anything else. The king's law was clear. Purple-eyed children were to be presented yearly at the Vionox, held in the king's city when the suns and moons aligned. There, they became property of the king and were never seen again. No one knew what happened next, and they tended to avoid the subject, given how much it upset Hicks. You must be mistaken. Her eyes are very clearly a grayish-brown. Oh, what are we supposed to do with her? Hicks asked as the baby reached for her. Hicks held out a hand for the child to grasp. For a second, fear hit Agot, and she wanted to yell at Hicks, tell her not to let the baby touch her. ridiculous, as if a child could hurt an adult. I'd say it's obvious what we have to do. Raise her. Us? Hicks burst out in rusty laughter. We're old ladies. At least Venna and I are. A child like this will require much attention. Who will mind her when we have our needed daily naps? We'll share the task in shifts, Agot declared. Or not. If you don't wish to aid, then I will care for the child myself. It is, after all, the goddess's will. She'd waited her whole life for this moment. She wouldn't fail now. Never said I wouldn't help, grumbled Hicks, just that it's a lot of work, and we don't have any baby supplies. A good point. Agot had never seen an acolyte younger than her join the Abbey. In her decades, they'd had barely a dozen new sorères, older women who, like Agot, had thought about giving up when life became too hard to bear. They took the walk to the edge of the abyss, and like the goddess had with Agot, sometimes she thought them worthy enough to change their minds. We don't need anything complicated. Agot tapped her lower lip, a way to feed her milk. Their breasts were long dry, a bed she can't fall out of. We have cloth for nappies. As clothing wore out and sorères died, their pile of rags grew. And what if she ends up with the purple eyes? Hicks asked. She'd joined the order after losing both a son and a daughter for having that particular trait. She would have done anything to keep her children from entering the citadel and never seen them again. Not that she had a choice. One could either hand them over willingly or suffer the consequences, hide them, and chances were someone would tattle for the reward. Hicks had told Agot that the worst part was the money bestowed after. Her husband saw no reason not to enjoy their newfound wealth. Blood money that reminded her of their loss. Hicks left home the next day. Agot stroked a hand over the baby's soft hair. I don't care what the laws say. I will not hand her over. Whatever Venna saw was probably a trick of the light, Hicks stated. Babies are never born with the purple. Most didn't manifest until puberty. Only rarely did it happen younger. That child is a miracle, Venna declared, returning with some warm milk and having the forethought to bring a leather skin with a polished wooden spout that made an imperfect nipple. But the baby didn't care. She drank, burped, farted, and went to sleep. But Agot got no peace, as her sorères laid into her. Chapter 5. What really happened to you out there in the fog? Hicks asked, dragging Agot away from the child, now sleeping within a wooden chest with its lid removed, the bottom lined with a folded blanket. A few Solaris lights glowed softly in the stone chamber, not many since it took too many trips to carry them now, but they had no choice since they'd run out of candles. You really need to do something about your senility. I told you what happened. You were there with me, fighting a tentacled monster. Venna shivered. What was that thing? Reminded me of a flacken, if it had an ugly cousin. Flackens were creatures with bulbous bodies and writhing fronds lined in feathers that skimmed over the fog. Harmless creatures, but the thing she'd faced wanted flesh and blood. Stop changing the subject. We all know we faced an abyss monster, the first in forever. Is the fact you killed it why you returned changed? Hicks finally stopped dragging, and they stood by the basin for washing dishes. The spout, held together in a mishmash of parts, spewed water and soon covered the bottom. Look and tell me what you see. A glance into the basin showed a reflection, not a great one, because of the subdued lighting and the ripples, but enough that Agot recognized her face. And didn't. She touched her skin, smoother than she recalled in a long time, not completely wrinkle-free, but definitely improved. I don't understand, even as her mind flashed to the child. Could it be the mist? Venna asked. I'm still just as wrinkled, Hicks remarked. Had to be the monster then, Venna stated with a nod. None of the stories about fighting monsters had anyone emerging younger. Agot couldn't stop staring at herself, running fingers over the newly firm flesh. Did it spit on you? Bleed? Breathe? Hicks ticked off a list of items. Breathed, yes. And the smell. Agot grimaced as she finally turned from her reflection. Recalling the fetidness, I highly doubt it has rejuvenating properties. Maybe its breath moisturized? Venna queried on a dubious note. That's the result of more than a really good cream. Hicks shook her head. The goddess must have rewarded you for rescuing the child, Venna declared. Was it the goddess, though? Agot dimly recalled the baby grabbing her cheeks, and what of the glowing eyes? Could the child heal? The baby certainly didn't seem strange and otherworldly anymore. Her eyes were a rather ordinary brown. But like the others, Agot would have sworn they had been another color when they first met. Did it mean something? Agot had only met a few violet-eyed folks in her time and had never seen them as out of the ordinary. Not that she had known them for long, as they ended up being offered in service to the king at the Vionox festival. You must be right. The goddess intervened. And then, because it was sometimes fun to cause trouble, she added, Guess I'm her favorite. Venna snorted. Guess again? I'm her special daughter, which is why our goddess woke me and told me I had a special mission to keep the child safe. Her sorare clenched her hands to her chest and raised her gaze to the ceiling. At the theatrics, Agot glanced sharply at her. She spoke to you? Venna nodded. A voice inside my dream told me to rise and go forth to help save a most important child. The goddess called me too, Hicks admitted. And me. Apparently, our goddess wanted to hedge her bets, Agot muttered. Our goddess is wise and smart. Obviously, the child is important to her. And we have been entrusted with her protection. It is a great honor. Venna dipped her head and made a sign of fealty to the goddess, her hand dipping up and down. Agot almost snorted. Everyone knew the goddess preferred offerings of ale and blood. If by ill chance the child does manifest purple eyes, we'll need to keep her hidden from outsiders. Which shouldn't be hard. They didn't get many folks popping in for visits. Even if she doesn't, if someone does show up, one of us should take her to the catacombs, Hicks remarked. You do realize that if she is purple-eyed and we harbor her past the Vionox, we could be executed for breaking the law, Venna pointed out. I do. Hicks lifted her chin. They can toss my cold and dead body into the abyss for the mist to consume before I hand over another child. Caring for the babe is the goddess's will, which supersedes any law from a king, Agot argued. I guess it's decided then. We're keeping her. Venna sounded most pleased. A good thing I've got seeds left. We'll need to expand our garden. I'll check the defenses, make sure nothing needs shoring. Hicks's shoulders straightened with purpose. There might be more monsters coming. As for Agot, I think we also need to read up on our history. Because she, for one, wanted to better understand what had happened outside. What did the appearance of the monster and the rising mist mean? With common purpose, they came together as sorares, doing the goddess's bidding and finding out that life still had plenty to offer, especially for Agot, who, unlike her sorares, had regained some of her youth. Appearing in her third decade, it gave her the energy to care for the baby, who proved to be very well behaved. And for a while, it seemed as if life would continue as before, albeit with a new face, That peaceful moment didn't last. Chapter 6. Hicks sounded the alarm almost a year after finding the baby. It had been a quiet year of teaching the child to walk, eat, and say her first word, more. Hicks was standing watch in the alcove, a grand name for the balcony at the highest point of the Abbey, large enough that two people could use it to spy or even defend, with slits useful for firing arrows. Not that they ever had reason. It should be noted, however, that they had no bow, arrows, or anyone that could fire one. Their weapons were, at best, pitted, but at least they'd been scrubbing the rust since the child's arrival. They'd also taken more of an interest in defense. The mist hadn't yet returned, but they all had a sense of something impending. It led to Hicks spending time each day, climbing that ladder, despite her bad knees, and taking a peek at the path where she could see it winding down from the last bend to the final ledge and the 9th Abbey of the Shields. A good thing, too, because for the first time in a long time, Hicks had to shout, "Visitors coming!" She thumped heavily down the steep ladder with its rungs worn by time and ready to be replaced, probably for the last time. Agot, able to climb with ease these days, felt sorry for her sorare. She'd offered to take over the post, but full of pride, Hicks had refused and got snitty about it. "Don't be trying to horn in on my position. You're the doorkeeper, so keep your door." "Fine, just trying to help." "You mean just rubbing it in our faces that you're so young again," muttered her friend. Agot could understand their jealousy and didn't know what to tell them. Admit that the baby might have done it? Better to let them think the goddess loved her the most. Venna was the glue that kept them fed and dressed. Since Agot didn't have much to do with her door duties, she helped Venna with the garden. Today, it involved pruning back some vines to free dirt for seeding. She tucked the shears into her belt, then met Hicks as she hit the bottom rung. "How far and how many?" she asked, knowing better than to offer Hicks an arm. "Within a quarter turn of the suns, party of 4, Hicks uttered. "Could it be a family bringing us a potential?" Venna asked, rising from the sun's-lit patch of moss in the middle of the courtyard. The baby mimed her actions and stood, as well. A beautiful child, hair long and dark without any hint of wave. Her eyes had been showing hints of purple for months, no denying it, which was why they'd long ago agreed what would happen if they got a visitor. "Judging by the silver armor, it's a squad of the king's elite. In other words, trouble, since they had no reason to be down this far and hadn't bothered in more than 2 decades. "Venna, take the baby to the catacombs. Hicks, secure the entrance." The door to the ancient catacombs was hidden in the cellar by the kitchen. A cask would cover the hatch in the floor. "You aren't going to let them in, are you?" Hicks asked. "I don't see as we have a choice." In their planning, it hadn't occurred to them that the king's soldiers might come for a visit. They never had before. They'd assumed a possible potential, perhaps some sorares from another abbey, checking on them. But the king's own men? That was a trickier thing to handle. "It's the king's elite," Agot reminded. "If I tell them they can't come in, it will look suspicious." "Why would they be down this far unless they know something? They must be after the brat." The nickname Hicks had bestowed upon their foundling, who seemed determined to spit up on every clean thing they owned. It had stuck, despite the fact they'd agreed to call her Belle. "We don't know that for sure, but it was certainly possible." "Maybe we could tell them we have the plague," Venna suggested. "And have them barricade us inside and try to burn us to death?" Hicks went to the worst possible scenario. The way her mind could turn to the most macabre possibility made her good at defense. "We just need to keep repeating that we have no idea who they're talking about." Lie to the king's men? So easy, muttered Hicks. Would you prefer the alternative? Snapped Agot. It's the best option and you know it. Or would you prefer fighting the king's men, even if we prevailed? Do you think that no one would notice their disappearance? Hicks's lips flattened. We could pretend that no one is here. Tell that to the smoke from that roast Venna's making for dinner. The large rat they'd caught would make a fine stew after. Then, because her sorors still looked much too worried, Agot softened her tone. We just need to avoid confrontation. We'll answer the door and tell them it's a few old ladies living here, no one else. Old ladies? Ha! More like a grandmother and her daughter. Remember, Venna will be hiding. Speaking of which, we are wasting time. Let's go. Off to the cellar with you two. Agot clapped her hands, and the baby mimed her with a giggle. Her sweet girl. As if they'd give her up without a fight. While Venna hid with Hicks's aid to roll the casket onto the entrance, Agot ran around, collecting items that might give them away. Blankets, toys they'd whittled and made of yarn. The chest had its lid replaced, hiding all the items, and just in time. The bell rang, loud enough that they heard it in the communal hall. Hicks's lips pursed. Remember, it's just me and you. Is it wrong I'm second-guessing telling them that? They might think us easy targets. Agot hadn't resided in the Abbey her whole life. She knew the dangers to women in King's Valley, the lusts of men. Hicks frowned. Guess that will depend on the kind of soldiers the king employs. To which Agot couldn't help but note, they're not so much employed as conscripted. Purple-eyed boys taken during the Vionox became soldiers once they reached a certain age. At that point, they were allowed to leave the citadel, where it was observed that they all bore dull brown eyes. As for the girls, all disappeared inside the citadel, and the young ones were never seen again. People only ever saw the old ladies who worked for the castle, buying wares from the market. Doesn't matter how the men became soldiers. Just remember, they can't be trusted. Agot pressed her lips. I can handle them, she hoped. As the bell rang again, she moved to the gate and shouted into a hole that coiled sound before spitting it from an even smaller hole on the other side. Who goes there? We are the king's elite. Open the door, a distinctly male voice declared. How do I know you aren't ruffians? No point in letting them know they'd spied upon them coming up the road. Would ruffians really bother with a poor abbé at the end of the road? The voice sounded genuinely baffled. Sounds like something a thief would say. Agot couldn't help but amuse herself. No thief would think the walk here worth the effort. You are literally at the edge of the abyss, and I highly doubt you have anything of value inside. The insult stung, and while she longed to correct him of his misassumption, that would be pride speaking, a smarter move? Let them believe they owned nothing of value. Do you swear you're telling the truth? Agot said instead, trying to sound innocuous. Yes. And do you swear not to do us any harm? By my honor as a knight of the realm, I shan't do any law-abiding citizens any harm. Ooh, a clever way of phrasing it. The abyss'll take you if you lie. Agot undid the locks and swung open the portal. The man leading the squad stood ahead of 3 other men. He had a hand on his sword, his helmet tucked under his arm, meaning Agot could see his mustache perfectly curled and braided to the sideburns. The beads dangling from his beard denoted his rank, Lieutenant Knight. With him were 3 squires, still green-looking in their shiny tin suits, their helmets covering their faces, but not their wide, excited eyes. The king's soldiers were more about show than substance, or so she'd heard. The monster incursions that had plagued generations ago had long ceased in the King's Valley, making the soldiers more ceremonial and in charge of ensuring that the populace upheld the king's laws. They were quite intent on their task, and given they worked directly for the king, not people to insult or ignore. As the man's gaze traveled first over her, and then what he could see at her back, she clasped her hands. "Welcome, travelers, to the 9th Abbey of the Shield, end of the road before the abyss, shrine to our goddess Nimue. I am Sorare Agat. How may I help you today?" She kept her hands folded over her midsection, knowing she appeared benign. Not that it mattered. The king's elite looked down on those not in their ranks, especially women. The lieutenant knight clenched his fist and held it under a sigil on his chest. "Lieutenant Knight Barry, here on our king's business." A king, Agat should add, that few saw, and when they did, it was usually from afar, as he stood on the wall guarding his citadel. It had been decades since he'd attended the festival in person. It led to people scoffing at his existence until the soldiers showed up at the heretical person's door. "We don't often see the king's elite traveling to the end of the path. Do you have news to impart?" "Do you think us messengers?" The lieutenant knight bristled. "I can think of no other reason for you to be here. Men did not join the abbeys of the Shield. They had their own temples." "Let me remind you that, despite living out of the way, you are still under the king's jurisdiction." "Outside these walls, perhaps, but within, this is the shrine of our goddess, Nimue. The king has no business here." Technically correct, but the wrong thing to say. The lieutenant knight scowled. "We have every right to enter when the matter is grave. We are looking for a child, female, young and still in swaddling." Fear hit Agat as he so blatantly revealed his mission. He's here for Belle. "Sounds like you're describing a baby. How on earth did anyone misplace a babe? Or did she run away?" Agat couldn't help the mocking. She'd found sarcasm at a late age, and now saw no reason to hold back. The lieutenant sighed. "The answer to that is above my pay grade. All I was informed was that a female child was taken almost a full year ago and needs to be found." Agat finally mustered the right kind of response. Kidnapped? Oh no. She put a hand to her mouth to stifle her gasp. Inside, her heart raced. Could he tell she lied? Because she could tell he was. She would wager her life on it. "Is the child here?" The lieutenant glanced around the courtyard, which was a large stone cavern. It held growing plants, their planters built to get the most light from the windows, holes blasted into stone, when the shutters were open during the day. With only the 3 old women, some of it had grown a little wild. "Are you accusing the followers of the shield goddess of stealing children?" she huffed. "No, but you do provide succor to those who ask for amnesty. Have you seen anyone recently? Does a monster count? There are no monsters. Not anymore." Not quite, which was why she couldn't help but cajole. "Stay the night on the ledge and see if you agree in the morning." Her dare brought a sharp bark to his lips. "Tell your stories to someone else. I am not a child who believes in monsters and scares easily." "I used to think the same thing." She pointed past him to the tree and the cliff's edge, until the mist rose and brought with it a monster, the likes not seen in our lifetime. "If that were true, you'd be dead." A blunt assessment that gave the goddess's followers no credit. Then again, she shouldn't be surprised. While stories existed of how the Sorares used to be mighty fighters, their skills hadn't been called upon for at least a few generations. Agat couldn't quite stem her irritation. "Scoff at your own peril. We know what we saw. With the mist rising once more, it's only a matter of time before the monsters return as well. Why, just last night we heard something big at our door. You would have seen the marks the monster left behind." A terrifying thing to find in the morning. Left unmentioned was how. For the first time since they'd started living here, a sigil embedded in the door had flared a deep purple when the scratching started. "Monsters. Ha! It is probably nothing but rats. Frightening, but hardly dangerous." The lieutenant knight laughed, as did his squad of men. All of the king's soldiers were male, as if women couldn't fight. In King's Valley, that was mostly true. The men worked, the women tended the homes and raised the children. Was it any wonder some of them chose religion to escape their fate? "It was not a rat," Agot hotly declared, drawing in an indignant breath. Like most men, the lieutenant knight disrespected her by letting his gaze drop to her bosom. It had been a long time since a man had looked at her in that way. A long time since she'd had need or desire to do something about it. The lieutenant was good-looking, if arrogant and condescending, kind of like the entire male populace. Agot didn't need him or his paltry sword skills. However, he did have information about the baby, which was why she said, "We don't often get guests this far out, but I imagine you're tired from your journey, and while my sorare and I have little to offer, please join us for the midday feast before leaving. Our mission is of grave importance. I'm afraid we cannot tarry. We shall have to search the premises and be on our way." She leaned close to whisper, "Surely you can spare a few minutes for me in private." Then more loudly, "Perhaps while your men search, you could tell me more of this child and their abductor, that I might serve our king, should I come across any news of them." "An excellent idea. Squad, spread out, and report back once you've cleared the abbey. I am going to brief the sorare," he said with a clearing of his throat. "Sure you are," one of the men snickered as they slunk away. Agot's heart raced as she led him to the mater's office, unused for the last decade. Anywhere else, and something of the baby's, forgotten in her haste, might draw his attention. The moment the door closed, he drew her to him for a kiss. Unlike the women who lived in King's Valley, those serving the goddess had no restrictions or qualms regarding sexual intercourse. The sorares owned their bodies and weren't ashamed of pleasure. Men, women, both at once. Forbidding it only made it more powerful a temptation. The lieutenant knight didn't take long to reach his pleasure, but was good enough to make sure Agot got there first. His tongue on her sex a welcome surprise. Afterwards, the lieutenant knight, "You can call me Barry," spoke, and not just of his mission to find a supposedly important child. He admitted that he'd not heard of any families claiming to have lost one in the city. Agot couldn't help but ask, could the child have come from inside the citadel? A dark stone tower that looked out over the King's Valley. It was said that it also penetrated deep into the mountain with stairs that led down to the bottom of the abyss itself. For a second, Barry went silent, and she worried she'd gone too far. "That would make sense, since I know most of the highly placed families, and none are missing a child." "I am surprised the king sent you to fetch someone's baby. I thought the elite were only about maintaining the laws." "The child was kidnapped, making it a crime, of which she assumed there would be only one outcome. Death to whoever had taken her, in this case, Agot and her sorares, but only if they got caught. As I recall, the child was stolen quite some time ago. How are you supposed to recognize her?" "Easy. She's got the purple eyes," which was exceedingly rare in the young. No denying whom he sought. Time to get rid of him before the soldiers accidentally saw something they shouldn't. She stood and stretched. "You should get dressed. Your men will be done shortly. There's not much to see." "I disagree," the man flirted, and Agot coyly said, "Maybe you should come back soon. You know, to see if I've heard or seen anything. Never mind the incongruity of their end-of-the-road abbey getting any kind of action." "Maybe I will." As Barry dressed, he had questions. "I always wondered, what do the abbeys of the Shield do?" It was almost rude of him to ask. However, in his defense, only women ever talked amongst themselves about the goddess. In olden times, the sorares of the Shield protected against the monsters that rose from the abyss. Women as defenders? He scoffed. Not maliciously, and yet Agot had an urge to pull the knife from the hidden pocket in her gown and show him how quickly she could gut him. Never mind, she'd never killed a man before, only beasts. She'd been reading old training manuals and practicing in her spare time. What can I say? According to history, there was a time when men and women fought side by side, lest the monsters of the abyss overwhelm. She offered him a lesson in their past, and he was a jerk about it. Good thing that's no longer necessary. The very idea of a woman handling anything with a sharp edge is terrifying. Barry chuckled and almost had his throat slit for it. Before Agot acted, she swept out of the mater's office and into the courtyard, where the lieutenant's men converged as they emerged from various tunnels leading into the different sections of the abbey. "Did you find anything?" Lieutenant Barry asked, as he joined them with a swagger because he couldn't help but brag. "Place is empty, sir," one of the squires reported. "Just a bunch of empty rooms." "Can we leave, sir?" another of his men hastily added. "This place is creepy." "We should get going if we're going to make it back to the rim before the full moons. I have plans," the third whined. "Yes, we should get going. Sorer, thank you for your time." Barry was polite enough to offer Agot a short salute before leaving with his men. Climbing the ladder with a wince, Hicks watched them from the nest until they'd moved out of her sight before announcing, "They're gone." "Keep watching, in case they turn back." They waited until mid-afternoon before they fetched Venna and the baby from the catacombs. Apparently, they should have gone sooner. As their Sorer emerged, eyes wide, splattered in goo, and looking younger, the baby snoozed in her arms. Hicks took one look and yelled, "What happened?" "The child saved my life." Chapter 7. Hicks stared at Venna. "What do you mean? The baby saved your life?" Venna handed the babe to Agot and headed to the sink rather than reply. Hicks stuck close to her heels. "Talk to us, Venna. What happened in the catacombs?" Only once Venna had rinsed her face clean of goop, guts and ichor and gross things that came out of bugs, did she sigh and say, "There was a nest of monsters." "Impossible," Agot blurted out. The catacombs didn't have any exits or threats, just dust and cobwebs from the spiders that hid in the cracks of stone. "Tell that to the 10-legged freaks that came after the baby and me. Hundreds the size of my fist. So I stomped and stomped." Venna sobbed as she mimed her foot slamming, drawing notice to the muck covering her feet and calves, and also the ripped holes in her robe, as if she'd been slashed. Despite the blood and filth, she appeared uninjured. It reminded Agot of the night she'd found the baby, when she could have sworn that she'd cracked a rib or two and had definite bruises. The next day, she'd examined herself head to toe and hadn't found a single scratch. She'd emerged with less sagging skin and aches in her joints. A blessing by their goddess, was what she'd told herself. She'd wanted to find a better explanation than the fact that a baby had sucked a monster dry and used whatever force that engendered to heal Agot. Hard to deny when it seemed as if it had happened again. Like Agot, Venna had emerged with a face younger than when she went in. The lines around her eyes mostly gone. "You obviously survived. Look at you, not a scratch, and you look 20 years younger," Hicks exclaimed. "Who cares? I almost died. Don't you understand?" Venna cried, disturbing the sleeping child in Agot's arms, who uttered a sound before settling. Venna stared at the baby's silken-haired head. "She saved me." Hicks snorted. "How could the brat, who can barely walk, save you from mutant spiders?" Her Sorer sounded almost mocking, and yet Agot couldn't help but recall her circumstances. She'd never told them what she thought might have occurred. Let them assume divine intervention instead. But if it had happened to Venna, too... "Oh, what makes you think she saved you?" Agot asked, expression fond and, at the same time, a little terrified. Venna eyed the child before softly whispering, "When I fell to the ground, the spider things swarmed me, covered me in their wretched legs, and began biting me." Venna shuddered, and her gaze stared sightlessly as if replaying a different scene. "What of the baby? What happened to her?" Agot prodded. Venna hugged herself. "They swarmed her too. And died. They all died, so many I couldn't see her. She was under a blanket of them, as was I. And then the next thing I knew, she was slobbering in my face, patting my cheeks, and the spiders were all dead." "That doesn't mean she saved you," Hicks declared. "Sounds more like a miracle from our goddess." "No!" Venna shouted, slashing a hand. "The goddess didn't save me. The goddess would have let me die. You don't understand what it was like to be buried under a wave of bodies, bitten, poisoned." Venna spat. "I was dead, and horribly, too. The goddess didn't come to save me. Belle did. She just had to touch the monsters, and she sucked the life right out of them. And I think she used it to heal me." So many times, Agot had wondered if she'd imagined what had happened in the mist. Surely she'd hallucinated the baby killing the monster and saving her. Hearing Venna detail almost exactly the same scenario had Agot blurting out, "She has power." "Hardly. More likely the goddess rewarded her," Hicks clarified. "Call it what you like. She can do some miraculous things." Agot turned to Venna. "Tell me, when the spider monsters touched the baby, did her eyes glow?" "Yes, purple to white. It was so bright," Venna enthused. "How do you know?" "The same thing happened to me." Agot had not actually spoken of what she remembered from that night. She didn't want to be accused of making it up, but now, with Venna confirming that she wasn't crazy, Agot finally told her sorors what had happened, the truth she'd had a hard time accepting. As she recounted her experience aloud, Venna threw in some details. Their two stories were so similar that skeptical Hicks believed them even as she questioned. "I don't understand. How can a baby do that?" Hicks eyed the child slumbering in Agot's arms. "Because she's special," Agot uttered with deep certainty. "She has magic," Venna added. "People don't do magic. Especially not a child," Hicks scoffed. "Says you. If you'd seen it. When the arachnids swarmed her, she didn't cry once in pain. She gurgled and giggled as if they couldn't hurt her. But she could harm them." Venna's eyes opened wide in amazement and fear. She sucked them dry, or so it seemed. Their bodies were like husks when it was all over. "What color were her eyes when she was done?" Agot asked. "Did they go from glowing to brown?" Venna eyed the child. "She fell asleep almost right away, so I'm not sure of the color, but they definitely stopped glowing white." Venna put fingers to her cheek. "She saved me from dying." "And turned back time," Hicks stated. Then she scowled. "When is it my turn? Don't suppose you left any spider freaks behind in the catacombs?" "Hicks!" Venna exclaimed. "You can't go looking for danger." "Why not? You said she killed the monsters by touching them." Hicks glanced at Agot. "And you just claimed the same thing happened with you, too." Agot nodded. "I thought I might have imagined it." "I didn't imagine it, and neither did you. Our baby can do magic." Venna breathed. "Magic isn't real," Hicks repeated as if by rote. "Then explain what happened," Venna argued. "What do you think, Agot?" Hicks turned to her. For once, Agot didn't have an answer because given what the child did, magic was the only thing that fit. And yet, how could it be real? How could a baby, who couldn't speak or even walk for too long without falling, wield something so deadly? Agot chewed her lower lip. "I do wonder at the kind of magic that appears as if it requires monsters to power." "A magic that kills them and helps us?" Sounds like a fine trade-off to me. It would be nice to get out of bed in the morning and not curse each bend of my knee. Hicks's voice held longing, and now that it had happened twice, who was to say it couldn't happen a third time? Why this, child, though? Agot asked. It must have something to do with the eyes, Venna said with a sage nod, as if it weren't obvious. Which I'll wager are either a deep purple or brown again. Agot mused aloud. Maybe after using it all up, she has to recharge like the Solaris stones, Venna postulated. The idea had merit, but for one fact. I don't know about you, but I've never heard of the purple-gifted wielding power of any kind. Agot glanced at Hicks, someone who would know better than them. Your children never did anything strange. Then again, they never had a reason to. The biggest monster they ever saw was a weevil in the pantry. Hicks shrugged. If the purple-eyed do have some kind of power, it would explain why they are rounded up each year during the festival. Agot further thought aloud. You think the king wants them for their magic? Venna couldn't contain her shock. It's as good an explanation as any. Agot had always had a vague curiosity as to why the purple-eyed were special. It was Venna, though, who said, "Does anyone remember the rhyme we sang when we skipped rope as children?" The change in topic brought a frown, but also curiosity. Which one? I know a few. Venna began reciting. Monsters, monsters, sneak out to slay. When night does fall and shadows day. Close your doors and shutter your eaves, for death in the mist does roam the streets. The goddess calls and three will answer, sorors to mothers, for a purple-eyed disaster. Monsters, monsters will come out and play, when the fog does hide the bright rays. The enemy comes for the orphan of night. The hope of the kingdom has a terrible plight. One wrong choice, and death will prevail. And then what will happen to the humans so frail? Monsters, monsters have one thing to say. Crunch. Venna clapped her hands at the last syllable. It's a silly nursery rhyme. What about it? Hicks asked. Actually, Venna corrected, it's derived from a passage in the goddess scriptures, which you'd know if you ever read a book. Some of us have real work to do, Hicks ranted right back. Agot jumped in. I've read our Bible. I don't recall that poem being in there. I've only seen it in the older copies, Venna explained, which we still have a few of. The newer ones don't have the section on prophecies. Wait, there are prophecies? Agot repeated. A few, most of which sound impossible. The one about monsters is one of them. What are the others? Agot asked. One talks about original sin flooding the world to perform a great reset. There's the version promising that a rock from the sky will destroy us if the waters are polluted, and a really weird one that just consists of 3 words repeated over and over. Mist and mirrors. Mist and mirrors. Venna wrinkled her nose. Hicks latched onto that example. It's all rat poop, if you ask me. It's a silly poem the kids sing when skipping rope, only they count the number of bites the monster will take. The reminder brought Agot back to a time when she had no care in the world except making it over the swinging rope. 1, 2, 3. Crunch, 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 and the squeals of laughter that followed as the rope tangled. So what if children sing it? The fact remains, it originated from a prophecy for our goddess. If you believe in that kind of drivel. After what happened to me, Venna said with an arched brow, I am a lot more open-minded now. Agot began to see what Venna was getting at. The 3 in the poem. You think that's us? Hicks burst out laughing. Ludicrous. Indignant red spots colored Venna's cheeks. Is it? It fits. The goddess calls and 3 will answer. Sorors to mothers. Enough. All I see is you stretching to fit some nursery rhyme to the situation. Hicks remained skeptical. Am I? She can do magic. She's an orphan of night. She's purple-eyed. But not a disaster. Agot interjected. "If I were to believe in this, then you're saying that child," Hicks pointed, "will save the kingdom." All three of them stared at the baby, who slept with a fist shoved into her mouth, snoring. She didn't look like a savior, but then again, Agot had only to touch her newly smooth skin to believe in miracles, so why not a prophecy? "The goddess told us she was important." Venna clasped her hands. "She's obviously special." Agot cradled the child close. "Trust Hicks to grumble. If I'm going to save the world, then I'd like a dose of what the two of you got." It took a while before Hicks got her wish. Chapter 8. Another year passed. Despite watching the brat constantly, to the point of creepiness, they could see no sign that she was anything other than a normal child. She ate, shat, even cried when she didn't get her way. As a toddler, she liked chewing on everything: the stone chest she used as a bed, unsuspecting fingers, shoes, her swollen gums readying to pop out some brand new teeth. The baby grew, not just in character but also ability. She went from yelling "more" to babbling "no" and "mine" being her favorites. Like most children, she got into trouble the moment she started walking and climbing, truly meriting her nickname. She was curious, too curious, energetic, too. In order to give Venna and Hicks a break, and out of a leeriness of the edge to the abyss, Agot often took her down to the catacombs, where she checked the section they'd sealed off from the spider problem. Essentially, a door that they'd barricaded. It appeared untouched, and a thorough search of the antechamber showed no cracks. As Agot finished her inspection, she turned around to find the child missing. It wasn't as if she could go far. Agot walked the old hallway, a few hand spans taller than her and wide enough she could stretch her arms and barely touch either side. The chiseled rock held inscriptions, symbols mostly interconnected along its length. If it was a language, it wasn't one she recognized. She peeked into the chambers one by one, despite their doors being closed and the brat being too short to open them. No child. She still didn't panic. The hall curved at the end before the stairs going up. "Where are you?" The child didn't reply. Probably playing hide and seek. Brat. It was a good thing Agot and Venna regained some of their youth, or they might have been dead at the effort it took to keep up. As she turned the corner, her heart began to beat harder. No toddler. 2 more closed doors and the stairs. Had she climbed up? Agot jogged up the steps to see the cellar, and no sign of the little one. The next set of steps led to a closed door, nowhere for a child to go. Agot tugged at her braid. She had to be here somewhere, probably hiding behind the old crates by the stairs. A glance behind showed only dust. The pantry cellar didn't produce a small, mischievous child. She must still be in the catacombs. Pulse racing a bit faster, Agot headed back down and jogged the length of the single tunnel, once more checking behind all the doors. Panic threaded her yells. "Where are you? This isn't funny." No child. Dread pitted in her stomach. How would she explain losing the brat to her sorors? How could she have failed? Head down, feet dragging, she was headed for the stairs when she heard a giggle. "Brat?" More laughter emerged, muffled, but enough to lead Agot to the far side of the stairs, under them where it narrowed. Chunks of rock littered the floor, rubble that had fallen from a hole that she'd have sworn wasn't there earlier. No need to wonder if the toddler was inside. One slipper remained on the ground amidst the broken stone. Agot crouched and glanced through the opening, barely big enough for a child. "Are you in there?" More chuckling. "Aga!" The baby was in the hole, and full-blown panic hit. How would she get the child out? What if something lurked inside the hole? She waved her torch in front of the gap in the stone, squinting to see, startled when a chubby set of fingers snatched her light source. "Mine!" the brat exclaimed, pulling it through. Good to know the child hadn't succumbed to distress. Despite the baby gnawing on the light source, Agot could see enough through the large crack to notice a space big enough to sit in. Further inspection revealed the brat seated on an actual floor with an ancient woven mat still covering it. A hidden room, but one for which Agot had never seen a door. How would she retrieve the child? She tried the direct approach first. "Come here." She held out her arms. "No." Why anyone taught kids to speak baffled her. "Don't you say no to me. Get out of there right now." She went for firm next. "No," the baby said, and then moved farther into the space she'd found. "Come here right now." "No, no, no." "Oh, I don't think so, brat." Agot would get the toddler out, but she'd need tools. She ran out of the catacombs and flew through the kitchen, past Venna stirring a pot, yelling, "Need a rock pick. Brat is stuck. Don't worry, I got this." What she had was an audience as she drove a hammer against a chisel, hoping she didn't cause a cave-in, but needing to widen the hole. Tap, tap. Chunks broke off. Soon, she had a gap wide enough that she could wiggle through. The baby had discarded the torch, and it emitted enough light for Agot to see that she could stand, the ceiling being higher than expected. She easily found the brat, sitting by the far wall, bouncing on her bum and laughing at her reflection in a handheld mirror. Agot bent to scold the baby. "You shouldn't hide from us like that." She plucked the mirror from the brat. She protested, "Mine!" and reached for the mirror. Her brown eyes, hinting of a soft purple, glowed. The surface of the mirror shimmered. For a second, a face appeared, that of a man, tall and swarthy. He had a scar running down his cheek, a male in his prime, wearing a ring of metal on his head. He appeared to be in a study with a large desk and giant windows that looked out over a blue sky. Who was it? And why did it seem as if he saw them too? His eyes widened, and his mouth opened. "Who are—" Agot snatched the mirror out of the toddler's hand, and the surface went dark. The child protested with a screech and grabbed for Agot, her fingers causing Agot to gasp. "Bad! No hurt!" she scolded as she placed the mirror out of reach. The child's face scrunched as she readied to yell. "No crying. You're not the one who got zapped. Gentle baby." Agot snared the brat from the floor and rubbed her nose against the child's before taking a proper look around. From outside the room, Hicks yelled, "Did you find her?" "Yes, and it seems she's uncovered a secret." "I want to see," Venna declared. They had to widen the hole a bit more to accommodate Venna's hips. Soon enough, they all crowded the tight space. The room was small, and yet it held a wealth of items, shelves with many tomes, the pages leather-bound and surprisingly dust-free. A table lined with jars, a drawing on the wall that showed a map labeled in a language she couldn't read, obviously a fictitious place. What she saw didn't look at all like the valley. For one, it appeared to have several large bodies of water. Kings Valley only had 2 lakes, carefully controlled. All water consumption was monitored because a drought would kill as surely as the monsters. The brat perched on her hip. She moved closer to the desk for a peek. The baby immediately reached for the mirror. "No!" Agot snatched it out of reach, holding her breath in sudden fear, worrying she'd see the man again, or that he'd see her. Nothing happened, and Agot placed it on a shelf high enough that the baby couldn't see it when she set her on the floor. She then resumed her inspection of the desk, holding an inkwell long dried alongside a blank parchment. "This is odd. How did it get blocked off?" Hicks asked, looking around. "There's no door." It took Agot 2 revolutions before she agreed. It appears to all be rock. Except for the hole they'd widened. They eyed each other, then the baby, who had decided to lick the stone floor. Please don't let the fate of the world depend on this child. One thing was for certain. Since her arrival, life had gotten more interesting and dangerous. As time went on, more and more monsters gathered outside the abbey at night, hissing, scratching, thumping against the solid stone and the reinforced door. Around the time the brat turned 5, Barry visited twice during that time. Agot made the long trip up the path to fetch supplies and news. At night, she barricaded herself in the abbeys along the way and discovered the Ninth Shield Abbey wasn't the only one experiencing issues with monsters. Apparently, the night before her arrival, a beast made it to the rim town of King's Eyrie and rampaged within until the townsfolk killed it. The mayor had already sent a messenger to the king requesting aid. The king's elite wouldn't be ceremonial for much longer, especially since the sorères of the shield had diminished in number. 9 abbeys, and only 5 still active. But for how long? The sorères of the 7th spoke of abandoning their abbey for a safer one in the King's Valley. Agot ran her errands and finished by mid-afternoon. Since she couldn't make it to the 7th abbey, the first place of rest down the path, before nightfall, she spent the night at the 3rd Shield, which resided alongside the town called King's Eyrie. No one paid any mind to the elderly sorère. She might have shaved 20 or more years off, but she remained a generation often overlooked given her advanced age. It meant she caught snippets of rumors. Despite it having been many years, soldiers still randomly searched houses, looking for a purple-eyed child. Rumors floated that with the monster's attack, the mayor was thinking of enforcing the king's curfew law that said people should remain indoors after dark. Another interesting tidbit: this year's Vionox festival was said to be particularly ominous, as many of the towns and villages had few purple-eyed people to offer. Many claimed it was an omen, not the good kind. The Shield sorères in the 3rd Abbey didn't talk much about the mists rising and the increased monster activity. They should have been all over the situation, sending out patrols, finding ways to secure the townsfolk, improving security. Instead, they sang, lounged, ate, and talked. A few trained, but nothing like the rigorous exercises Agot had read about in the old training journals. Perhaps what they said about the 9th Shield was true, that they were actually not the last line of defense, but the first, the one to stand against the threat boiling up from the mist. A study of the old stories, which spoke of the last time the fog had risen this high, described varied monsters with descriptions defying imagination. In the tales of old, the people emerged victorious. However, it should be noted that they did have to fight. They hadn't grown complacent like the folk of today. Would they take the growing threat seriously and begin to prepare? Agot could only hope, because she feared the worst was yet to come. It made her wonder how their ancestors had stopped the wave of monsters the last time. A glance through the 3rd Abbey's library didn't reveal anything she'd not already read. Years of trying to locate clues within the books they'd found hidden in the catacombs had led to Venna only deciphering bits and pieces thus far. The answer to the mist, the monsters, and even magical purple eyes surely existed somewhere. If only they could find it. Agot returned home, making better time with the old goat she purchased, pulling a cart laden with supplies that thankfully nobody questioned. She'd been gone 5 days, not long, and yet enough to return to a noticeably younger, more energetic, and freakily smiling Hicks. Chapter 9. What happened? Agot asked as she led the new goat beside the aging one in the stable. It wasn't giving milk anymore, meaning it was time to give it to the cooking pot. The brat did it, Hicks beamed. About 2 days after you left, she was fidgeting too much for story time, so I took her out into the courtyard to work off her energy, which was when the attack occurred. The courtyard? Inside the abbey? Agot yelped. Yep, monster made right for the brat. Agot couldn't help but gasp. She's all right? Better than fine, Hicks snorted. I swear she knew it was coming and wanted to touch it. Did the brat crave the power? How did it get in? Alcove, Hicks calmly informed her. She pointed upward, squeezed right through the slits. But they're tiny, exclaimed Agot. Apparently that's not an issue with some creatures. A total of 3 came through. By the time it was over, dust covered everything. I discovered how it felt to be choked out, and I woke up a tad bit younger. Which pleased Hicks immensely. Is the brat really okay? I swear nothing can hurt that child, Hicks replied with a shake of her head. Not entirely true. The girl could be injured. However, she seemed to automatically heal from it so long as her eyes had a bit of purple. When they were that muddy brown, she suffered through the scratches and bruises with a grumble. Did her eyes glow? Agot asked. Might as well study what happened. Only then could they, perhaps, understand the brat's power. Like purple lanterns at first, then they got lighter and lighter till they were almost white, Hicks exclaimed. Soon as the monster died and she touched me, they started going dark again until the purple was all gone. Do you think she controls it? Agot voiced her fear aloud. If you're asking, can she suck us dry if she decides she doesn't like us? I don't know, was Hicks's honest reply. Agot took it as a good sign that only monsters had been destroyed thus far. Still, she knew the brat had a temper. A single tantrum, and she could possibly cause great harm. Where is she now? Agot asked. Hanging with Venna. She thinks she might have made a breakthrough with those books. The breakthrough was about the sigils scattered around the abbey. Apparently a book Venna had been deciphering claimed they were symbols of magic. But how to make them work? What did they mean? It would take time to decipher. The abbey turned into the fortress of days gone by with the alcove slits shielded at night and a heavy bar holding the door. Over the next few years, Agot and her sorors received more doses of youth because the monsters kept coming. For practice, they would sometimes venture out and fight the creatures. Per Venna's request, they ensured the monsters were almost dead before letting the girl come anywhere near. It turned out a dying beast didn't give the child as much oomph, but even that bit of magic kept them healthy and young. Even more important, the Ninth Shield resumed its job of protecting the King's Valley from the monsters in the abyss. No longer did they wander around unarmed, even within the keep. The devious creatures had ways of weaseling into the smallest of cracks. It was interesting to note that walls with intact sigils didn't have penetration issues. Once Venna deciphered their meaning in the books, she learned to paint them on the doors and the walls of unused rooms. It was only by accident they learned it needed the brat's glowing-eyed touch to activate them. They then went on a quest to ignite as many as they could, up and down the path. Life was good, serene, like the eye of a storm. They were in the midst of practicing their sparring, less than an hour before sunsdown, quite some time since they'd first found the child, when a pounding came on the door. Agot scowled at Hicks. I thought you said no one was on the road. And at the time, no one was. The problem with there being only the 3 of them plus the brat was if someone wasn't in the alcove watching, they could be taken unaware by visitors. It's close to sunsdown, Agot remarked, eyeing the slits that would soon need shutting. Time to lock up. You going to refuse them entry? Hicks snorted, as if. Since Venna's already downstairs with the brat, I just need to tidy up. Stall whoever it is. Stall? How? Agot waited until the visitor rang the bell again before pulling the plug on the hole that allowed her to speak to the other side. Who is it? Sorare Agot. I've returned with news. Her eyes widened because she knew that voice. Barry? It had been years since his last visit. Yes, it's me. Can you let me in? She wondered how Hicks was doing getting rid of the brat's stuff from inside the communal hall. Just a second while I deal with the locks." It involved heaving the weighty bar sideways and then a series of latches. By the time it opened, she'd bought a little more time, but just in case, she stood in the doorway, blocking it. Barry. What a lovely surprise. She didn't have to feign the shock and even the tad bit of pleasure she felt. Had he returned to see her? It had been so long she'd assumed he'd forgotten all about her. "You are looking well," he stated. The soldier looked as dapper as ever, if a bit harder with his braided mustache. The years had left him leaner and meaner. He'd curled inside her. "You're too kind. I'm sure I look a mess." Sweaty and unkempt from the sword practice, she'd placed the weapon in the pot by the door before admitting Barry. "You could never look unattractive." His gaze slewed to the bar she'd heaved to the side. "I see you've begun barricading during the day." "It doesn't hurt to be cautious. The mist has been rising more often of late." His lips flattened. "I am aware. I'm surprised you haven't moved yet." "The Abbey is my home. It's so kind of you to check on me." She fluttered her lashes. "It eases me to see you safe, especially with the increase in monster activity." His voice lowered. It was only as she glanced past him to the empty ledge at his back that she realized he'd come alone. "Where are your men?" "Fime and Tildor are dead. Patru is recovering from a gut wound." "I'm so sorry." She put fingers to her lips. "To be expected, I guess, with how often they're attacking now." His lips turned down. "However, they're not the reason I've returned. May I come in? I could use a respite." While she'd opened the door, she'd yet to let him cross the threshold. "How rude of me. Of course you can enter." She stood aside and could only hope Hicks had managed the quickest cleanup. As he stepped into the courtyard, he took note of the changes since his last visit. Hard to hide the pruned vegetation and the lack of clutter. Nowhere for critters to hide. Another reason why they'd begun keeping the doors closed. And when they opened the windows for light, they kept watch. Not all threats waited for night anymore. They now had to watch for the cave rats and insects, too. It was as if everything living was changing. For the worse. "Did you hire some help?" he asked. "More like finally got a recruit that isn't 100 years old," she said with a bright smile, hoping he hadn't noticed the fact that she had her youth renewed. "Wouldn't it be easier to move to one of the more occupied abbeys? There's better protection." "Leave my home? But the path is so dangerous," she said lightly. "I'd protect you," he said, puffing his chest. Judging by the dents on his armor, he'd become a true soldier since his first visit. Remembering past intimate moments with Barry made Agathe eager. "Shall we go somewhere for privacy?" He didn't protest as she tugged him by the hand, leading him to her room, where he pleasured her twice before rolling onto his back with a sigh. "I needed that." So did she. As was usual for Barry after sex, he didn't move, nor did he fall asleep. He wanted to talk. "How have you been, other than barricading from the monsters?" he asked. "Keeping busy. You? Traveling the kingdom, keeping it safe, and still looking. Don't tell me you're still seeking that missing child. Crazy, eh? But the king insists, and I don't get it." He shook his head. "The strange thing is no one will admit to having lost her." "I can't believe you're still searching." She really couldn't. "Not so much searching as keeping an eye open, just in case we come across her. With the increased monster activity, we've been reassigned, which is a good thing. We were wasting our time. Whoever took her won't be able to hide her forever. The girl's got the purple eyes. Eventually, she'll be presented at the festival, either by willing choice or because someone turns her in. There was a large reward for doing so." Ever wonder what happens to those who volunteer? All Agathe knew was that they entered the citadel, and while the boys became soldiers, the girls disappeared from sight. Barry rolled his shoulders. "They serve the kingdom." "I've heard it said the females become the king's brides." The very idea soured her stomach, especially since most were only children. Barry shrugged. "I am not at liberty to say." She couldn't help but prod. "Did you have purple eyes when you joined the King's Men?" He stiffened. "Why the interest?" Because she had a curiosity that wanted to be fed. Pushing him would only draw his attention, so she changed the subject. "Have you fought many of the beasts coming out of the mists?" His chest swelled. "I have. The king has me and a bunch of others patrolling the rim, especially the area with the path down to the edge of the abyss. It's gotten treacherous of late." "Does the king know why the monsters are surging?" "No. Could be after our ancestors beat them back, it took them this long to recover. Which means we'll beat them back again." A declaration that had her smiling at him and saying, "Speaking of recovering," he brought her to climax again and, when done, remarked, "It's late," which meant she could hardly send him away. She offered him an invitation to spend the night, in her bed. She'd forgotten how nice it was to sleep in someone's arms. He woke her from a sound sleep with a whispered, "I hear something." So did she. Someone was ringing the bell. In the middle of the night. That wouldn't bode well. Chapter 10. It didn't take Agat long to put on her robe and grab her weapons, while Barry eyed her, not saying much. Perhaps their long acquaintance had been enough time for him to lose some of his misogyny about women. Only as they stood in front of the door, the bell having just rung for the 4th time, did he finally say, "You're not opening it, are you? It's probably a trap." "Monsters don't ring bells," she noted. "Always a first time." The ringing ended abruptly, and in that sudden silence, a sibilant voice rasped, "Open." A niggling sense of wrongness had Agat saying, "State your name." Rather than reply, they pounded on the door and uttered a terrible cry that pimpled her skin. "What is that?" she whispered. Barry growled. "Vampire." She didn't recognize the word, but the lieutenant appeared perturbed. "What is a vampire?" "Do not open that door, whatever you do. The monster on the other side will get inside your head if offered a chance, make you do things." "How do you know this?" How had she never heard of it? "We were recently briefed about some of the abyss monsters we might encounter." "Are you sure it's a monster?" "It knocked and said open." Agat reminded. "They can mimic some human actions and words. It's how they fool people into letting them inside." Barry glared at the door. "It's how a vampire and his pet monsters recently killed a legion of men." A legion being made up of numerous squadrons. "How do you defeat it?" she asked. "By cutting off its head." The suggestion came from Hicks, who'd emerged in battle leathers painstakingly sewn together from scraps, but it provided some protection from the monsters, more than fabric robes that tangled around their legs. What former mater had thought it wise to transition them from common-sense clothing to pajamas. Obviously, one who had ruled during a time of peace. Hicks drew closer to the door and shouted, "I am coming out to see you, monster. You can stop trying to whisper inside my head." "You can hear it?" Agat exclaimed. "It's been taunting me for days, and I'm done with it." Hicks jammed her hands into her gloves. "You aren't facing it alone. Give me a second to change." She rushed back into her room and exchanged her robe for leathers. She should have put those on the moment the bell rang. She'd worried what Barry would think. She emerged to find the King's man silent. His gaze went from Hicks to Agat. "I've heard stories, since we last spoke, about the sorcerers of the shield and their skill with weapons. I'll admit, I wasn't sure I believed them. It's been a while since we've had to fight. A lot had changed since then. We are the shield against the abyss, the first line against darkness," Agat recited. "The beloved of the goddess," Hicks finished, while the vampire added, "Hungry," a tad unsettling. Agot eyed Hicks, who appeared cocky and ready. As for Barry, he wouldn't look at her at all. Only as they opened the door did it occur to Agot that they were doing exactly what the vampire wanted, but it was too late by then. He stood several paces from the door in a pocket of open space around which swirled the mist. Unlike other monsters, the vampire wasn't hideous, nor was he entirely human. There was something in his face. The sharpness of his cheekbones, the darkness of the eyes with a hint of sickly red, and the pallor of the skin that set the vampire apart. Despite all that, "He's beautiful," Hicks muttered before dropping to her knees. Barry was already down, head bowed as well. As for Agot, her legs folded and she sank, even as she wondered why. She saw the hem of the inhuman creature's robe as it neared. Her sword lay on the ground, and she had a hand braced beside it. Why aren't I fighting? Why would she fight? She couldn't hope to win. Easier to relax. Wait. Wait for what? She heard the suckling and, with a grunt of effort, managed to turn her head enough to see the vampire latch to Barry, sucking his skin, his blood, and she would be next if she did nothing. Gritting her teeth took monumental effort, but she still managed to mutter, "Give me strength, goddess." No reply. But that didn't mean Agot could give up. She was a sorare of the shield, protector against the abyss, a defense against the void. And this vampire couldn't be allowed to live. She strained and heaved against the shackles on her will. At first, they only flexed tighter. "Goddess, give me strength!" With a growl, Agot broke free. Her fingers closed around her sword, and as the vampire turned a face bright with crimson lips, she swung. Off went its head, with its wide, surprised eyes. The contents of her stomach soon followed. Chapter 11. While Agot dealt with the dizziness that befell her after breaking the vampire's hold, Hicks cursed. "Is it dead?" She poked the head with the tip of her sword. "I don't know." Agot wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "Think he'll die?" Hicks pointed to Barry, slumped on the ground, his breathing shallow. How much blood had the thing taken? Better hope not. It might draw attention. Help me get him inside. She sheathed her sword to grab one of his arms. "What about that thing?" "I'd say making sure the king's lieutenant doesn't die in our care is more important. People will assume monsters got him if he disappears. We aren't killers." Agot wouldn't admit a slight fondness for the man. "Not sure what we can do to help him," grumbled Hicks, helping her drag him inside. "We have to do something." Hicks eyed her. "Are you implying we should unleash the brat on him?" Agot bit her lip. He would never know. The question being, is her magic charged enough? Her eyes were a steady purple right now, not the white-hot after a kill or the brown that indicated she was drained. We don't need to turn back time or close a wound. Just deal with some blood loss. I'll get the brat while you set the monster on fire. Arguing would just waste time. It wasn't as if she could do much for Barry. Agot grabbed a can of oil and a flint before going back onto the ledge. The lights by the door barely pushed back the mist. The body remained on the ground and was quickly doused and set afire. The flames licked at the corpse, and the fog retreated at the heat. She aimed for the head next, sightless, and even more strange now that it was dead. Just as she poured the oil on it, another creature appeared, human-like in appearance, but crawling, its skin mottled, teeth rotting. One eye was milky white, and unseen, it scuttled for the head. "Oh, no, you don't." As its gnarled fingers went to grab, she kicked the creature. It grunted rather than cry in pain, even as the blow sent it toppling. It came back quick, hissing and reaching for her. She threw the oil at it, splashing the thing. The flint missed on her first strike, and the monster was on her, sending her to the ground. But she'd learned how to fight. She tucked her knees to her chest and shoved the thing when it would have pounced on top. Before it could tackle her once more, the flint sparked. The oil lit, and the monster finally screamed. In rage, it grabbed the burning vampire head and scrabbled its way to the edge. Having no idea if it could heal from such damage, Agot had no choice but to block it and hurt it against the stone wall, watching it burn, hearing it sizzle, and gagging at the stench. When Hicks emerged, she brought kindling, which they tossed onto the fire to ensure it burned down to ash. There were no more monsters that night. The next morning, Barry woke, lying naked beside Agot in bed. He sat up quickly and yelled, only to trail off as he said, "What happened?" Agot pretended to stretch and yawn as she said, "Hopefully the same thing this morning as happened last night." "I mean with the vampire." "The what?" she asked, doing her best to look and sound confused. He blinked and looked around. "The bell." "What about it?" "It rang in the night." "No, it didn't." "I heard it. And so did you." She snorted and lied. "The only thing ringing last night was me, screaming in pleasure." The compliment didn't distract him as intended. "I could have sworn." He shut his mouth and rose, looking confused as he dressed. At breakfast, he didn't say much and cast a few glances at Hicks. It was only as he prepared to depart and the door opened that he said, "I smell smoke." Agot didn't blink at all as she said, "Disposing of the trash." His lips flattened. She faked a smile and put a hand on his arm. "Don't take so long to visit again. It was so nice seeing you." "Yeah. Nice." He stalked off and she shut the door, then leaned against it. She could only hope he'd go a few years before returning, or better yet, not come back at all, because she'd really hate to have to kill him if he ever figured out their secret. Chapter 12. The incident with the vampire was repeated 3 times in all, each one different in method and taunt. 2 males, 1 female. They proved easy to defeat once the Sorers discovered a way to protect their minds. Credit went to Venna, who found an answer in the old training manuals. The Sorers once wore helmets. They found a few dented ones in the back of a dusty cupboard. The solution helped with the voices, even as it made sleep difficult. Still better than letting the enemy in because its insidious voice got inside their heads. Helmets to protect the mind, sigils for the walls. It appalled Agot to realize just how much knowledge had been forgotten and buried. Then again, it had been a long time since anyone had seen any monsters, and in that time, the methods for keeping the scourge away disappeared. They had to learn via trial and error, except when it came to the sigils. It didn't matter how they drew them. It required the brat's touch to make them work. Not that the girl minded. Now in her early teens, she chafed at the confines of the Abbey. The brat wanted to do more than just hide. They tried to explain she was special, that if people saw her and her unique eyes, they'd take her away from them. The girl's answer to that? "What if I'm supposed to serve the king?" To which Hicks always huffily replied, "You serve the goddess." Now, if only their goddess would give them clearer instructions on what they should be doing. Time passed, and the girl got older, her mood swinging as her menses hit. None of them heard the goddess speak during that time. But then again, they'd spent a lifetime before that not needing her direct command. Being a Sorer of the Shield was purpose enough. Raising a child, and one so gifted, proved to be a joy they'd not expected when they accepted their task. Bright, loving, fierce, the girl took to her lesson with an intensity and focus most children lacked. From the moment she got old enough to learn, they taught her to fight, because, as Hicks reminded, while the brat could suck monsters from the abyss dry, what if her magic failed? What if there were too many? They'd learned that once the brat's eyes began to shine, she needed to get rid of her excess magic, or she fell into convulsions. There was a limit to what she could do. The fact that she could use that overflow to heal meant the Sorers took great risks when they went monster hunting. The once old ladies of the Shield no longer cowered in their abbey, waiting to die. They'd never been more fit and hale, each of them now in the blossom of youth, not seen since their early decades. They were serving the goddess, and might have continued forever if not for the damned mirror. Agot had more or less forgotten about the incident when the brat was a toddler. They'd placed the thing on a shelf in that room, long emptied of all its books. A curious youth who went exploring found it. It was Hicks who marched a sullen teen in front of Agot and Venna and barked, "Ask her what she did!" Agot saw what Hicks held, and her stomach nodded. The mirror appeared benign, but she'd never forgotten the man reflected in its glass. "What happened?" "I found the brat talking to someone, using this," Hicks stated, waving the offending item for emphasis. "Who?" was what Agot wanted to know. "I'm not saying," the teenager sassed. "Why ever not?" "Because you'll just forbid me from talking to him." The brat tossed her head. "What him? And what did you tell him? Have you forgotten everything we taught you?" Over and over, Agot had warned of the danger should someone discover her existence. "I'm not stupid," said the stupid child. "The man in the mirror knows nothing of me, not even my name." "You're wearing our goddess's symbol," Venna quietly remarked. The emblem was sewn into the gown the girl wore. "There are 9 abbeys. No one will find us," the brat argued. "Many of them are abandoned. How long before he sends someone to search the 9th? "What can we do?" Hicks muttered as she paced. "Anywhere we go, she'll be in danger." "We go nowhere," was Agot's firm response. "If anyone comes looking, we'll plead ignorance, and you," she fixed a glare on their charge, "no more playing with mirrors." She held out her hand for it, and as Hicks handed it over, she studied the surface. Satiny smooth, not reflecting anything at all. It gave her such a chill, and she didn't need the cold breeze whispering, "Destroy it," to know she couldn't keep it around. With the brat duly chastened and saddled with extra chores, Agot took a hammer to the mirror and put the shards in 3 bags, which she tossed off the edge of the path in separate locations. It might have been a coincidence, but a familiar face arrived for a visit within the month. Chapter 13. "Someone's coming!" the brat shouted from the alcove, her voice bright with excitement. With reason. People rarely visited. "Describe them," Hicks ordered. "Metal suit that's gray, helmet on, so I can't see a face." A king's elite. Agot's heart raced, even as she guessed who it was. It had been a while since she'd seen Barry and that first vampire. The good news? They no longer had children's things lying around. The bad? Agot had never looked younger. Would he notice that she didn't seem to age? He'd definitely noticed the young acolyte with purple eyes who had yet to hide. "Get to the catacombs," Agot hissed. "Or I could just go to my room," the brat said with a roll of her eyes. "Whatever. Just get out of sight before he comes inside," she told the teen, who kept testing her patience. Then to Hicks, she said, "I'll be in the office." In the mater's office, Agot smoothed her hair and pretended a calm she didn't feel. She'd honestly hoped he'd not return, even as she wanted him to. Her hands were no substitute for what he offered. Would he find her much changed? Younger, yes, but she could always claim the goddess's blessing. Hicks knocked on the mater's door, the position Agot had assumed for the visitors that sometimes made it down the now secured path. The brat had done a good job with the sigils. As the mist rose, so did interest in the goddess. They'd even had inquiries about expanding their ranks. Thus far, they'd sent the acolytes to other abbeys, claiming a lack of resources. But if they could find a way to mask the teen's eyes, Agot wouldn't have minded some new recruits to revive the 9th shield and protect against the next wave of monsters. Entering her office, Barry appeared as usual, cocky and confident, even harder than the last time. A scar marred his handsome face, but it wasn't as jarring as the sneer. "Sorare Agot." His tone held a mocking note, which might be why she rebuked him. "Actually, it's Mater now." His brows rose. "I see congratulations are in order." "For you as well, Major Knight." She indicated the new silver studs on his collar. "The king rewards those who serve him well." "It's been a while," she said. "It has. I'd assumed you and the other Sorares were long ago overrun." She felt pride as she lifted her chin and said, "We've risen to the challenge." "More than risen. I hear the path is safe, even at night, now, all the way down to the 9th shield. The goddess protects." "Or would that be her acolytes, playing with things they don't understand?" He murmured slyly. An icy stone formed in her stomach as she forced herself to laugh and reply with, "Our goddess is good to her servants." "Is it your goddess?" His expression hardened. "Or perhaps you have another secret." "I don't know what you're talking about. Don't let him see or smell your sudden fear." "Do you really think me that dumb that I wouldn't notice? You get younger each time I see you." "I take good care of myself." She realized he needed distraction, so she came around her desk with a smile. So suspicious. And here I thought us friends. "Are we? Mater?" The inflection held a hint of anger. She knew of one good way to ease him into better humor. "You seem tense. Perhaps I can help with that." The sex was quick for him, unfinished for her. A first. He shoved away the moment he was done, and she tugged down her robe. "What's wrong with you?" she asked, choosing to be blunt, and now second-guessing the fact that she'd saved his life once before. He'd changed, and the knot in her stomach insisted it didn't bode well. "Nothing's wrong, other than realizing how blind I've been. Have I ever told you I hate liars?" Since he stared at her, there was no doubt who he meant. Agot felt for the knife she kept in her pocket, only to realize it was gone. It appeared in his hands. He held it with a mocking smile. "Looking for this?" "Give it back." "No." "You need to leave." She inserted as much command as she dared. "Not until I get what I came for." "And that would be what, exactly?" "The source of your magic." "Magic isn't real," was her reply. "Let's test that theory, shall we?" Before she could react, he was on her. The surprise was great enough that he knocked her in the face. The surprise blow threw her off, stunned her. After all, while she'd trained and fought, she'd only ever killed monsters. When it came to hurting a man she'd cared for, who'd just been inside her, she hesitated. He didn't. He kicked out her legs and, even before she hit the floor, used his greater weight to pin her as he bound her hands. Only then did he yank her to her feet by the hair, drawing a sharp yelp. "What are you doing? You can't do this. You are in the shrine of the goddess. And? Your goddess isn't real, or she'd smite me." A logic that wormed its doubtful way through her. "This is a sacred place." "Not anymore. I know of your treason." "What are you speaking of? I've done nothing." "You lied to me. You know where the purple-eyed girl is." Ice ran through Agot's veins. "What are you yammering on about? There are no children here." "Are you sure about that? Because I have it on good authority. You're lying." With a fist wound into her hair, Barry dragged her from the mater's office into the communal hall, currently empty. Hicks would probably be in the alcove, making sure Barry traveled alone. Venna probably studied again, while the brat hopefully hid. The tension on Agot's scalp eased as he dragged her to the courtyard and shoved her to her knees on the flagstone. Barry bellowed, come out, wherever you are!" He drew the attention of Hicks, who clambered down the ladder, hand on the head of her hammer as she snapped, "What do you think you're doing?" The grip in Agot's hair returned, yanking her head back. "Where is the girl?" "What?" Hicks's words cut off as a blade went to Agot's throat. "Give me the girl with the purple eyes, or your mater dies." "There is no child," Hicks stated. "Liar!" The blade dug a bit deeper into Agot's flesh, hard enough to break skin. Warm wetness trickled. "Stop!" Hicks huffed, clearly horrified as she took a step closer, hands reaching. "No closer. Your mater doesn't have to die. Just give me the girl." "There is no girl here," Hicks spoke carefully, cautiously. The knife at Agot's throat eased, and for a moment she thought perhaps he'd see reason. Wrong. He shifted the knife that he might plunge it into her. She didn't feel it at first, and had to look down to see the spreading wetness and, from the center of it, the hilt of his dagger. Hicks screamed, "Bastard!" She ran for him, hammer swinging. Barry shoved Agot from him and met the attack. Face to the ground, Agot could only hear, not see, the fight. But she knew who won when Hicks dropped to her knees, wailing, "Agot, hold on, I'll get the brat." The minutes went by slowly, but her blood flowed quickly, her eyes shut as she labored for breath, her lungs filling with fluid. A scrape, and then Barry's leering face, one eye swollen shut, his mouth bloody as he stood over her. "Lying whore. Where is the child?" "May the abyss take you," she spat instead. His sword rose, and she could only watch it fall. The last thing Agot heard was the scream, then nothing. Nothing but a soft voice saying, "You served me well, daughter. Sleep now." Part 2. Journey. The attack and subsequent death led to the Ninth Shield Abbey being deserted, left to the creeping tendrils of mist and the voices seeping from it. The survivors fled, forever changed, a cog in a prophecy only starting to churn. Chapter 14. Blood. So much blood everywhere. And then there was the screaming, but worse, the silence after. Agot woke suddenly, momentarily confused. The dream still vivid, even after all this time. The horror of it unbearable, and all because the wrong man had been allowed into the Abbey. That man didn't leave it alive. More than a decade ago, fearing repercussions, they'd abandoned the Abbey, lest the king send soldiers that might not believe the abyss had taken the major knight. They'd worried for nothing. Not a single word was ever heard about the soldier. No search ever conducted. Apparently, the king's elite had better things to do than track down a missing man. Still, that day had changed the course of their lives. Exiting from her room, that of a simple acolyte, she moved to the dining hall, only to be stopped by a whispered, "Psst, I need a word with you." A peek to the side showed Venna, gray hairs wisping around her face. The last decade had been hard on her. She peered anxiously from a partially opened door. Agot debated ignoring her because chances were, and knowing Venna, it involved drama, and Agot hated drama. A hatred of theatrics was why they couldn't live in an occupied rim abbey, and chose to clean out and inhabit one of the cliff ones about halfway down, which was as far as the order would agree to supply, or she'd have returned to the familiar ninth. Years of work and making a difference with monsters, not to mention an influx of orphans, had led to a renewed interest in becoming a sorare of the shield. They'd gone from a handful of women in their particular abbey to almost 20 strong, mostly because the other abbeys sent the overflow, the least manageable sorares, to them. Some of the friskier acolytes made good shield sorares. Those who didn't acted as screaming fodder while the fighters took care of the monsters that came creeping. More and more creatures, all the time. They could have used 10 times the number of sorares these days, and it still might not have been enough to fully protect. The monsters appeared never-ending, and were getting stronger. The sigils they'd planted along the path so long ago no longer had the same potency, and they didn't have the ability to renew them, not anymore. They hadn't had access to magic in years. "Would you get in here?" Venna snapped, reaching for Agot and dragging her into a room that already held Hicks, wearing the robes of Mater. Agot had no interest. Let Hicks deal with all the annoying crap that came with wrangling people who whined or wouldn't listen. Agot was of the opinion they should just slap any of the acolytes who got vapors when they had to confront a monster. Crossing her arms, Agot eyed her sorors. What's wrong now? Who's causing problems? She mentally went over the 17 other women, and in some cases, young girls, living with them. She's at it again, Venna muttered. No need to ask who. Acolyte Belle, the bane of her existence. What is wrong with that girl and following simple instructions? It's as if she wants to be punished. Agot grumbled. It might be the only option. She's refusing to do any chores. When I add more for disobedience, she mocks me and dares me to hit her. And, of course, no one punished because sorors didn't hurt sorors, even disobedient ones. Agot waved at Hicks. So, give her a lecture. Pour on the guilt. You're the mater. Be materly. Do you think I haven't tried? Hicks grumbled. Have you reminded her that she took an oath to obey? Agot asked. Most people took promises seriously. I did. And she's now claiming she was coerced. But that's not the worst part. How could it be any worse? Belle's eyes turned purple. Agot froze. When? She woke up with them just this morning. I thought we were past the age we needed to worry about that happening, Agot muttered. Usually the purple eyes manifested during adolescence. Belle had shown no signs in her teens, and now as a woman in full bloom? It wasn't something Agot had ever seen or heard of. Venna interrupted Hicks. You have to talk to her. She insists that since she just missed the Vionox festival, she should go to the Citadel and present herself. Is she stupid? Agot couldn't help but blurt out. Do you really have to ask? She can't go, because chances were she wouldn't keep her mouth shut about the 2 other girls with purple eyes, currently hiding at the Abbey. Not everyone wanted to donate their lives to the king. Obviously she can't, and I told her that, but she's insisting. Hicks snapped. Loudly, Venna added. Why would she want to volunteer? Has she learned nothing? Because Agot sure had since the death of the Major Knight. For one, Barry's actions indicated the king condoned his soldiers killing shield sorors. And second, she'd discovered why the king took the purple-eyed. And it wasn't a pleasant life for the women. Rather than dwell on the past, Agot rubbed a spot between her brows, starting to get a crease from constant worry. I'll talk to her. A task she dreaded. How the girl got to be so unlikable she'd never understand. She'd been taught the same tenets as every other acolyte, but as she got older, she got mouthier and more insistent that she didn't belong. She might be right. Belle didn't prove hard to find. The girl had hair dark as night, skin pale as the mist, and eyes a vivid mauve instead of brown, beautiful and stubborn as all get out. Agot could have approached the matter gently. However, she'd long ago learned she couldn't be the weak one. She left softness to Venna. What's this about you not doing chores? Agot barked. Belle turned a sullen expression her way. Chores are for the peasants. You are a peasant, Agot reminded. These eyes say I'm not. The chit lifted her chin. As an acolyte, you serve the goddess, which means you do what you're told. I am not mucking out the barn or toiling in the kitchen. It's bad for my complexion. Belle's nose wrinkled, and Agot wondered when the girl had gotten such ideas inside her head. Agot and the others had certainly never taught her. At times like this, Agot missed the solitude and simplicity of the ninth shield. You want to know what will ruin your complexion? My handprint on it. Agot snapped. You wouldn't dare, huffed the young woman. Listen here, acolyte. And yes, she enunciated it. You will do what you're told when you're told, or there will be consequences. You can't tell me what to do anymore, just like you can't stop me from going to the king's city. Belle lifted her chin. Go there how? With what money? I don't need any with these. She pointed at her purple eyes. The king's laws say, you can't stop me. Think again. That surprised the girl. You have to present me. It's the law. Law? Agot scoffed. You should thank us. You don't know what you're asking, what they'll do to you. You mean let me live in a castle? As a prisoner, Agot's lip curled, with food and clothing and no chores. We feed you and clothe you. Barely. The girl tugged at the rough wool of her gown. Do material things matter more to you than your life and freedom? Freedom? The girl sneered. If I were free, I could do as I please. Why do you even care? You should be thanking me. As my guardians, the abbé will be richly rewarded once I'm received by the king. Rewarded? Those the king takes are prisoners. He will steal everything you have. Your freedom, your life, your youth. How would you know? You're just an old lady, Belle retorted. The past decade had not been kind to Agot, who now appeared older than Hicks and Venna. You'll regret it if you go there, flatly said. You're just jealous. Agot's brows arched. Of what? Everything? You don't remember what it's like to be young. Belle tossed her hair, reminding Agot of the grays threading her own. She wasn't alone in aging. Hicks and Venna showed the signs as well, getting older more quickly than was normal, since they'd lost the access to the magic that had kept them young. She shut her mind rather than dwell on that particular part of her past. I know more in my little finger than you have in your entire body, you ungrateful chit. How am I being ungrateful? The sorcerers of the shield took you in and cared for you, Agot pointed out. I didn't ask to be left here, Belle spat. And you make me wonder if perhaps you should have fed the monsters in the mist. Agot snarled right back. She wasn't about to pander or mollycoddle. How had they raised such a spoiled brat? Threatening me? Wait until I tell the king. You'll never meet him. I'm going, the girl stamped her foot. Agot snorted. You are throwing a tantrum and I won't stand for it. Consider yourself on latrine duty for the rest of this season. I hate you. Hate me all you like. I'm just trying to keep you safe, Agot said to a retreating back. Let the girl go and sulk. Agot had better things to do. Emerging from the abbey, situated a full day's walk down the mountain, she stared over the ledge at the mist floating almost level with it. It hovered high these days, even with the sun's out. The fog kept rising, a few inches every year, and with it, the creatures. If the hammering against their wards continued, they might have to abandon the abbey for the rim, a last line of defense that, if broken, would let death spill unchecked into the king's valley. Her sorcerers found her sitting on the edge, looking at the mist hovering far enough below to look benign. How did it go with Belle? Venna asked softly. How do you think it went? Was Agot's sardonic reply. Did you shove her off the edge? Hicks peered down into the abyss as if she could see the elusive bottom. This ledge didn't have a tree like the abbey long abandoned. Instead, the platform held crenellations, the mortar of it showing recent repair, and the sigils of defense that barely glowed anymore. No, I didn't push her off. Agot sighed. But I was tempted. And then I reminded myself what it was like to be her age. Does it help? Hicks asked, No, because she'd made all kinds of mistakes, and despite all her knowledge, didn't seem able to stop another young girl from making the same ones. What are you going to do? A question she kept asking herself. This holding pattern they'd been indulging in couldn't last forever. Something had to give. She'd rather it not end badly again. I don't know. She really doesn't want to be talked out of it. She's convinced it's all pretty dresses and pastries. If it weren't for Cora and Neely, I'd say let her go. Agot agreed, but they couldn't risk Belle telling the king they'd been hiding 2 more girls with the purple eyes. Any more luck deciphering that scroll I found for you? Agot asked. Venna kept trying to translate the old books brought with them from the 9th, to no avail. Whenever Agot went somewhere, she sought out old texts for Venna to study. Venna shook her head. That last one was a ledger of marriages and births. Irritation boiled within. There must be something, somewhere, that talks about how our ancestors fought back against the mist and the monsters. Agot had been searching the abbeys, entering even the long-abandoned ones, looking for information. If only I could translate those old tomes. I'm sure the answer is in there. Venna's lips turned down. I could go back to the 8th and 9th, have another look, Agot offered. She remained convinced there had to be more hidden chambers or even cubbies. She'd found a few over the years. You've searched them a dozen times already, Hicks reminded. There's nothing there. Maybe. It wouldn't hurt to take another look. Not to mention I can check on the sigils, see how many we've lost since my last trip. It had been more than a year since she'd gone to the bottom of the trail. It's too dangerous now, Venna reminded. Remember the last time? She did. She'd fought off some monsters, gotten a new scar. I can't sit around and do nothing. She glanced over the edge at the roiling mist. If we're going, then we should go now while the morning is still young, Hicks stated. You can't come. You're needed here. A mater's duties and all that, Agot reminded. That brought a scowl that was echoed by Venna when Agot added, and before you volunteer, we can't lose the only scholar we have either. As mater, I am commanding you not to go alone, Hicks decreed. Wasn't planning to. I'll bring Belle with me. Perhaps a bit of real danger will smarten her up. That arched Hicks's brow. You mean scare her into line? You have another idea? No, take her. At this point, if a monster eats her, then I can only assume it's the goddess's will. Venna wasn't as gullible anymore. Almost dying did that to a person. Belle, of course, assumed having to accompany Agot was a punishment. Why do I have to go? The 9th shield is far. You're young. There might be monsters. Most likely. You'll earn some valuable fighting experience. Belle scowled. I'd rather work on my embroidery before I meet the others at the Citadel. Agot lost her temper and grabbed the girl by her robe. She slammed her against the rock wall. Listen up. You are an acolyte of the goddess, the shield that protects the weak. The young woman lifted her chin. I am no longer her servant. I quit. Your vows are for life. Circumstances change. Agot could only shake her head. They do, and not always for the better. You would do well to remember that. Chapter 15. In the end, the sullen woman followed, and Agot hoped she wouldn't feel a knife in her back. After all, they were both armed in case of a monster attack, a possibility even during the day. The mist pushed against the magic guarding the path and obscured it in spots. The farther they traveled from the safety of their home, the more Belle clung. The sigils that still functioned barely held back the fog that rose from the abyss, thick and swirling, not the pure white they saw above during the day, but darker, with hints of swirling gray and black that muffled all sound, ominous enough that it stifled Belle's complaints, who knew it only took putting her in peril to render her quiet. They paused just past midday at the entrance to the 8th Abbey. Its door cracked wide open and ominous. Agot didn't bother entering. The last time she'd gone in there, a nest of spiders had taken over. Albino things with too many legs and hundreds of faceted eyes. Their spit paralyzed. Their webs couldn't be unstuck. The only good thing? They hated light, even the daylight that filtered through the mist. So long as she and Belle stayed out of the Abbey, they should be okay. They ate and drank in silence. Nothing moved. Not a sound occurred. But Agot would have wagered they weren't alone. The skin on her nape prickled. Someone watched, which meant she had to remain alert for the attack. They moved quickly to finish the second half of their hike, knowing the light faded. She wanted to be secured in the next abbey before the monsters truly came out to play. The mist licked and curled over the 9th's ledge. The tree, gnarled and bare of leaves, was a sad reminder of how things had changed. The door to the abbey remained closed, but that didn't mean anything. They couldn't lock it when they left. She braced herself before entering the gloomy place. The Solaris stone she pulled from her pouch illuminated the courtyard shrouded in shadow. With no one to open the shutters during the day for light, the plants were all desiccated, the floor covered in the dust and detritus of long-dead leaves. She saw signs of recent rodent inhabitation, small pellets of scat loosely littered, and the bones of small animals. Belle stuck close, as Agot did a careful walkthrough of the main floor, in and out of bedrooms. The doors to the chambers left closed. The mater's office remained as she remembered, if dustier. One by one, she checked the other rooms in use during her time, all bare, as they'd stripped them to supply the 7th. Let's check the catacombs. Finally, Belle balked. There's nothing down there. Then why are you afraid? Agot asked, leading the way. Belle chose to follow, if reluctantly. This place feels wrong. Agot cocked her head as if listening. What you feel is the age of it, the spirits left behind by the people who've come before. You mean the people who died here? I don't like this. Belle hugged herself. You used to be braver when younger, Agot remarked. When I was younger, I didn't have a sense of mortality, the girl retorted. A good point. Bravery was easy until the first time someone got hurt or truly scared. Remember our lessons and you'll be fine. Fine? I'm aware that some of the monsters have managed to wipe out whole legions. That's way more people than the two of us. Those kinds of beasts are too big to fit in here, Agot scoffed. Not that size was the only danger. She kept an eye open for webs. The catacombs appeared untouched compared to the rest of the abbey. Even the rodents seemed to be steering clear. The sigils here remained potent, a credit to whoever had originally imbued them with magic, given their age. Agot peeked in all the chambers but for the one blocked off where the breach had occurred so long ago. Are we done yet? Moaned Belle. No. What are we even looking for? This place has been stripped clean. We are looking for clues. A secret room would be nice. Agot found nothing. No cracks that might lead to more books. No hollow spots behind walls. Eventually, even she had to admit there was nothing to find. They camped in the catacombs for the night, which led to more grumbling. Perfectly good beds upstairs. But down here with the sigils was safer. Agot tuned the girl out and slept, her dreams full of running red blood. Violent death. Betrayal. Still in the grips of that rage, Agot woke suddenly, the dimming Solaris stone showing that Belle was nowhere near. The damned girl hadn't stuck close like she had been told. Grumbling, Agot poked her head in every side cavern, making sure the girl hadn't simply chosen her own spot before heading back to the main level. She found the chit sitting in the courtyard, staring at herself in a chunk of mirror, which prompted Agot to bark, "Drop it!" Belle didn't listen, but rather hugged the shard to her chest. "I found it! It's mine! It's not a toy for you to play with." Agot lunged, and after a brief tugging war, she tucked it into a leather pouch. Belle didn't take the loss gracefully. She stamped her foot. "You're being unfair. Why do you even want it? It won't work for you." The odd phrasing had her tensing. What won't work? "The mirror. It's only for special people like me." "And how would you know that?" "Because the man in the mirror said so." Agot's heart went from almost stopped to thumping very fast. "And of course, you believed him," she sneered. "You wouldn't understand. You're not special like me." Belle tossed her head. Something snapped in Agot, and she strode from the ninth shield, past the gnarled tree now dead, its branches barren. Once she reached the edge, she pulled the shard of mirror from her pouch, and as Belle screamed, "No!" she tossed it over the edge before turning to arch a brow. "Now you're nobody again. Happy?" "I hate you," uttered with all the jaw-tensed intensity Belle could manage. "I can live with that. Let's try and get home before nightfall. Or would you rather sulk a while and see if your tantrum attracts a monster?" "I hope something eats you." Not as much as Agot wished the same in return, and immediately felt guilty. She'd sworn to serve the goddess and to protect those under her, even annoying ones. But at times like this, why did she insist on helping a woman who fought her every inch of the way? As they began walking up the path, a cool breeze fluttered by her cheek, drawing a shiver. She glanced over her shoulder and saw nothing but the creeping tendrils of mist sweeping over the path in translucent swirls. Even as she looked, the sigil, barely sputtering, extinguished. The mist poured into the hole left behind. "Move, quickly," Agot hissed, as she pulled a dagger and began jogging. Belle kept pace and quiet by her side. They couldn't outrun the mist, not with the sigils blinking out as they reached them, and then they started winking out ahead. Bad, so bad. But Agot said nothing aloud, not even when the fog swirled around their ankles and crept up their legs. It undulated ahead of them, obscuring parts of the path. "Be ready," Agot whispered, for her senses screamed that danger was near. When the monster lunged from the fog, it found Agot more than ready, her long dagger slashing at a spindly limb, hairy and tipped with a single claw. The creature uttered a scream of pain and rage as she scored a hit, but rather than retreat, it attacked, a monster of too many teeth in a mouth open wide and craving her blood. She ducked and sliced again. Its heavy carapace made killing it hard. However, she'd fought monsters like this before, terrifying the first few times in battle, until realization hit that it took only a few severed limbs to even the odds. Lop off one leg and it struggled to keep its balance. Once she ran around and dove for it, severing a second, it hobbled brokenly. After that, it wasn't difficult to topple it off the edge. For a moment, she stood still, listening. Had it come alone? Experience had taught the bigger the creature, the less likely it worked with others. She heard nothing, and yet her nape still prickled. She whirled to see Belle standing a mere stride away, knife still in its sheath, utterly useless, and unapologetic about it. "Thanks for your help," was Agot's sarcastic rejoinder. I, Belle stuttered before saying, "Sorry. I thought I heard something up the path, and," Belle shrugged, "guess I was wrong." At the claim, Agot glanced past her at the mist thinning, as the sigils suddenly worked once more. Odd. "We should go before the fog returns with more monsters," which led Agot to wonder, was it the mist that had brought the creatures, or was it the other way around? Belle remained quiet by her side all the way back to the Abbey. In retrospect, Agathe should have questioned more. But she had other things to worry about, such as a visit from the King's elite less than a month later. Chapter 16. An acolyte named Joyka alerted them to the soldiers' arrival. Her sharp cry of, "King's men!" halted everyone in their tracks. The rush was on as some of the sorères ran to change into clean robes. Others tidied the courtyard. The cooks were told to add more food. Agathe strapped on some weapons and made sure their purple-eyed acolytes, especially Belle, were hidden. As Mater of the Seventh Shield, Hicks was the one to greet the soldiers. The leader was tall and impressively wide, bringing with him not the usual 3-soldier complement, but 7 heavily armored men. Only the leader removed his helmet as Hicks greeted him. "May the sun's rising clear the mist. Welcome. How might I provide aid to our sovereign's fine soldiers?" Hicks declared.
"I am the king's right hand, General Knight Merrick," a gruff introduction by the big burly man.
The name aroused a rustle and whispers in the watching sorères and acolytes, with good reason. It was Venna, flanking Hicks, who exclaimed, "You're the leader of the famed Ghost Brigade." He inclined his head.
"Guilty as charged."
The Ghost Brigade was known for its daring deeds, repelling monster attacks with little damage or casualty, and even rappelling down into the mist, seeking out the caves and crevices that hid nests too close to homes. Sometimes they even rescued alive those who had been taken. The trophies they brought back, and their many victories, had impressed the people living in King's Valley, who in this new age of uncertainty sought out heroes and worshipped them unquestioningly. However, Agathe wondered how the Ghost Brigade always seemed to know when and where their services would be needed, and what did it mean that they'd appeared here now? More than one impressionable acolyte with cocked hips and fluttering eyelashes eyed the man, old enough to be their father. If he stayed the night, Agathe imagined more than one would grace his palate, and some might bear the fruits of that betting. Agathe wouldn't be one of them. She knew better than to trust a king's soldier. She stood off to the side, eyeing the big knight and his men. She also kept watch on the open door at their back. It had been a while since daytime guaranteed safety. To their credit, the Ghost Brigade paid attention to the fact that the abyss loomed not far away. 2 of the general's men faced it, armed and ready. The others watched the other directions, wary, watchful. They'd be hard to fool. Hicks kept her hands folded inside her sleeves. "Have you brought us important news, General Knight?"
"Of a sort. I am actually here to retrieve something."
"Oh?" Hicks didn't say anything more. It forced him to speak again.
"We are seeking those with the purple eyes."
"The festival isn't for months yet," Hicks replied, feigning calm. Only the fact that Agathe had known her for so long betrayed her.
"The king cannot wait that long."
That arched Agathe's brow, and she couldn't help a sarcastic retort. Did he already run through this year's batch? Okay, that might have been a tad more acerbic than necessary. The general smiled at her, a cold thing that didn't make it to his eyes.
"You speak of things you do not understand."
"Then why not educate me?" She paused before adding, "Or is that information above your pay grade?" The last brought an ooh that wasn't exclusive to those watching. Even his men took note. Now he'd have no choice but to act, or appear weak in front of everyone.
"Have we met?"
he asked. She stared at him, and for a moment she wondered if they had met before. Then she firmly said, "No."
"Are you sure? Because you seem to think you can speak to me rather familiarly. Or you've forgotten that the king's soldiers should be addressed by rank. Or as Sir."
Agathe clenched her fists. She should have let Hicks handle this alone. Causing trouble wouldn't help the situation. And yet she couldn't help herself. She refused to accept the status quo, not when it caused harm. "Sorry, sir," spoken through gritted teeth.
"I'm still waiting for your name."
"That's Sorer Agat," Hicks interjected, "and she means no harm."
"I'll be the judge of that. Let us adjourn to discuss things somewhere more private. The mater's office will do."
He didn't wait for permission but strode away. The arrogance stunned. And yet it was Agat's own fault. She'd pushed him into acting. Now he had no choice but to regain face. As they followed the general knight, who oddly enough didn't bring his entourage, Hicks sidled close to hiss, "Stupid." "I know." Agat muttered, "So very, very stupid," added Venna on her other side, "which is why I'm going to wrangle the acolytes and sorors before the rumors get out of hand." "I'd worry more about Belle," Agat murmured. As the general went into the mater's office, no hesitation, as if he had every right. His pompous ass was seated in Hicks's chair when they entered. Agat opened her mouth to lambaste him, but Hicks put a hand on her arm and squeezed it. "General Knight Merrick, so glad you made yourself comfortable. There is a bottle of something that warms the belly in the bottom drawer of the desk, if you're interested," Hicks offered. He arched a single dark brow.
"I thought the Shield sorors didn't drink."
"There is much people don't know about us," Hicks replied, seating herself on the hardback chair in front of the desk. Agat chose to lean in a corner, pretending casualness, looking benign even as she was anything but. Her loose robe hid the fact that she wore leathers and weapons that remained sheathed. Her tongue was the only razor-sharp thing she needed at the moment. The knight eyed them and said nothing, playing a game to see who would talk first. Hicks broke. "Can I offer you anything?"
"I've already stated I'm here for the purple-eyed."
"Since when are they collected?" "The law says only that they must be presented at the festival each year." Agat couldn't help herself. "It's almost a year before the next one."
"The light showing at the last festival resulted in a decision to collect them early," the general stated.
Agat took note of his appearance. Shaggy dark hair, bright, almost clear blue eyes, a square jaw, familiar, and yet she knew they'd never met. "Isn't that breaking with tradition?"
"It's happened before."
"I don't recall ever hearing about it," Agat pointed out, taking note of his battered armor. She already knew his reputation pegged him as a fighter. Seeing the dents, though, indicated that those rumors might be true.
"You've probably never heard of it because it's not something that happens often."
The flat way he spoke angered.
"It shouldn't happen at all,"
Agat spat. "It's barbaric. Taking children from their families. And for what? Because their eyes happen to be a certain color?" She deliberately ignored the fact that the purple iris tended to indicate an affinity for magic. That wasn't common knowledge.
"The people offering their children aren't complaining."
"I am," Agat pointed out.
"I don't see why. It's not as if you need to worry."
Her lips thinned. "I speak for those who are too afraid to speak for themselves."
"And do they want you interfering?"
"They don't know what they're agreeing to."
"Neither do you."
He waved a hand encased in a heavy gauntlet. "At any rate, you're wasting your time." Agat would never sacrifice anyone. The king had proven himself to be unworthy. She had only to remember all the blood and pain he'd caused, trying to get another purple-eyed as a reminder.
"Are you refusing to comply with the king's orders?"
"Not my king." She lifted her chin. Hicks jumped in to add, "We serve the goddess, making us apart from many of your laws."
"You are citizens of King's Valley. Count yourself lucky that the king has, thus far, made concessions."
"Like what?" Agat blurted out.
"He lets you keep the abbés, for one."
The arrogance of the statement had both of the women gaping before Agat exclaimed, "He lets us do nothing. We serve the goddess."
"Serve her all you like, so long as you obey."
The pompousness had Agat seen red.
but she managed to dig her nails into her palms to blurt out her next statement. He can order all he wants. Doesn't mean we'll obey. On this, you will. Hand over the purple-eyed, or else. Or else what? The general's expression appeared bored as he said, I'll kill everyone who stands in my way.
Chapter 17.
You'll have to get through me. Agot made no attempt to temper her tone. She would have thrown herself at him and caused all kinds of bloody trouble with her blades if Hicks hadn't stood in her path.
Calm down.
Move! Agot growled. I am going to gut him.
You will do no such thing.
Hicks huffed. He just threatened to kill us. Only if you don't hand over the purple-eyed, the eavesdropping bastard had the nerve to point out. Agot peered around Hicks to glare at the general. Stay out of this. He met her gaze. You will obey. And before you tell me you don't have one, I have it on good authority that you do. A rat. They had a rat in their midst, because only the Sorairs knew about their purple secret. Agot would root them out and have a word. Traitors had no place in an Abbey of the Shield if they couldn't respect the number one rule. Protect thy Sorair. Well, he drawled, you going to deny it and force my hand? Agot wanted to. Then if he did follow through and attack, she would be justified in carving out his heart. Something of her thoughts must have been on her face because Hicks took matters into her hands. I'm surprised you heard of our purple-eyed Sorair. Her eyes only changed recently, hence why she wasn't presented at the festival. What are you doing? Agot growled. Hicks gave her the look that said, trust me. The sigh of acceptance drooped her shoulders. Fine. Meanwhile, the general looked triumphant. Have her brought, now.
Of course, General Knight, if you'll give me a moment to fetch her.
Fetch her? She's not a thing you can just hand over. Agot burst out. Are you defying me, Sorair? He said softly, too softly. Of course not, Hicks hastened to soothe. A moment, please, while I speak to Sorair Agot and have the acolytes sought. Hicks dragged Agot into the hall and hissed, Stop trying to antagonize him. We're not handing over any of our girls. Why not? What do you mean, why not? Because we swore we would protect them. We did. But at the same time, what else can we do? You heard his threat. He'll kill us all if we don't. Hicks made a point that penetrated, but didn't make Agot any happier. How can you so easily discuss handing the girls over? I mean, I can understand handing over Belle, but Cora and Neely don't deserve the fate awaiting them.
The General Knight never said anything about fetching 3. Hicks slyly noted, and one of them has been talking about going anyhow.
We give them Belle, Agot breathed. Awful, and yet it would solve 2 problems at once. I'm horrible. She'd feel guilty about it and pray to the goddess for forgiveness during those quiet moments without Belle's screeching. For a child raised in abbeys, she really had an unpleasant demeanor. Where had the Sorairs gone wrong? Which made her worry. What if she tells him about Cora and Neely? I'm hoping we can make her promise not to. What makes you think she will?
Do you really think she'll want to share their attention?
Agot's lips flattened. I still don't think it's a good plan. What happened to protecting her?
Be honest. She knows they're here. He's probably the one who sent out a message for them to come. If we don't let her have this, can you imagine the repercussions?
As Agot and Hicks strode into the courtyard, it was to see the main portal remained open, which brought a chill to Agot's skin, especially as it appeared to be getting dark outside. She glanced overhead to the alcove, where a pair of acolytes stood watch. The afternoon waned. Soon they'd be shuttering all the openings, preparing for the night. This abbey didn't have a room for the doorkeeper. Rather, the acolytes took turns with the instruction to never open the portal. If anyone should knock or ring the bell, they were to fetch one of the older Sorairs at once.
The big knight didn't remain in the mater's office, but emerged grim-faced and angry. He didn't yet know he'd won. It shouldn't have surprised Agot to suddenly see Belle, making a beeline for General Knight Merrick. What peeved her was that Belle threw herself on her knees and screeched, "Thank the king for sending you! I am eager to serve the kingdom." Hicks couldn't help but mutter, "Idiot." She'll end up regretting her choice. And that was the key thing. Belle wanted this. And at this point, why bother fighting? Let the king have her. And good riddance. But it didn't mean Agot could stand around watching. "I'm going to check on the lookouts," who seemed rather intent on their task. Rather than shout and ask them what they saw, Agot moved for the footholds etched into the wall and climbed. The stairs would have been easier and quicker, but she tried to stay in shape. This body wasn't exactly young anymore, and it got worse with every passing year. Reaching the alcove, Agot found the girls. The dark-haired one was Milne, and the other girl, Sashi, something or other. They were staring out the slits, not moving. "Is a storm rolling in?" she asked to no reply. A grip of Milne's shoulder showed her stiff, unresponsive. Agot frowned as she shook the girl, turning her away from the slit. Glazed eyes stared right past Agot. It could mean only one thing. "Vampire!" she yelled, now cursing the fact they only wore helmets at night. There were more than a few screams. For some, this wasn't the first time they'd encountered one. For others, the fear of the unknown terrified. The ghost brigade, of which 4 had remained outside, trotted in. A pair flanked the open portal, and the others fanned out from it. All wore thick metal helms. The sorairs put on what they had, which in some cases was only a leather cap. "Why aren't they closing it?" Agot muttered, as she quickly climbed down. Her long stride brought her within berating distance. "Shut the door!" No one paid her any mind. Were they also mind-captured? "I said close the damn door, you idiots! Don't let the vampire in!" To think the Ghost Brigade had survived this long without learning the basics of defense. As she planted hands on her hips, ready to yell some more, a low voice rumbled by her ear. "They only take orders from me." Startled by the proximity, she whirled and beheld the general who'd snuck up behind her. Unlike the other soldiers she'd met, he'd chosen to remain clean-shaven, a stark contrast to those who braided sideburns to mustache and beard. He stood way too close and tall. It wasn't often Agot felt diminished by someone's presence. She moved too quickly and stumbled over her own feet. A hand shot out to steady her, and her heart pounded as she looked at him. He stared right back, a frown forming between his brows. "Are you sure we haven't met?" Tearing free, she snorted, "I think I'd remember." "You remind me of someone I used to know." "How unlucky for her," was her retort. He didn't have a chance to reply as one of his men stated, "It's here." No need to specify the "it" part. The general ignored her and strode past, shoulders broad and pace bold, yet unhurried. Unlike his men, his helm remained strapped to his belt. Hadn't he dealt with vampires before? Their mind tricks were what made them dangerous. Some had more skill at it than others, just like some people were more susceptible than others. The General Knight didn't pause in the doorway, but went right outside to meet the monster, meaning his men would never close the door now. Idiot. Not to mention, if he died, the sorairs would probably somehow be blamed. It was obviously up to her to make sure his dumbass didn't get killed. Agot stalked after him, grabbing the helm handed to her as she passed. Someone only stopped her as she went to breach the threshold.
"You probably shouldn't go out there, Sorair," said a big burly fellow with the darkest, lushest beard she'd ever seen. Rather than braids, he'd chosen to groom the strands into curls, small and tight against his cheeks, dangling and spring-like from his jawline and chin. "Someone's got to help him," she retorted. "You gonna wrestle the vampire with your bare hands or bore him with your prayer?" was the sarcastic rejoinder by the slim fellow, who bore no facial hair at all,
The lobes of his ears were pierced on both sides, a man-lover showing his availability. Funny how their society tolerated it among the males, but with women? They had to hide their preference or be banished. That was how Venna had originally joined the Shield. Must be hard toting around that arrogance all the time, she muttered. A tug at her robe's hidden seam along with a yank sent it flying to the side, tangling the bald man. She drew both of her long-bladed daggers. Finally, she saw more than boredom in the soldiers' faces. "You know how to use those pointy metal sticks?" teased the bald one as he put on his helmet. "Would you like me to gut you as proof?" The Sorairs still had work to do when it came to rebuilding their reputation. It didn't help that the Valley Abbés still refused to follow the goddess's original mandate. Agot strode out of the Abbey, noticing the wisps of mist, even though it was only mid-afternoon, and the sigils hadn't yet failed. It probably had to do with the thick banks of clouds moving to cover the suns, bringing an unnatural shadow to the land. In the King's Valley, that would bring a needed rain. For the cliffs, it meant an early night that allowed the vampire to boldly stride into view along the path, a handsome and young-looking specimen with silvery shoulder-length hair that curled at the ends. Like other vampires, he had pale skin and a thin body. They'd yet to meet any fat ones. Was a lack of food what drove them up from the abyss to feed on people? He wore all black: boots, pants, shirt, coat. The hue matched his empty eyes. The general stood waiting, hands tucked behind his back, weapon still sheathed, either very brave or very stupid. She'd wager a combination of both, actually. He didn't move as Agot neared, but a sudden twitch in his shoulders showed him aware of her at his back. The vampire proved more blatant. It flicked a glance in her direction, lost interest quickly. Good. Let it underestimate her. She began flanking it, darting her gaze between the visible threat and the rising mist from the abyss that could be concealing more. Merrick. The vampire knew the knight's name, which stunned Agot for a moment. Usually the vampires projected thoughts, and only very little speech. "You're out of bed early," the knight taunted, still weaponless. "Hungry. Smell blood. Tasty." More surprising words. Maybe she'd let it chew a bit on the night first, before she dispatched it. "Are you? Then come and get it," the knight beckoned, and the dumb vampire didn't hesitate. And neither did Merrick. He moved so fast she never saw the sword even leaving the sheath, just the result: a flying head. Okay, so maybe he had earned some of his cockiness. "Well, that was anticlimactic," was her dry reply. "Don't be so sure we're done." The sword remained in his hand as he looked around. "Tell me, Sorair, don't you find it a bit odd that a vampire this weak would risk attacking an abbey full of fighters during the day?" "It probably didn't know you were here," he snorted. "Think again. Or did you miss it saying my name?" She frowned as he pointed out the incongruity. She shifted her stance into a more battle-ready one. "You think it's a trap? There's another one out here?" "Try at least 3, maybe more. Start backing slowly toward the abbey," he advised softly. Knowing his men watched, she had to trust they'd guard her back as she began sliding backward. She paused almost immediately as a new vampire stepped from the mist. "Merrick." It moaned the same thing, and for a second she expected the general to cut off its head, only he once more surprised by instead lunging for it. He grabbed it by the shirt, dragged it up, and demanded, "How many of you are there?" It showed pointed black teeth as it gleefully said, "Legion." -2, Merrick muttered, moving faster than she could follow. Something cracked, the vampire's head lolled, and the body hit the ground.
Only then did the general join her in her paused retreat. "You should have cut it off," she said as he came alongside. "He won't recover quick enough to aid in the attack. We'll burn him when the battle is done." "Assuming we'll win?" she sassed as they came within 2 paces of the door. Rather than reply, a man overhead yelled, "Incoming!" She immediately crouched, and just in time. The thing that flew at her wasn't quite a vampire, but it wasn't all animal either. Dark fur covered its body, but it had stunted wings and a horribly humanoid face. Her dagger soon discovered it bled black, not red. It was the first of many. With the suns hidden and the mist adding extra shadow, the denizens of the abyss flowed up over the edge. Some climbed, and others flew to attack, more than she'd ever seen at once. Fangs, claws, wings, tails. This wasn't her first battle, but it proved annoying fighting alongside a man who kept getting in her way as if she needed saving. She finally had to hiss, "Stop blocking my shots!" "Just keeping you alive, Sorare. Your bumbling actions," she grunted as she swiped, "are more likely to get me killed." She darted from him, heading for an ugly creature scuttling on almost human hands and feet, but with the head of an arachnid. Agot leapt and, when she came down, penetrated its thick body. Her blade made a gross sucking sound as she pulled it free just in time. She spun and whirled, daggers in both hands, a dervish of death. Monster after monster fell at her feet, more than 6 for her alone by her count. When there was finally a lull, the General Knight yelled, "Get inside! There's more coming!" More? An attack by so many different creatures at once was unheard of. But she didn't argue. She bolted for the door, flanked by his men, who wore a layer of gore. Bodies littered the ledge, some downed with arrows, his men, obviously, since the Sorares had yet to find someone to teach that skill to the acolytes. The door slammed shut once everyone was in the abbey. His men bolted it. A few seconds later, the pounding began. Let them bang. Once morning came with the first of the suns, the monsters would have no choice but to flee. What she didn't count on was not making it to dawn. Chapter 18. With the abbey's outside door closed, it was time to regroup. Venna herded the younger acolytes into the communal hall to prepare the evening meal. The Sorares who'd fought mingled with the king's soldiers. The flirting between the sexes was expected, as was the pairing off as the evening went on. Agot, however, couldn't relax. Despite having sealed the viewing slits for the night, she chose to rest in the alcove, head leaning against the rock wall, eyes closed, listening to the noise outside. The thumps, the guttural shrieks, but most insidious of all, the whispers. It appeared at least one more vampire was on the other side of the door. She was almost tempted to listen and meet it on the field of battle, but common sense prevailed. Never fight them at night when they were strongest. As the abbey quieted, the Sorares going to bed while the soldiers chose to encamp in the courtyard, she found her quiet place invaded by the big knight, who was more silent than a man his size had a right to be. Sensing him, she opened her eyes, then narrowed them as he suddenly appeared, choosing to sit with her on the balcony, far enough away she'd have to stretch to touch him. Close enough. She scowled. "What do you want?" "What I came for." "You're despicable." "Because I'm following orders. At least I'm not a liar." Emphasis on the last part. "Can you blame me?" So feisty. She growled at the facetious remark. "You find this amusing?" "Nope. On the contrary, this constant fighting, even with those who should be allies, is tiresome." "Allies?" That arched her brow. "Since when do the king's elite have any outside their ranks?" "Since someone realized that we can't face this threat alone. We need every advantage. People like you. You fought well." "For a woman?" She couldn't help the snarky reply. "Despite your smaller stature, you did better than many men.
a begrudging compliment.
You should tell your king. He's aware of the shield sorerer's reputation, and yet he's not asked us to fight with him, she pointed out. The general shifted. Why would he bother when you're sworn to protect the valley?
A valid point. Nice to see the king's elite are more than just men in fancy metal suits. She just couldn't help herself. Something about him roused her irritation. He made a disparaging sound.
We didn't have a choice when the monsters returned.
Is it known why this is happening now? Is there a reason why it's getting worse? Despite not liking soldiers, Agot couldn't help her curiosity. A creak of metal and armor went with his reply.
The balance between the King's Valley and Abyss has shifted.
Meaning what, exactly?
It means that what used to hold back the mist is failing. As we weaken, it strengthens.
How do we shift it back?
We can't.
That sounds rather defeatist, considering you're the king's right hand. She blurted it without thinking, and for a moment, wasn't sure he'd answer. When he did, it was disparagingly.
You have no idea what we face.
I live in the 7th Abbey. Do you really think we haven't seen our fair share? Tell me why you think we're doomed. He glanced at her.
What we've seen thus far is only the beginning. More monsters are coming, vampires too, strong ones, who can penetrate even steel helmets. There aren't enough fighters left to deliver us from evil.
Before she could question him about his use of the word evil, there was a shrill scream, the kind filled with terror and pain that sent a chill through her. Monsters! A sorere ran out of the archway leading into the communal hall. It was one of the older women, hands waving, expression terrorized. It could only mean one thing. They're inside, Agot whispered, rising to her feet. Predictably, panic erupted as soreres, roused by the cry, emerged from the halls outside the communal hall. The ghost brigade, as if never truly asleep, rose and reached for weapons. Since the general knight was already using the ladder, Agot made for the spiraling stairs and took the steps in leaps and bounds. Merrick was already on the ground by the time she made it to the bottom. She trailed him as he ran for the communal hall, which had a handful of acolytes streaming from it, screaming, wild-eyed, wailing, forgetting their training. In their defense, they never expected to have bug-like creatures the size of cats clinging to their backs, mandibles dug in, and suckling. Where'd they come from? The 7th Abbey had no catacombs, not even a cellar, just a large pantry, and the walls were secure. As Agot rushed past a sobbing girl who bled from the punctures in her flesh, she noted the bug on the ground, its limbs twitching, stabbed by a soldier ahead of her. It appeared like a pesky roach, if larger and mutated with a blood-sucking propensity. Entering the main hall, she saw Hicks, hammer in hand, trying to maintain order. She'd shed her gown and, now in simple linen pants and shirt, tried to direct the disorganized soreres by waving her hand and barking orders, not that anyone obeyed, until the general yelled, "Kill the bugs! Find out where they're coming from!" He began jabbing the critters with his sword, killing them quickly and efficiently with the aid of his men and the lucid soreres, until the creatures lay dead on the floor. But they weren't done. He repeated his order. "Find out how they got inside!" It didn't take long, as more scuttled from the latrine. Entering, they found 2 dead soreres. One of the General Knight's men paled as he muttered, "Few minutes sooner and it might have been me getting the arse bitten off." Not a pleasant way to die. Of more concern, the Abbey had been compromised. They barricaded the door to the latrine and left 2 of the king's soldiers to guard it. Agot remained quiet as she trailed the knight back to the courtyard where the soreres had gathered, their sobs and wails louder than Hicks, who appeared flustered as she tried to calm them down. Just as Agot prepared to put 2 fingers into her mouth and whistle for their attention, the general knight boomed, "Quiet!" It resulted in almost instant silence, but for some sniffles, enough calm to notice a lone bug coming from the kitchen. Had they missed one? Agot headed back into the communal hall and found Merrick flanking her. "Do you think they broke through the latrine door already?" she asked. It seemed unlikely.
"More like they found another entrance," he declared as they entered and saw more bugs scuttling past the trestle tables and benches. The pantry door remained closed with the bugs trundling from the kitchen prep area at the rear of the room. They split up and worked their way to the counter and its massive sink, killing everything that moved. The drain had been cracked open so that the bugs might better squeeze through. "We need something to jam over that hole," she remarked. "Find something heavy while I poke at the ones trying to come up." She jabbed at a bug and pushed it back toward the drain before another could emerge. "You do realize it's only a temporary solution," he remarked, as he clobbered the bug squeezing past its dead cousin.
"Yes, but it's better than standing around whacking insects all night," she huffed, jabbing at the next.
"Meaning they'll just find another hole to bust through. They're coming up the waste pipes. Under how many floors do they run?"
"I don't know." She kind of assumed they went straight down.
"Meaning they could come through anywhere."
"So what do you suggest?" was her sour query.
"That you start speaking with a little more respect," he growled.
"Is the big, bad soldier feeling emasculated by the words of a mere woman?" She couldn't help but provoke him because she'd long ago vowed to never take orders from anyone, especially a man.
"It's like you want to die. Far be it from me to get in your way. Have at it."
With that, he left her alone at the sink as a wave of bugs pushed at the dead ones on top, spilling out in a wiggling mass that had Agot biting her lower lip. The first bug to reach her got slapped aside, but before she could swing again, another grabbed hold of her blade and began climbing it. She yelled as she slammed it against a shelf holding stoppered urns. Its body cracked one of them open, and liquid spilled, vinegar by the smell, useless in a fight. But she thought of something that might work. She grabbed the urn beside the shattered one. She swung it and clocked another bug. It didn't break the hard pottery, so she slapped it off the edge of the sink with its roiling mass of bugs. It cracked, and she let the oil within pour out in a slick mess that coated everything. Before she could strike a spark, a swarm of bugs erupted from the drain in a wiggling deluge that had her taking a step back. She swung and even stomped, now wishing she'd kept her mouth shut and not insulted the general. It didn't help that her pride wouldn't let her call for help. She grunted and sweated as she beat them back, realizing it would never end.
"Duck!"
the knight yelled. She didn't question, just bent low as a burning brand spun past overhead. It hit the oil-soaked sink and ignited it with flames and screams. Who knew bugs had a voice? The men guarding the latrine arrived.
"Holy barbecued critters! This entire area is compromised," the general knight declared. "Fall back to the courtyard."
Arguing served no purpose. The heat baked the flesh of her rear as she exited the communal hall. The general and his soldiers had to heave and pull the not-often-used door before it would slide shut. At least it had a mostly airtight seal. Only a faint whiff of smoke emerged, and the distant squeal of dying bugs.
"Seal off all entrances to this room,"
the knight ordered, as if he had every right. Then again, at least his men weren't a huddled mess of sobbing bodies. Of the 19 other sorères living in the Abbey, Agot counted 14 in the room. Several of them were injured. Venna moved among them, offering bandages and a kind word. This was the first time they'd suffered true casualty. To this point, they'd always emerged on top. It proved a sobering blow to the acolytes and sorères. Hicks appeared frazzled, as those remaining in the Order of the Shield looked to her for direction. "What are we going to do?" The single wailed query hung in the air, and Hicks appeared uncertain. The general knight had an answer.
"Those who can't fight or are injured, over there," He pointed to a barren spot by the wall, away from the fountain. "Lior and Nam, you're on watch." "Yes, sir." The pair went to stand on opposite sides of the room. Agot opened her mouth and shut it. "You have a problem with my orders?" The general muttered, slewing a glance her way. She shrugged. "It makes sense. Until we can ensure the Abbey is secure again, we'll repel any further attacks better as a group. And here I was looking forward to another verbal battle. Maybe teach you a thing or two about defense," he mocked. "I highly doubt you can teach me anything." "Don't be so sure of that," he muttered. "I need to speak with my men." The general left her side, and Agot joined a huddled Hicks and Venna. "Well, that was unexpected," she declared. Hicks's brow rose. "You mean unprecedented? Since when do vampires work together with other monsters to attack?" Agot shook her head. It was only a matter of time before the monsters banded. "And they found a way inside," Venna added. "Question is, what do we do now?" Hicks spread her hands. "Can we seal off the holes letting in the bugs?" Agot frowned. "Only if we stop needing latrines and running water." "Even if we started using buckets, there's the vampire. What will we do if they keep attacking? Fight back?" It seemed clear to Agot. "You do realize we only prevailed because of the general and his men," Hicks said. "Excuse me, but we would have done just fine without them," Agot huffed. "You might have. Me too. But what of the other sorors? Most have barely begun training." How could the goddess let her daughters slack so much? Agot grumbled, not for the first time. How had a fighting order become so weak? "How were we to know the peace we enjoyed would end?" Hicks countered. "We're about to have company," Venna muttered. No need to look or ask who. Her nape prickled as the general knight neared. "Mater, I'm going to need the purple-eyed at once." "What for?" Agot asked. "It's not like you can leave tonight. We're locked in until morning. This location is no longer considered secure." "More secure than the path at night," she retorted. "That's a matter of opinion." "It's fact. If it's not safe in here, then it's definitely worse out there." She pointed to the door. "I didn't ask for your opinion, Sorare. You will comply." Hand over Belle? Agot made one last attempt. What if she died in the attack? "She's not dead, and neither are the other two you've been hiding." Chapter 19. That damned rat. Not bad enough they'd spilled about one purple-eyed girl. The traitor had revealed all three? The chill inside her didn't match her light-hearted tone. "What are you talking about?" "You have 3 purple-eyed females. We require all of them immediately." How dare he demand? "I'm not just handing over sorares," Agot snarled. "You don't have a choice. The king can come here and ask himself if it's so damned important," Agot interrupted. The general leaned close, and his voice emerged low and growly. "You think the king doesn't have more important things to do than deal with a stubborn sorare of the shield? He's got a kingdom to manage, threats to mitigate." "Young women to molest? Where does he find the time?" was her retort. The general's jaw tightened. "The king does not force any woman." "Liar!" "How would you know?" Marek asked, leaning close. "Have you ever been inside the citadel?" She stared at him in a contest of wills. He expected her to bow. She probably should, but sheer stubbornness had her drawling. "There are stories about what happens." "And that's all they are. Stories." He turned from her. "Bring the girls. At once." "Yes, General Knight." Hicks chose that moment to jump in. Only as he returned to his men, did Agot round on Hicks and mock. "Yes, sir. Can I give you anything else while I'm at it? Maybe bare my throat?" "Give it a rest. Can't you see we don't have a choice?" "It's not right. We are supposed to help these girls, not hand them over.
And what else do you suggest we do? He wouldn't kill us. Agot was sure of it. Are you willing to bet lives on it? Hicks asked. Apparently, he doesn't put much stock in anyone's life. He's planning to go out there. It's still hours until dawn. It's grown quiet outside, and, for all we know, we'll be ambushed the moment we open that door. More like they'll wait until the soldiers are gone and then come after us while we're weak. Hicks had an even more pessimistic outlook. I've got an idea, Venna said, finally speaking up. What? Agot snapped. It was a terrible idea, and also the only one that might actually work. Hicks gathered the 14 remaining sorors and acolytes. Those who weren't injured began bustling around the courtyard. It was enough to have the bald fellow saunter over to ask, "What are you doing?" Telling the sorors to gather anything useful they can find. As she said it, they began converging, carrying satchels, a few wearing cloaks. Why? For the trip, of course. The General Knight said we'd be leaving. The bald man frowned. Merrick said only 3 were coming with us. Purple-eyed young women, yes. But Merrick, she drew out the name, also pointed out something I should have seen. The safety of the Abbey has been compromised. Why, without your strong sword and axe arms, we'd have never prevailed, which is why we are leaving with you. The smooth-pated fellow's mouth rounded. Come with us? Are you daft? We'll be moving too fast to protect you. You'd leave us behind without any aid? Agot pretended to be aghast. Once we're gone, the monsters will probably cease their attacks. How arrogant to assume they're only interested in men. Never said that, but don't bother arguing. It's obvious you're as sexist as your leader. Agot spat. The bald fellow gaped at her. What is your problem? Before she could snap, Venna interjected herself between them. You'll have to excuse Agot. She gets ornery when she doesn't get proper sleep. I'm Venna, by the way. And you are? Venna offered a friendly dimpled smile to the man. Zav Treeborn. Lovely to make your acquaintance. You've met Hicks and Agot. She waved at them. Then there's Marnai and... Venna named off everyone there until Zav's eyes glazed. I assure you that, despite her limp from a battle with a Clyder, Yanni won't slow you down, and Polly is an excellent scout. Zav regained his wits enough to say, You can't seriously expect to all come. Merrick will never agree. He doesn't have to, Agot snapped. We can't stay here, so we're leaving. If we happen to do so while following a squadron of King's elite, then call it a coincidence. I'd say that's smart planning, Hicks muttered. We're not stopping so you can rest every 5 minutes, Zav declared. We'd never expect it, Agot said with a sweet smile. No surprise, not long after Zav reported, the general strode over and pulled Hicks aside. It irritated Agot despite the fact that the mater ranked higher. She sidled closer just in time to hear Hicks say, Understood. Thank you. What did you thank him for? She asked, as he left abruptly, still without a glance her way. He's agreed to have us join him so long as it's understood we carry only what we can move with quickly and don't distract his men. Agot rolled her eyes, because, of course, we're going to be seducing them as we're marching at night in the mist, listening for monsters. We got what we wanted, Agot. Don't push him. But she wanted to. It might be irrational, but a part of her wanted to blame him for what had happened. Never mind the fact that, without the soldiers, they might all have perished. By the time they were organized to go, dawn neared. It was close enough that Agot said to the general, Maybe we should wait. You can wait. We're leaving. Fall in, he barked. The soldiers formed up, the 3 purple-eyed acolytes with them. Cora and Neely were wide-eyed with fright, but Belle was smug, her chin held high. Lingering by the door, her ear to the wall, Hicks glanced at Agot. It's quiet outside. Indeed, a lull had fallen. Ominous sign? Or would it mean this ill-fated adventure might have a chance of succeeding? Agot stood close as the general conferred with the big, hairy fellow he called Bear. Bear hefted a spiked mace and eyed the door before nodding. The moment it opened, Bear charged out, yelling and swinging his weapon. Had Agot not been at the right angle, she might not have seen the silver light shining from his mace, pushing back the mist, revealing the outer ledge empty of monsters. Where had they gone?
"Clear!"
Bear yelled.
"Move out!"
The big knight barked. The sorers and acolytes shuffled into rows 3 wide behind the soldiers. Unlike the purple-eyed, they had no one but themselves to guard them. Not that Agot, Hicks, and Venna needed any special consideration. While Hicks led the sorers and Venna trailed them, Agot ranged up and down the length of their queue as they quick-marched up the path. On guard, alert, dagger ready to be wielded. It would be hours before they reached the relative safety of the next abbey. Her wide-ranging scout meant she noticed Bear wasn't the only one keeping the mist at bay with his weapon. A fellow with curly red hair had a spiked ball on a chain that he swung as he whistled from the tail. Did they use magic? Agot saw no signs of purple in the air or in their eyes, and yet there was no denying their actions helped with the fog, which thickened and pressed around them. Still no monsters, no whispers, no vampires. The farther they got from the abbey, the more it bothered her. It seemed odd that they'd simply given up, especially now that their prey had emerged from behind solid walls. Eventually, the soldiers took a break from the long, hard march. The Ghost Brigade took up a loose semicircle position that had them on the edge overlooking the abyss. The sorers huddled by the stone wall of the cliff. A head count showed everyone accounted for except the general. He had disappeared, and yet no one seemed worried. While the sorers ate a snack and rested tired feet, Agot walked past the group and followed the road's curve. The mist enveloped her, filled her eyes and ears, dampened her skin, oozed under her clothes, roused her dread. She ignored it. She kept a hand on the cliff wall as she followed the path, knowing how easy it was to get lost. Abruptly, the fog cleared, and she could see. The general knight crouched on a rocky outcropping that might have been carved to appear like a bird at one time. He didn't turn to look at her. Then again, why would he? He didn't consider her a threat. She could shove him off, drive her dagger through his chest, kill the emissary of the king. And then what? Kill all his men? Maybe another time. "What are you doing?"
"Listening to the fog until you arrived. Making a racket."
She arched a brow. Says the man making himself into a target.
"There's nothing around."
"How can you tell?" She swept a hand.
"I just can."
Maybe the dawn is too close. Not that she could tell with the thick mist everywhere.
They could attack and be done before the sun burns away the fog.
Then maybe they needed to regroup. Or they're rethinking their decision to attack. After all, we did decimate their first attempt. His lips pressed into a tight line.
If that were true, they wouldn't have been outside the abbey doors for hours trying to get us to come out.
Why do you think they've retreated?
I don't know. And that's a concern, along with the fact that more than one type of monster was fighting together.
That was unusual. He glanced sharply at her.
"So that's never happened before?"
She shook her head. The smaller, dumb creatures tend to attack in groups, like those bugs. But the bigger threats, and the smarter ones like the vampires, usually work alone or with the occasional minion.
"Minion? Are you speaking of the Wren ghoul?"
He snorted.
"Mindless slaves who are an extension of a vampire's whim."
I didn't know they had a name.
All of the monsters do, although some have mutated.
Like the roaches that attacked the abbey.
Yes.
How does it happen?
Blame the abyss.
She grimaced. I assumed that. I want to know how.
Because the mist perverts everything it touches. It's a pollution that infects. Is that what happened to the vampires? Are they people who somehow got changed? No. That would be the Renghoul. The vampires are something else entirely. How do you know these things? Are there books? He rolled his big shoulders. Not many books or stories. Most of my knowledge comes from experience. If you know these things, how come they're not common knowledge? Wouldn't it be useful to teach the populace so we might better defend ourselves? Teach them what? That vampires can control their minds and make them do disgusting things? Exactly how would that help? Or do you think people paralyzed by fear is useful? The sarcasm rolled slickly from his lips. I think giving them options is a good thing. Teaching them how to fight, even better. So you would arm the people, and when they panic and kill someone who isn't a monster, then what? You can't know that would happen. His grimace deepened. It already has. The border towns have had incidents with people swinging sharp weapons before realizing who they attacked. It happens because they're afraid and don't know any better. Then why don't you teach them? Her turn to make a face. As if they'd listen to me. They would if they saw you fight. She changed the subject. Why is it Bear's weapon glows when he swings it? That drew a sharp look. When did you see that? The whole trip up the path? Him and the fellow at our back. How is it they make light that pushes back the fog? Are the weapons inscribed with the sigils for repelling it? What would you know of the symbols? She pressed her lips into a line, wondering how much to say. Just that they appear to have some effect on the mist. At least, they used to. They're getting weaker. Because the enemy is getting stronger. His turn to clamp his mouth shut as if he regretted his words. Enemy as in the vampires? I don't understand why they hate us. Who says it's hate? To them we're but food. Her nose wrinkled. It must be more than that. Last night that vampire spoke. It could think. They are abominations that must be destroyed. Has no one ever tried reasoning with them? He snorted. There is no negotiating with monsters. How would you know? Has it been tried? Do you truly believe fighting is the king's first choice? Again with the sardonic query. He's got no problem doing other inhumane things. The general snorted. And here we go with the complaining about things you do not understand. At least I'm not blindly following orders. The king is doing his best. According to whom? Me. He's a wise man. A caring man. She snorted. How would you know? After all, you have no other leader to compare him to. What makes you certain his decisions, his laws, are the best for everyone? Because the kingdoms that lacked strong leadership fell before us to the rising mist. Chapter 20. Of all the answers she expected, the one the General Knight offered blew her mind. What other kingdoms? The claim he made had to be utter nonsense. There were no other lands, only King's Valley and the Abyss, nothing else. Unbidden, a recollection of an old map on the wall in the Ninth Shield Abbey catacombs rose to tease her. There were 13 kingdoms, she stated slowly, bringing to mind some of the finer details of the drawing. But none of them were labeled King's Valley, at least not that we could decipher. Did you read that in a book? Not exactly. It was a mural on a wall. We thought it some kind of mythical place. She still did. Other places beyond the valley seemed too fantastical. It showed a world without the abyss, with lakes too big to be possible, and even an area with no green for grass or trees at all, just shades of tan and brown as if it were all dirt. It's called sand, and it gets into everything, he muttered. She blinked. You're teasing. He arched a brow, and his tone held wry humor as he replied, Do I appear the joking sort?
Her lips pressed tightly. No, he didn't.
Are you saying that mural was real? Was. Humans will never see that place again.
What makes you say that? She asked, turning a sharp glance in his direction.
Because ours is a past we can never recapture.
He leaped from the edge of the parapet, where he'd been crouched.
We should return to the others.
But I have questions.
Of course you do. Because I've said too much,
he complained. More like you never say enough, she huffed, walking quickly to keep up.
You expect a lot from someone you barely tolerate.
She could have lied, but that wasn't Agot. You're right. I don't like you. You're insufferably arrogant.
So are you.
Her jaw snapped shut before she managed a gritted, rude.
I would have called it truthful. And again, you have that same trait.
His flippant rebuttal.
You're bossy.
He laughed in reply, the implication clear. Okay, perhaps she was a little bit, but one thing she didn't do.
You obey blindly,
she accused. He paused and whirled to fix her with a stare.
Whereas you act without thinking.
I do not.
If you say so, then it must be true,
he mocked, throwing her words back in her face.
You don't know me, and yet you judge me,
says the man doing the same. He stared at her, meaning she couldn't help but stare right back. His features were striking, especially since she so rarely got to see masculine faces with square jaws, hinting of shadow bristles, a hard set of lips, sharp features, and a fierce stare that roused something in her. Merrick took a step in her direction and said in a low voice,
I know you better than you think. You are a fiercely loyal woman who would do anything for those she vows to protect. You rush into danger with no thought for yourself. You think you know so much, and yet, in truth, you know nothing.
Because you won't tell me.
Would you even listen if I did?
Maybe. He snorted and resumed walking. There was no more talk as they rejoined the group. The knights barked.
Let's get moving.
Saw everyone grabbing their belongings and falling into line. Hicks sidled close to Agot. You all right? Did he say something to you? He knows things about the mist and the abyss. Really? Like what? He wouldn't say. Wouldn't? Hicks chuckled. And you didn't gut him. He can't talk if he's dead. A callous way to speak, especially since she'd only rarely killed actual people. Vampires with their human faces didn't count. Be careful how hard you push him. Afraid he'll snap? He's not a man quick to anger. I don't see how asking him a few questions about the current situation would rouse his temper. Because you're the one asking, Hicks grimaced. You're not exactly genteel when it comes to dealing with him.
You know I'm not fond of soldiers.
I think everyone is aware by now. You might want to try subtlety. That's akin to lying. It's called being polite for the sake of peace, Hicks exclaimed. Not that hard a concept. The rebuke stung, but it also caused Agot to reflect on her actions. Perhaps she was a tad bit acerbic, and oddly enough, she'd swear Merrick enjoyed it. I think Venna's waving for you. She drew Hicks's attention elsewhere. Think about what I said. Don't cause trouble, her mater ordered before stomping ahead to join the Sorairs. As the group started to move, Agot planned to range ahead, scouting for danger. Only as she passed Zav heading the pack, did she realize the General Knight didn't lead. A glance back showed him bringing up the tail. A change from before. Had he seen or heard something? Shifting to the side, Agot halted and let everyone pass. Hicks turned a questioning gaze on her and arched a brow. Agot waved her on. She stood on the edge of the road in a spot where erosion had narrowed it. She glanced down and saw a fair distance before the mist obscured everything. It used to be a person could see all the way down to the Ninth Shield Abbey, and even farther. Not anymore. Not for a long time. And if Merrick could be believed, there used to be a time they could have seen to the bottom. She had to know more. Merrick ignored her as she fell into step beside him. She dove right in, unable to let their conversation go. "Tell me about the other valleys and kingdoms." For a moment she thought he wouldn't reply. Then a slow, "For one, they're not all valleys. One isn't even on a mountain. It fell first when the mist began spreading." "How is it I've never heard of them? Not by rumor or even in a book." "Why bother to learn about places that are lost?" "Did we used to be able to travel to them in the past?" "There was a time this entire world was free to roam. Back when the mist didn't exist, before the monsters." Sounds like a fairy tale.
"You could say that, and we know how those end."
Badly. Rather than say that aloud, she instead asked, "Were the other lands like King's Valley?"
"That's a rather broad question. If you're asking if they had people, then yes, towns and cities, perhaps with different laws than here. It depended on the person ruling at the time."
"Let me guess. All men. It's sexist."
"More like practical. A kingdom needs someone strong to maintain order and prosperity."
Agot grumbled. "Women are just as capable of ruling as men."
"There are other reasons why the ruler has to be male."
"Name one."
"Because women aren't fighters."
She snorted. "Says you. I've been doing well so far."
"There's more to battling than swinging a sword."
"A good thing, because otherwise our king would be in trouble. Rumor has it he's not been seen in battle once."
"The king is busy with many matters."
"You'd think keeping his people safe would be the most important."
"That is the job of the elite. We are the king's sword."
"More like his henchmen, kidnapping young girls, ruining their lives."
"You know nothing of what you say."
"Then tell me why you take them."
"It's not your place to know."
The words were bitten out with irritation. She might have pushed him too far. Did she stop? "Have you ever thought of challenging his orders?"
"No. But I will say, if you're that damned unhappy about them, why don't you tell him how you feel?"
As if the coward would see me. "I've heard he never leaves the citadel." And those who met him described him as big, imposing, and always wearing a golden helm. For some reason her remark seemed to amuse Merrick.
"If he were a coward, the kingdom would have been lost years ago."
"You know him?"
"Yes. About as well as I'd say you know your mater. I'm surprised she got the job and not you. You seem to be quite opinionated."
"I'm not interested in ruling."
"So you claim, and yet you appear in charge with your sorors."
"I obey the goddess via the mater."
"A mater who seems to listen to you."
Observant of him. "Because she values my counsel." How had they gotten off track? She was the one asking questions. "What happened to the paths between the King's Valley and the other places?"
"The mist. At first, it started as a simple fog, spreading out over the roads and trails. Not a big deal. Travelers got lost. In the beginning, they ended up finding their way. Then the monsters and the vampires arrived."
"But where did they come from?" Agot muttered.
"Does it matter? Their existence has changed the course of our world forever."
"Can it be changed back?"
"Doubtful anymore. The balance might have tilted too far."
An answer that begged even more questions. "You know an awful lot about this."
"It's hard to mount a meaningful defense when ignorant,"
says the man who refuses to recognize that women can fight.
"I said you did well. But can you say the same of the others?"
"Hicks and Venna held their ground." But he was right about the rest.
"There are books that talk about the abbés and how the Order of the Shield protected the kingdom from the monsters back when the mist was a problem. It would seem the sorors lost their way."
A truthful rebuke that filled her with shame. "We've been trying to change, but have met resistance. It's hard to make people believe in strife and urgency until it affects them. It doesn't matter how many times we remind them that protecting the valley is our purpose."
"Your histories." What do they say about the mist?
He asked. Not where it comes from, if that's what you're wondering. The story of our goddess begins when the mist is already an everyday part of our lives. The goddess, Nimue, supposedly began life as the wife of a shoemaker. She lost her husband and children to monsters in the mist. Her grief was so great she wanted to die with them. So she went into the fog at night and found a beast. In her rage, she pummeled it to death. The realization that she could fight led to her finding other widows and daughters left orphaned, introducing them to a place that would help other women not suffer as they had.
You never wondered before today where the mist came from?
He asked. Her shoulders lifted and dropped. I always thought that was simply how it is, how it has always been.
And now that you know the world used to be different,
I'm wondering how many other lies the king has spread.
You are very determined to disapprove of him, and you to defend.
How long have you been in service to the king?
Pretty much my whole life.
Surely he exaggerated. You had the purple eyes?
You already know we are the only ones who can serve.
How old were you when you were taken? His lips pressed into a thin line.
Not important.
True. The indoctrination happens at every age.
Did it ever occur to you that we serve because we want to, and believe in what the king is doing?
Meaning, you believe in kidnapping.
We believe in serving the greater good. And before you say one more word, let me remind you that you do the same thing using the name of your goddess. We are the sorers of the shield. An elite guard, yes. Same thing.
No, not the same. Because our goddess doesn't have us kidnap people because of their eyes or anything else. His tone was much too casual as he said,
So in all your time, you've never encountered an acolyte or even a sorer who rejected the order? Never had an issue releasing any who decide life in the abbey isn't for them?
It's not that simple. Some don't realize right away what it means to serve.
Compelled compliance. Again, not so different from us after all.
The trap was neatly set, and since she couldn't bluster her way out of it, there was nothing to do but retreat. I need to check on my sorers. If you'll excuse me, General Knight. She stomped off and almost missed his muttered,
My name is Merrick.
As if she cared. She planned to rid herself of him as soon as it was feasible. He'd given her some clues to work with. Now that she knew there was more information out there about the mist and its origins, she'd look even harder. There had to be a library or book somewhere with some stories, maybe even more fairy tales, since it appeared some were based in truth. She ranged ahead of the group, checking on Hicks, who was fine, Belle, who was complaining, and Venna, who huffed with flushed cheeks. As for Agot, she scouted ahead, checking the path for any signs of danger while not really expecting any. The bright sun's shine and lack of mist made it safe. She kept her pendant Solaris stone out in the open that it might charge, its glow welcome at night. They all wore one, which helped with head counts when darkness fell. She went past the wide ledge of the 6th Abbey. Its door was shut against the outside, but showed signs of warping and rot in the wooden planks. She paused a moment, listening. Perhaps once they got the sorers to safety, she should return and see if she could break her way in. She wondered what had happened to the 6th, because no one ever spoke about it, or the fact that the door was barred from the inside, and had been for more than 2 decades. The group arrived, and Zav called a halt. Water skins and dried bread were passed around. Not needing rest, Agot had left the sunny ledge to peer around the next winding corner when the screams started. Chapter 21. Agot sprinted down the trail to the group, shrill shrieks echoing in her ears. The less trained acolytes huddled by the edge of the abyss, guarded by a few of Merrick's men. The other soldiers and the sorers who could actually fight gathered by the abbey with Merrick, all crouched down, peering into a large hole penetrating the closed door.
Shards of wood littered to the ground. Venna stood to the side, wringing her hands. "What happened?" Agot barked. "Where's the mater?" Because Hicks was nowhere to be seen. "A tentacle, or what could have been a leg, shot right through the wood, punched that hole you see, and snatched Belle. Since the king's elite and their armor are too big, Hicks went in after it." "She did what?" A glance showed Zav kneeling by the general knight. The smallest of the soldiers appeared to be shedding gear in an attempt to fit through the hole. "Did she unlock it?" "Says she can't. Yelled back that it was barricaded." "Why aren't they smashing their way in? If something could slam out, then surely they could do the same to enter. Noise. They're worried about startling whatever took Belle." "Nonsense. Belle is probably yelling at it right now while they're wasting time." Zav, while slender compared to the other men, remained too big. He'd never fit, but Agot could. She shed what she could as she strode to the door. Merrick's gaze narrowed. "Don't you even think of it." "You can't stop me." She dropped to her knees and eyed the size of the splintered opening. When she would have crawled in, Merrick grabbed her by the arm and growled, "I said no. It's too dangerous." "You don't get to give me orders. Let go. You're wasting time." She tugged and he released her. Before he could halt her again, she squeezed through the jagged opening. The hanging Solaris stone around her neck emitted a soft, glowing light to guide her. The door wasn't the only obstacle. She found herself in a tangle of debris. Someone had barricaded the entrance, preventing anyone from the outside coming in. Not the most auspicious of signs. Once Agot emerged from the mess of broken furniture and other detritus, she found herself in the courtyard, barely lit by the stone. She lifted it and shone it around, straining to hear. She grimaced as Merrick yelled, "Sorare, what can you see?" "A big freaking hole," she muttered as she finally understood what had happened here. The floor had caved in from below and allowed the monster's entry. Those caught inside didn't survive the attack. They'd protected themselves in the wrong direction. May they be gathered in the goddess's embrace. Hicks stood on the edge of the precipice, illuminated by her amulet of light. As Agot moved to stand beside her, she glanced down into the tunneling hole. "I take it that's where it went?" "Yeah. I was in time to see the monster drag her into a cave partway down. They haven't moved since. You can see the slight glow of the girl's amulet," Hicks pointed. Indeed, a faint illumination appeared on the other side of the chasm. "I'll circle around and see if I can climb down. I don't know if that's a good idea. I'll be careful." She couldn't do nothing. Not if the girl might still be alive. Bang, bang. The soldiers hammered at the door. So much for keeping quiet. As she edged around the pit, she noticed the dark smears on the stone floor, as if something had been dragged to the edge. No bodies to be seen. It made her wonder if this hole had always existed under the Abbey and had suddenly given in to pressure, or if something had dug its way in. The latter seemed most likely after what had happened with the bugs in their own Abbey. As she neared the other side, Hicks yelled, "There! Right below you!" All the noise hadn't drawn any monsters yet, and Agot hadn't decided if that was good or bad. On the one hand, she preferred not having to deal with a horde as she climbed down the rock. Then again, silence didn't bode well. Perhaps the monsters were waiting for the right moment. Sigh. The things she did for her sorors, even the annoying ones. She shone her light downward and barely spotted the cave. She did, however, catch a glimpse of a ledge in front of it, wide enough for her to stand. It made a good spot to aim for. She sat on the rim and dangled her legs. "What are you doing?" Hicks asked. "Climbing will take too long." "Don't you dare!" But she did dare. Agot dangled as far as she could before letting go and dropping, praying the impact of her landing wouldn't shear the rock clean. Her feet hit with a jarring thump that had her reeling almost far enough backwards into the open space. Panic fluttered. Leaning forward, she grasped a knobby protrusion. "I can't look. Please tell me you're alive," Hicks whispered, as if there was any doubt.
The stone still shone where it dangled between her breasts. No monster eyes glinted in anticipation. While it didn't appear in plain sight, she smelled it, rancid, moist. Why did monsters have to reek? Even their meat was putrid. A pity, because with their kills, they could have eaten their fill and had some left over. Agot pulled out her dagger. "I'm going in. Can you see if the soldiers have any rope?" "On it," Hicks promised. "Don't die." "I'll try," she muttered. 2 paces into the cave showed it taller than expected. Belle lay unconscious on the ground. Alive, according to the rise and fall of her chest. What of the monster? The light of her stone showed the cave empty of anything but bones, human ones, and scraps of fabric. Barely a whisper of sound to warn her. And yet enough. Agot whirled and immediately ducked in time to see the jabbing, lance-like leg going through the air where she had stood. Armed with her dagger, she sliced through the appendage, shoving herself sideways before the ichor could drip on her face. Sometimes, monster blood burned. The creature uttered a sound to shatter ears, and Agot grimaced against it. The enclosed space made it louder and more unpleasant than usual. She slashed at the monster as it once more tried to jab her with a needle-like leg. Given it oozed, she imagined it exuded some kind of poison or sedative. Hacking at it eventually left the creature without a leg to stand on, quite literally. She kicked its twitching body into the hole that went down, and down some more, far enough she didn't hear it hit bottom. She glanced around with her Solaris stone to see if anything else lurked. Out the hole, up, down, side to side. Nothing but rock. Returning to the girl, she knelt and listened to the heart. It beat steadily. Her breathing didn't labor. A hand on her forehead showed no clamminess to the skin. Hopefully, just sedated and not poisoned. Agot dragged Belle to the cave's mouth as someone bellowed, "Belle!" Merrick hollered the girl's name. Agot peered out and up and saw Merrick kneeling on the edge of the crack, his armor glowing silver and outlining him. "How did you get here so fast?" "Bear doesn't carry that mace just for bashing skulls, you know. Stay still. I'll climb down and grab the girl." Of course, he would be worried about Belle with her purple eyes. "Don't be dense. It would be quicker if you tossed me some rope. Hold on to one end, and I'll tie her securely so you can draw her up." "Shit. I forgot the rope. Give me a moment." It was only seconds before she saw his outline moving around the hole until he stood directly overhead. The rope dangled down, loose enough that she could harness it around the girl. Once done, she gave the rope a tug. "She's good to go," she announced. "Ease her gently off the edge so she doesn't swing too hard." Even going slowly, Belle bumped into the wall a few times. Good thing she was still sleeping. Rather than wait her turn, Agot edged out of the cavern. "What are you doing?" "Climbing." "Stay in that cave. I will be done in a moment and return for you." Merrick grunted as he strained. "Wait? No thanks." Agot looked for hand and footholds to climb. She suddenly didn't want to be here any longer than necessary. All the noise and a falling dead monster was sure to draw the wrong kind of attention. Merrick hauled quickly and soon had Belle on the edge. "I'm untying the girl. I'll toss down the rope." "Get her out of here. I'm almost there." Or she would have been if the rock wall didn't suddenly turn sheer. She had to go sideways. "Would you stop moving? I'm just about done with your knots," he grumbled. "Guess we'll see who's faster," she teased, finding a better section to climb. The echo of falling pebbles didn't come from her climbing but below. Her sense of unease exploded. You might want to hurry. Forget pride. She couldn't climb and fight at the same time. Just about there. Too late. The spike-tipped appendage came shooting from nowhere, narrowly missing her calf. Damn! She did her best to half-turn and hold on with one hand. "What is it?" "Fuck." Merrick muttered an expletive as he noticed her dilemma. Agot had no time to spare him a look as she tried to avoid the jabbing monster. If it sedated her and she fell asleep, she'd fall and die.
"Hold on.
What do you think I'm doing?" She shifted so her back was flat and her feet braced. A good thing, as she needed both hands to grab the stabbing leg and hold it away from her. It left her vulnerable to the next one that punched. As the tip entered her thigh, she gasped, "I'm hit!" And so tired. She felt her muscles turning soft, limp. She blinked as a body dropped into view, kicked the monster, and grabbed her before she lost consciousness. Chapter 22. Agot woke to jostling because the person carrying her had a rolling gait. A massive shoulder jammed into her gut, yet the stench fully roused her. Not the movement. A man in need of a bath and clean furs could only be Bear. Despite the ache in her leg and her fuzzy head, she struggled. "Put me down." The giant placed Agot on her feet with a grin.
"Have a good nap?"
"How long was I out?"
2 days.
2 days. She put a hand to her leg, felt the bandage under her pants, and the ache of a healing wound. "How bad is it?"
"You will live."
Not an answer, so she took a gingerly step, then another, which was when Hicks and Venna noticed her up and about. "What are you doing walking?" Hicks admonished. Venna squealed, "Your wound! You'll reopen it." "I'm fine," Agot grumbled, bending the leg to test it. Bear stepped off to the side and pretended he needed a drink. "Fine!" Hicks yelped. "We thought you were going to die." She used Bear's words. "I had a good nap. Apparently I needed it." Hicks reached out to cuff her, and slow from her ordeal, it caught Agot on the shoulder. "You idiot! Hey, that's abuse. That's for giving me a fright." "Sorry." She really was. "Can we talk about what happened while I was sleeping?" And why the General Knight had yet to notice that she was awake? She saw him up ahead, his stride steady, even though he appeared to be carrying someone that wasn't Agot. "What's the last thing you remember?" Venna asked. "Thinking I was going to fall because that monster stabbed me in the leg?" She rubbed the spot. It ached, but not as much as she expected. Maybe it hadn't pierced her as deeply as she thought. "You're only alive 'cause the General Knight saved you. It was a sight to see." Venna clasped her hands. "He got his man to hammer the door until he made the hole big enough to go in for the rescue." "How did he stop me from falling?" "He jumped off the edge just in time," Hicks stated. "No way." Agot shook her head even as she kind of remembered it. "He did. I saw him do it. The man is insane, but brave," Hicks added. "He saved your life."
"Because he is a hero,"
Bear stated, suddenly choosing to join them.
"We should move before they get too far ahead."
"She shouldn't be walking," Hicks declared.
"I'll carry,"
Bear offered. Agot waved him off. "I can walk." To prove it, she took a step, then another. The stiffness in her body protested the movement. 2 days of sleeping had taken strength from her at a time when she could ill afford to lose any. But at least she lived. She wondered about everyone else, though. She pointed to the receding party. "We seem to be missing quite a few people. Did we suffer casualties?"
"Just you,"
Bear replied, which stung. "What kind of answer is that?" Hicks admonished him. Then she turned to Agot. "A bunch of the Sorairs decided to stay at the 5th Abbey." "We're already past it?" For some reason, she'd not grasped the fact that they followed a true road and not the cliffside one. "Yeah, we left it behind at dawn." "I'm surprised you didn't leave me with them," Agot grumbled.
"You're easy to carry," Bear scoffed.
"Have you been toting me around this entire time?" she asked.
"Nah, just today."
Then who had carried her before? If there were no casualties, then where's Belle? Because while she saw Cora and Neely, there was no sign of the girl she'd gone to save in the first place. "Belle is playing the martyr," Hicks declared.
"Despite not having any holes, she's not doing as well as you are. Insists Merrick needs to carry her. Because she's hoping he'll carry her to his bed when we get to town, Venna impishly declared. And he, of course, wouldn't say no to a young, nubile woman. Agot muttered aloud, regretting it immediately. Especially since Slow Bear caught on quickly. "Ye sound jealous." "I am not." Indignation colored the words. "It's okay. Happens all the time. Merrick's got a pretty face, and I hear he's hung almost as good as me." Agot blinked at Bear, but it was Zav who suddenly appeared from nowhere and cuffed him. "Did no one ever teach you manners? You don't talk to a sorare of the shield like that." "How about no woman at all?" Agot interjected. Bear shrugged. "In my village, men speak the truth." "He's from the marshes," Zav explained as if that were all Agot needed to know. At times, she forgot how big the valley spanned. Living in the cliffs tended to restrict one's view, and to think, Merrick claimed there used to be more places like the valley. The sheer size of it boggled the mind. "Better the marshes than the gutters of the city." Bear didn't let the insult pass. Before the fighting could continue, Hicks grabbed Bear by the arm. "The marshes, eh? I have a question for you about some mud." Venna sighed. That woman and her obsession with poultices. "I should check on the girls. Are you okay for the moment?" she asked Agot. "Fine. If I'm not, then I'll tell someone." Venna snorted. "I highly doubt that." "Keep an eye on her." "Of course," Zav said with all seriousness. Venna increased her pace to catch up to the group, aided by the downhill momentum. Hicks and Bear strode together, talking animatedly about mud. "Where are we?" A glance around showed them heading down the rim slope, following a wide, if rutted, road. Tufts of grass and weeds grew on either side. Sheep grazed in the distance as the suns edged lower in the sky, making it late afternoon. A few hours until nightfall. Did they have a secure destination? "We're on the road," Zav announced brightly. "Which road?" 4 main ones led from the rim, bisecting the land with little deviation, all leading to one ultimate place. Forested Rim. Meaning they were on the way to Forest Fort. It was impossible to get lost. Every place had a name that described it because each one was unique. It made her wonder. In fairy tales, towns, cities, and even roads often had grand and intricate names like Silitiana, a palace of white light where a female ruler lived until someone betrayed her in the story. Agot didn't know any stories that had a pleasant ending, bleak and without hope. It was a wonder anyone bothered making an effort. With that kind of encouragement, more than a few citizens preferred to toss themselves to the abyss. Fairy tales made it seem as if any effort would end in failure. Remembering her past, Agot would agree that they might not be wrong. As she stretched out her kinks, she eyed the approaching pillowy tops of the trees with their spreading and concealing branches. "Do you get many incursions past the rim?" "More and more all the time," Zav replied. "It's all we can do to keep up." "Do you know why it's happening?" Just because Merrick didn't offer a clear answer didn't mean his men didn't have theories. "If you ask Bear, he'd say it's 'cause the gods are mad." "Which gods?" she asked. She only followed the goddess. According to him, all of them. Wind god, rain, cloud, suns. Zav ticked off his fingers. She rolled her eyes. "None of those are gods." "Agreed. Gods don't exist." He was partially right. The goddess didn't show herself to men. "What do you think is causing the mist to rise?" she asked. Zav shrugged. "Don't know. Don't care. I just fight where and when I'm told." "Sounds dangerous." "Beats being a gutter rat, begging for scraps. Life expectancy is about the same, but one comes with the occasional bed and better food." "So you were born in the city?" "As far as I know. Don't remember much of my childhood." "Is that where we're going? King's City?" she asked to confirm. We are. Don't know your plan.
I'm going with you, of course. It wouldn't be proper for such impressionable young women to be left alone with men of experience. That caused Zav to snort.
They're children.
Does the General Knight know that? She asked, her gaze on the man's broad back. He'd not once turned his head to look at her. Why would he? It wasn't as if he cared. Yet hadn't he saved her in that pit?
That man's got more honor than most of us can hope for.
Men of honor didn't always do the right thing, though. She only had to remember Barry, sent by the king to steal a young girl and murder. Merrick wasn't any different. She changed the subject. How many days until we reach the king's city?
Too many if we stay on foot, but we have horses stabled at the fort.
Horses? Rare and owned by the king alone. He must truly value this squadron if he allowed their usage. Are there enough for all of us?
Nope. We'll have to double up.
It sounded unappealing to the extreme, but refusing meant abandoning the girls to their fate. The alternative was to travel with the soldiers to the citadel and possibly confront the king. Perhaps it was time. Time to make a little noise and object to what the king did with the purple-eyed. Blessed? Hardly. Night fell as they entered the forest. Agot's senses tuned outward, vibrating with tension, alert to the extreme. She'd seen no sign of danger, no hint of mist. This wasn't the cliffs, where death befell those who foolishly confronted the night in all its dark glory. The trees glowed as they passed them, the trunks covered in a moss that had spent the day charging in the suns. It did a good job of dispelling the shadows, and did much to ease her tension about being outside at night.
"We're here,"
Zav announced, having kept pace with her. Bear and Hicks trailed behind them, the pair of them with their heft weapons leaning on their shoulders. It was kind of cute. Not that she'd tell Hicks that. She might clobber Agot. The here Zav referenced was Forest Fort, and as its name suggested, it was literally a civilization nestled in the boughs of a massive specimen. The tree spanned so wide, she would probably need a good hour or more to go around it. The bole of it held hollows, some big enough for a few people to walk inside. Others were smaller, more window-like, with various textures from leather stretched taut to what appeared like cloudy glass. The town also spread among the branches with walkways and rope ladders connecting them all. A fascinating place. As they neared the tree's base, Agot noted a building alongside a platform of lashed logs on a pulley system that would lift them to the desired level. Hicks and Venna joined her as the acolytes clustered around, with Belle standing apart. Bear and Zav joined the other soldiers. And still, Merrick didn't once glance at her. "I know we couldn't talk earlier given we had company. What are we going to do?" Agot asked, since they were finally alone. "No idea," Hicks shrugged. "Everything kind of happened so fast that I have no plan." "Well, that doesn't help," Agot grumbled. "We're only days from the citadel. We should have a plan." "We don't. Exactly how are we supposed to stop the general and his men from taking the girls to the king?" Hicks held up a hand. "And before you argue, I know you would prefer to fight, but the question is, are you willing to die for them?" "Who says I'd die?" was Agot's dark reply. "How many of us should perish to sate your desire to thwart the king?" Agot wanted to rail and argue. Didn't they want to fight this perfidy? Wasn't that why they'd accompanied the general? However, this far into King's Valley, any hope she'd had of taking the girls and running was gone. And where would she go? The cliff abbeys were overrun and too dangerous. The abbeys within the bowl of the valley would never agree to harbor fugitives. With a heavy sigh, Agot said, "I guess we're going to see the king." Chapter 23. Going to see the king. As if anyone could simply waltz in and demand an audience with the reclusive monarch. "Are you sure that's wise?" Venna wrung her hands. "Probably not. Agot wasn't afraid to admit it. You think? Hicks sniffed. What would you even say to the king? What indeed?
I would start with addressing his barbaric practice of stealing children. Then, bring up the subject of what he does to them.
Because I'm sure that you stating your opinion on it will sway his mind. Hicks couldn't help her sarcasm, with reason.
You're right. Talk is overrated. I'll settle instead for a dagger to his black heart.
Venna almost died of shock on the spot.
Agot! You can't say things like that.
You have to admit it would solve a few problems. Be that as it may, you shouldn't be speaking those thoughts aloud. Hicks glanced around suspiciously. No one paid them any mind. That didn't mean that no one listened.
I'm sure I'm not the only person frustrated with the king's laws, and it's not as if I'd ever get close enough. The coward rarely leaves the citadel.
Or if he did, no one noticed.
The king only appeared wearing a fully closed-in helm.
No one could even tell from one appearance to the next if it was the same man. Had there only ever been the one king, or did an heir take over at the moment of death?
I know that devious look in your eyes. Exactly how do you think you'll get to meet the king?
Venna ventured to ask. By sticking close to the girls so we can get inside. Perhaps we can convince the soldiers to let us stay with them during their transition. A frown creased Hicks's brow. It's not allowed. Doesn't harm anyone to try.
And we are running out of options, so, unless you have a different idea.
Her sorors had nothing, but they did have Agot's back.
Guess we're going to the king's city.
Venna glanced at their dirty travel clothes. But no meeting royalty until we've cleaned up. As if it will make a difference, Hicks snorted. Before they began arguing, Agot cut them off.
Sorors, now that it's settled, I say we get ourselves a meal that involves a liberal drizzling of the forest fort's famed tree sap syrup.
Ooh, yes. Venna's expression brightened. I hear they even make candy with it. Like you need any sweets, Hicks harumphed.
There's nothing wrong with my size. Maybe you should have my portion. It might improve your disposition,
Venna sassed. Agot tuned them out, as she took a more in-depth look around them. The forest fort structure was the complete opposite of the abbey. The fact that it was outside, under the open sky, was only part of it. It smelled alive, ripe and green with growing leaves and vines. The fragrant aroma of flowers also filled the air, not the mildewy must of damp stone that never fully dried out. Sunlight filtered down through the canopy, enough to make the air pleasantly warm. The buzz of insects created a sort of music, as did the occasional cry of a bird. Flowers added brilliant color and sweet scents. Hard to imagine monsters out here. Zab left the general and strutted to them.
We will be spending the night here.
That sounds agreeable to us. Hicks inclined her head graciously. Agot held on to a snort, as if they had a choice.
Since their lift can only take 6 at a time, we're going to split up the group. I need 2 sorors for the first run,
Zab stated. Venna stepped forward. I'll go, and Neely will come too. She beckoned to the girl, who appeared terrified, her eyes wide in her pallid face. Can't we use some stairs? Neely eyed the lift with trepidation. Don't be a coward, Hicks snapped. It's perfectly safe. A harsh rebuke, but Neely needed it to get her feet moving in the right direction. Off Neely went with Venna and a few soldiers. The next group to go caused an argument. Zab was doing his best not to laugh as Hicks shook a finger at Bear.
You can't get on. You're too big, worth 2 people at least. Maybe 3.
Thank you,
Bear rumbled. He got on the lift already holding Leor, Hicks, Cora, and Belle. There was a noticeable creak that widened eyes. Agot bit her lip. I think I'll wait for the next one.
Why don't you take my place, sorare?
Belle said too sweetly as she went to disembark. Bear stood to block her exit.
Out of my way!
An imperious command ignored by the giant.
No.
Belle changed strategy and aimed her fluttering lashes and simpering voice at Merrick. "I'd prefer to stay with you. You make me feel safe." Zav coughed into his hand. Agot bit her inner cheek. The young woman couldn't be more blatant if she tried. Merrick looked at Bear and said,
"Make sure she goes to her room and stays there." "Aye, General."
The big man crossed his arms and stared at Belle, who lifted her chin and snapped. "I will not be bossed around by an oaf." Bear farted. Agot heard it clear as day, and so did the squeaking bell. "You farted on purpose."
"Yup, and your yapping means you're tasting it," was the rumbling reply as they lifted out of sight. A chuckle by her side surprised. Agot glanced over to see Merrick actually grinning. "You do realize she's going to make his life a living hell," she noted. "Bear can handle it."
"Sometimes I wonder why I care what happens to Belle. She's not very nice," she muttered.
"And whose fault is that?"
That drew her glare. "The Order of the Shield didn't raise her to be such a twat." The word slipped from her, utterly vulgar because, for some reason, Belle drew the worst out of Agot. What made it worse was that she wasn't always that way.
"Should have beaten her more."
"What?" she ogled him. "That's not how you teach."
"Are you sure? You just admitted the Order failed with her. She is the type who needs stronger consequences."
"Hitting the people we care for is wrong."
"Some people only learn through pain."
She blinked at him. "That is a sad thing to say. Sadistic, too."
"Everyone has to do some repugnant things in life. Not because they want to, but because they have to. If someone refuses repeatedly and it is harmful to others, then action must be taken."
"The greater good argument," she said softly.
A simple way of looking at it? But yes, making decisions isn't always about want, but what serves the most people the best.
"How is handing over 3 young women to a despot serving the people?" Agot argued.
"A despot? That seems harsh since you've never met the king."
Her lips pressed. "Don't need to meet him to know his type. And no surprise you'd defend him. You're a man. You probably see nothing wrong with him taking young girls and locking them away in the Citadel, tearing them from their families and friends. Part of a barbaric ritual that should have been stopped a long time ago."
"They are treated well."
"Now add the last part. For prisoners. He treats his prisoners well. How nice of him," she sneered. A part of her warned her to stop. Merrick was a high-ranking soldier of the king's elite, a man of stature. She should be lying and pretending allegiance, not antagonizing. Problem being, she remembered the blood, the pain of it only buried by anger at the man who'd ordered it. Merrick wasn't done arguing.
"How would you know what happens inside the Citadel? You said yourself, none ever leave. Let me assure you, though, they are well taken care of and content."
"Aren't you a good little soldier?" she sassed, "defending the lecher, no matter what he does."
"He isn't a lecher."
Merrick's jaw tensed. "You going to deny it and say he's never seduced any of those girls?"
"Seduction isn't a crime."
"How come the king has never married any of them?"
"Because he doesn't. Neither do the soldiers."
"But you are encouraged to have lovers, to father children?" More than a few acolytes had joined the Order of the Shield because of a surprise pregnancy. Although the surprise part remained debatable, seeing as how it was the direct result of sex.
"And? The Shield sorors aren't exactly celibate. I am not understanding your point."
"My point is, he's abusing the trusting nature of those under his power."
"You are really making me regret saving your life. Would it kill you to be a little bit thankful?"
he growled, his mien menacing, as if he could cow her. She smirked. "You saving my life doesn't mean I'll kiss your feet in subservience." For some reason, the reply had him barking with laughter. "Not sure what's so funny," she finally said.
"The way you're overwhelming me with praise. I saved you from certain death, and yet I swear you're angry."
Her chin angled higher.
I don't need your help. I don't need anyone. Not even your sorors, he taunted. Nicely laid word trap. She conceded. Fine. I need my sorors. And me. You needed me. I was your hero. And it's just killing you. The cruel mocking meant he deserved the slug to his gut. It only widened his eyes and hurt her fist. The man had a solid body. His lip curled at one corner. Hit me again. Lower. With your mouth this time. Crude. And yet heat flared inside her. In your dreams. In my dreams, you're usually begging for more. A flirting remark that he delivered with an intent focus that had heat pooling between her legs. Unexpected. You're not my type, was her breathy reply. He arched a brow. I am everyone's type. Conceited much? Never mind, true. He was handsome, enough that her anger at him only served as an appetizer for her attraction. Stating a fact. I'm older than you, she reminded. Maybe in body, but not in spirit. I like a woman with confidence. Still not my type. You make me want to prove you wrong. He shifted only slightly in her direction, and without even thinking of it, a dagger appeared in her hand. Aiming it, she warned him. That's far enough. I haven't given you permission to touch me. I don't ask. And I won't just let you take. She waggled the knife, a half-hearted threat. She knew she couldn't stab him. Rather than back off, Merrick reacted, faster than she could follow. In seconds, he'd plucked the knife from her hand and his mouth whispered against hers. The fort soldiers don't like weapons being waved around. Count yourself lucky you're with me. The hotly huffed rebuke on her mouth parted her lips. Her gaze locked with his. The moment was fraught with nothing, as he leaned away and said, Our lift is here. He strode toward it. Agot wanted to yell because, for a second, just a heartbeat, she'd really hoped he'd kiss her. Chapter 24. Are you coming or not? Merrick barked from the lift. He appeared to be waiting only for her, as Zav had disappeared. She really didn't want to get close to him, but refusing wouldn't do her any good. She stomped over to the lift and stood as far from him as possible. Looking out at the forest, he had his hands tucked behind his back and her dagger out of sight. Give me back my knife, she demanded. Maybe later. No maybes. I need it to protect myself. While you're with my squadron, you won't need protection. Agot snorted, not reassured. How soon you've forgotten that one of the acolytes was snatched from right under your nose. And who rescued her? The idiot who ran off alone into a dark hole with no plan. Not alone. Hicks was inside. Also being foolish. You both should have waited. Waiting wasn't an option. Everyone knew that once a monster snatched, the rescue had to happen quickly. Charging in alone wasn't the best idea. You mean I should have let you do everything? She snorted. Is it so hard for you to accept help? More like trying to understand why you'd risk yourself coming after me. Because logically, he only needed the so-called blessed. Next time, I won't bother. Good. And yes, she sounded petty, but their bickering served a purpose. She no longer wanted him to kiss her. As the lift finally lurched into motion, she veered the subject. How long do you think that shaft under the Abbey existed? Probably a very long time. What makes you say that? The cave only seemed recently occupied. Most likely the creature lived closer to the bottom and rarely climbed so high, but of late, the monsters haven't been acting as they should. An uncanny observation that mirrored hers. She hugged herself. What if that shaft had gone all the way to the rim? The monsters could have spilled into King's Valley without impediment. It's happened. To a little hamlet called Clay Spring. The words emerged bleak. We arrived just in time to dispatch the beast and seal the fissure. Oh no. Her hand went to her mouth. So you see, It has happened before, and it will happen again."
She eyed him. There must be a way to stop it. He glanced at the forest as he said,
"I don't know if we can anymore. We might have reached the point of no return."
"Surely there must be something you can do. Something that doesn't involve abducting young girls."
"And what if I said the blessed are the only answer?"
The very idea made her laugh. "How do you figure? Other than the color of their eyes, they're not special in any way." She wasn't about to let him know that she knew about the magic, not when it seemed that only one child had ever been able to wield it.
"And that's where you're wrong."
The elevator arrived with a jolt, but Merrick shifted to stand in front of her instead of getting off. She had to look up to see his eyes. "What do you want?"
"Why are you determined to hate the king?"
"I don't hate him. I simply disagree with what he's doing."
"What if I told you he wishes the festival weren't necessary? That he doesn't take the blessed because he wants to?"
She glanced at him and quite seriously said, "I'd call him a liar. He's the king. He can do anything. Like, cancel a barbaric ritual."
"You think you know so much when, in reality, you know nothing. You are too immersed in your hate. You can't think to wonder why perhaps something is being done. Unwilling to contemplate the ugly necessities that must happen."
"Because there is no reason I can think of that excuses the slavery of people."
"And what if I told you the fate of the kingdom rests upon it?"
She shoved past him as she spat. "Find a better way." Chapter 25. Annoyed, Agot stalked away with no idea of where she was going. It took only a few wrong turns on the winding path leading up the massive tree before she found her sorors and immersed herself in the drama caused by one. Belle loudly complained that someone of her stature should have her own space. Bear told her that he had no problem tying her to a tree branch all by herself with a gag in her mouth. Belle stopped her whining, but she sulked. Agot didn't care. She had gotten to shower with warm water and soap. It was luxurious, as were the new clothes delivered, a gift from the Forestford families who respected the shield goddess. For the first time since they'd left the Abbey, Agot felt good, fed, clean, and restless, which led to her leaving the girls and Venna to bunk down for the night. As she exited the room, she ran into Hicks smoking a cigarillo she'd scrounged from someone, a nasty habit that she rarely indulged. "Where are you going?" Hicks asked, blowing smoke circles. "Just poking around." Hicks glanced at the room she'd left. "Is Belle still whining?" "Not for long. Venna's giving them all some sleepy time tea." Hicks snorted. "Can't believe she thought to pack some." "Kind of glad she did. I might have a sip later on to make sure I get a good night's rest." "You trust this place?" Hicks asked with clear suspicion. "Folks say they've never seen the mist in the forest, and we are tucked well within it. Not to mention the Ghost Brigade is here." Hicks's lips pressed into a line. "True. They're all over the place. I know two are watching the room. A pair below, a couple sleeping now to take over later." Hicks rolled a shoulder as she took a drag. "Have to say, they're very efficient. Good training." "We would have gotten there eventually." The goddess's shield sorors were woefully out of practice, with only grandmothers who'd been too young to fight the last time around. "We don't have eventually. We are running out of time, and you know it. Something's wrong with the abyss. All those monsters it's been spewing lately. It's not natural." It wasn't. But how to fix it? The general had implied that the festival was important to their survival. It must be because of the magic inherent with the purple eyes. What did the king know of it? Use it for? No one seemed to know, and yet Merrick and the other soldiers should. After all, once upon a time, they too had the purple eyes. What had happened to them? She told Hicks some of her conversation with Merrick. He implied the girls might help stop what's happening with the mist. Hicks took and released a breath of smoke before saying, "Meaning the root of the problem is magic-based. It makes the most sense. I wonder why it's gotten worse, though. Rumor has it the festival has been getting fewer and fewer tributes each year. Meaning, less magic to hold back the mist? Agot mused aloud. It's not me you should be asking. Agot's lips pursed. I tried questioning Merrick. He only told me tidbits and left me with even more questions. Maybe you weren't asking him the right way. Hicks less than subtly hinted with a wink. I am not having sex with him to get a few answers. You could have sex with him just for fun. It didn't help that she'd thought about it. Given his pompous nature, he's probably terrible in bed. Only one way to find out. Hicks! What? He's obviously attracted to you. What makes you say that? Curse her vanity for asking. Because, according to Bear, the second you went into that hole, he yelled at Bear to open the door. And when Bear didn't do it fast enough, Merrick took his mace and smashed his way in. The man jumped into a hole to save you. He didn't do that because he wants to have sex with me. Then give me another reason. Stupid man is under the impression that he's a hero. Agot rolled her eyes. He is a hero. Is there a reason you're determined to paint him as a good guy? He's your ticket into the Citadel, Hicks stated. I have the girls for that. You really think you'll get past the gate with them? Family, guardians, friends, none are allowed to cross the moat, Hicks reminded. The purple-eyed were always segregated from their pasts. Maybe if I ask, they'll laugh. You know they're not about to break the rules for you. Hicks didn't try to soften the rebuke. I don't see how being involved with Merrick gets me any closer. I highly doubt soldiers are allowed guests. Do you really think they don't sometimes smuggle in an intimate friend? Hicks slyly suggested. I don't think he's the type to sneak around. So, you know his type now, do you? Hicks teased. You're terrible. And it's not working. I am not having intercourse with him. She doubted he'd want to after their conversation earlier. Well then, maybe I should try with that marsh man. That widened Agot's eyes. Bear? Have you smelled him? Yes, Hicks sighed. He's delicious. So masculine. Their ideas of yummy obviously differed. I'm going for a walk now before I taste dinner for a second time. Speaking of which, she wondered if she could find another piece of that syrup pie. The kitchen they'd eaten from earlier was closed, but she wandered toward music. Lights were strung along a wide, woven branch walkway, crisscrossed with paths and booths. She found someone selling a wispy version of candy that melted in her mouth. She didn't have any coin, but she did manage to trade a blessing from the shield goddess for a treat. She took it to a quiet platform that gave her a glimpse of the stars. It had been a long time since she'd seen the night sky. She chewed on her treat and did her best to center herself. Tomorrow, they'd resume their journey to the king's city. She needed a plan before they got there. Who are you waiting for? Merrick's sudden drawl ruined her pleasant evening. No one. And that includes you. Go away. She purposely ignored him and took a bite of her candy. The creak of leather and the squeak of wood showed that he did the opposite. He sat beside her and dared to snare a piece of her candy. She moved the rest out of reach and hissed, Mine! His smile shone despite the shadows, which makes it more delicious. I thought sorairs were about sharing. With other sorairs, not the king's men. You really hate him. Yes. Why? He lay down beside her, fingers laced behind his head. This again? Do I need to count the ways? Despot, lecher, power-hungry fiend, ruiner of happy families, user, leech. Have you ever met him? No, she was forced to admit. I only saw him once in full armor. Interesting. Especially since you have all these ideas about him. See, I actually know him. Fairly well, as a matter of fact. This version of him you keep spouting off about is grossly inaccurate. What about it is false? Does he or does he not collect purple-eyed people? He does. But so did his ancestors. It's a practice that has gone on for generations. Just because something is old doesn't make it right. Even though it's done for good reason?
Nothing can justify what he does. Rather than reply to her statement, he said, "Centuries ago, our ancestors used to deal with the mist on a daily basis. According to the history books, the thickest of fogs would boil over the rim every night, bringing nightmarish monsters to attack the people in the towns, even reaching as far at times as the king's city. The entire kingdom might have been wiped out, but for the brave who fought against it. In those days, the sorcerers of the shield were a force to be reckoned with." "Aha! So you admit you know women can fight." She fixated on the last part. "Those of that time could, but you and I both know today's shield sorcerers bear little resemblance to them." "A valid point. I'm assuming this history lesson is going somewhere?" "It just so happens that the king ruling during that era discovered a way to push back the worst of the mist, which, in turn, kept the monsters at bay." "Let me guess. It involved the blessed." "Yes." He didn't elaborate. Agot decided to be bold, because of their magic. When he didn't reply immediately, she assumed he'd lie. But he surprised her. Not many know about the power of the blessed because most of them can't access it. But the king can? The king has a way? Yes. And before you ask, most agree to give it to him. Most. Not all. His lips pressed tightly. Sometimes there is no choice, and it must be taken. All in the name of the greater good. She stared at the stars. He was giving her food for thought, and she had to wonder why. But rather than ask directly, she slid a look at him from the side. "You had purple eyes when you joined the king's elite. All the soldiers are blessed. You were okay with having your magic taken from you. A soldier has no need of something he can't use." "What is the king doing with it? How does the magic help against the mist?" "I've said too much already." "You've told me nothing that I didn't already figure out. What I'd like to know is why the men get to become soldiers and leave the citadel, and not the women." "It's to protect them," he said a little too quickly. "Liar." "Why do you care?" "Because you are taking 3 innocent young girls as sacrifices to the king, never to be seen again. How do I know they won't simply be killed, their magic taken the moment they enter the citadel?" His voice turned hard. "Because we're not murderers. Just depraved kidnappers. If you can't handle it, then leave." "And go where? I don't have a home anymore." "I'm sure the other abbés would take you in." He proffered a simplistic answer. "Maybe I want to do more than cower inside some walls." "Like what?" "Like not have annoying conversations." She rose to her feet, only to have him shadow her. "Running so soon? And here I thought it would be my turn for answers." "I know nothing that would interest you." "I wouldn't be so sure of that." "What do you want to know?" She never expected what happened next. "I want to know how your lips taste." And then he kissed her. A hard press of his mouth to hers that ignited her in a way she'd all but forgotten. It left her breathless and hot, yearning and aching between the legs, confused, too. She shouldn't desire this man. No, she pushed away from him, and he didn't press the matter, didn't follow her either as she fled, her heart racing and her mind in turmoil. Knowing that she'd have a hard time sleeping, she took some of Venna's sleepy time tea and settled into the bed beside Venna, soothed to sleep by the even breathing of her sorcerers. The next morning, she awoke to a cry, along with a hard shake. Agot blinked tired and heavy eyes, managing a dry, "What's wrong?" "It's Neely. She's gone." Chapter 26. "How could Neely be gone?" Agot asked, as she paced inside the room holding the 2 remaining acolytes. The girl had been there when she'd come to bed the previous night. "I don't know." Cora had been crying and could only sniffle at this point. Belle sat on her pallet and appeared bored. "She probably ran away." Possible. It just didn't seem likely, especially since Cora and Neely shared a close friendship. Hicks had a different theory.
More likely she got lost on the way to the lavatory, slang for peeing in the communal latrine area. She would have woken me. She didn't like going alone, Cora huffed. I'm sure she'll be found soon, Venna soothed. Rest while we handle this, Agot said. Apparently that involved Hicks grabbing both Agot and Venna by the arms and dragging them into the hall. Are you sure neither of you saw or heard anything? Hicks questioned, not for the first time. We were all sleeping. The tea had knocked them out. They should have been safe. Was Neely taken? Or had she run away as Belle suggested? And don't be looking to blame us for not noticing she left. Weren't you guarding the hall? Venna asked. Hicks blushed. I might have, taken a short, break. Short? I've seen the man. I highly doubt that, was Venna's sly reply, to which Hicks achieved even brighter cheeks. I'm sure she'll be found shortly. The general was conducting a search door to door, leaving no chest or closet unopened. However, Agot feared the worst and blamed herself. She shouldn't have drunk the tea. She should have been alert, but no. Instead, thoughts of Merrick had frazzled her. They spent the morning searching with the remaining 2 purple-eyed acolytes, restricted to the room and guarded by Bear. The gossip had Neely as having run off with a lover. Never mind the fact that they'd just arrived. The nagging knot in Agot's belly wouldn't leave. She feared for Neely's well-being. Merrick worried as well. She'd heard him shouting, demanding answers, angry at himself for placing his trust in this seemingly benign location. Agot understood the sentiment, since she suffered the same frustration. It almost made her feel a camaraderie with him that reminded her of the surprisingly good kiss. One that confused, since she didn't actually like the man, and she wasn't one to casually indulge. Not anymore. As morning turned into afternoon, a commotion below led to her spotting Merrick scrubbing a hand through his hair, clearly agitated. Someone brought him a wineskin, which he accepted. The lift prepared to go down, and she hopped into it. As it arrived at ground level, she went straight for him. You didn't find her? No, and I doubt we will. She hid her tracks well. You don't think she was taken? It seems unlikely. Even if they were quiet, do you really think someone could have snuck into your room, taken the girl, and not be noticed? It sounded rather ridiculous when he said it like that. She wouldn't have run away. Maybe she took a fancy to someone and they helped her. Maybe it was you, he accused. Me? She exclaimed. You've made it clear you'd rather the blessed not be brought to the king. I didn't abduct Neely, says you. Without any clues, all we have are theories. With someone or alone, she can't have gone too far. Maybe not, but we can't waste time looking. We leave in the morning. The statement hit her hard, and she exploded. Leave? We aren't going anywhere until we find Neely. You want to stay and search? Go right ahead. I have a mission to complete. But she's blessed. You said it yourself. The king needs her. He does. However, because of the current situation, I must think of the kingdom first, which means delivering the 2 remaining blessed. And too bad for Neely? Agot snapped. That's cold. It's necessary. Would you do the same if one of your men were missing? She riposted. Yes. Liar. Abruptly, he grabbed hold of her and yanked her close. I wouldn't like it, but I would do it because the life of one is not worth that of the many. Tell that to the king who thinks his needs supersede those of everyone else, she hissed. The king does what he must, something you wouldn't understand. I understand more than you can imagine, she said with a sneer. You, the king, his soldiers, you're all the same, treating everyone born without the eyes and dangling bits between the legs as lesser beings. As if you don't, Miss I serve my goddess and listen to no one but myself. That must be nice. Some of us are looking beyond our own selfish wants and needs. We give up everything to serve the citizens in King's Valley. Give everything to protect you. He still held her, and had yanked her high enough she stood on tiptoe, close enough to see the shadow of stubble on his jaw, the blueness of his eyes. This close? She remembered the kiss, and when his nostrils flared and his grip tightened, she knew he recalled it too. He suddenly released her and stepped away.
You should return to your quarters and lock the door.
You think the kidnapper will return?
No, but best not tempt anyone.
For a second, as his smoldering gaze held hers, she foolishly wondered if he spoke of himself. Chapter 27. The next day dawned cold and damp. The sorores of the shield were subdued, except for Belle. She'd risen early and bathed. Her hair was neatly bound in braids and crowning her head. Her gown had been spot-cleaned, and the sash for the waist was snugger than usual, outlining her curves. She kept batting her lashes and smiling at Merrick, who did nothing to discourage her. It sickened Agot. A grown man encouraging the fawning. It just proved his kiss was but a sham. The horses that emerged from the hole in the bottom of the massive tree were thick creatures with long gray manes and shaggy cuffs of hair around their hooves. They were also terrifyingly tall. Merrick and his men mounted the steeds, and one by one held out hands to the sorores to ride with them. It led to some consternation, as Cora's robe wasn't made for straddling. Nam fixed it by arranging her sideways in front of him. Belle stood and waited for Merrick to do the same for her, only he pointed to Lior.
The blessed rides with you, middle of the pack.
Belle scowled, and Agot imagined she also gnashed her teeth when Merrick trotted in Agot's direction and offered her a hand instead. She arched a brow. Who says I want to ride with you?
Get on or stay behind. Your choice.
When put that way, she gripped his fingers encased in thick gloves and was pleased when he chose to let her sit behind him, rather than tucked in his lap like the girls. Venna and Hicks also rode astride behind some soldiers, arms wrapped around waists, their eyes agog with fear and excitement. Bear glared at Paul, who'd paired with Hicks. The big man didn't seem happy about it. Then again, his already oversized horse probably would have collapsed with any more weight. As they set off at a trot, Agot felt a thrill that wasn't all about the new mode of transport. Being this close to Merrick warmed her through and through, and there was no escaping it. She couldn't give herself any distance without falling off. As they traveled into the forest, following a wide, maintained road, she couldn't help but ask, "How far can the horses travel in a day?"
Depends on the route and their cargo. Given we're doubled up, we'll probably make it only to Lake's Edge by nightfall.
A prediction that proved wrong, as the clouds that had gathered during the late morning dumped their load of rain. It poured hard enough that they had no choice but to stop early in a small hamlet with a tavern that offered a few rooms and a stable. Not enough space to house them all, which was why the two young acolytes, along with Venna and Hicks, shared the attic room, and Agot made herself a spot to guard them at the bottom of the ladder leading into it. Merrick happened to notice when he retired to the room he'd scored for himself.
"What are you doing?"
he barked, standing over her. She lifted her head and stared up, up, making sure no one else disappears.
"I've got my men watching the inn."
"Good. Then I expect not to be disturbed." She tucked her chin and ignored him.
"Go to bed."
"I am. And would like it if you left me alone."
"You are not sleeping on the floor."
"You're right, I'm not, because someone won't be quiet." She glared at him. He didn't seem bothered at all. His brows furrowed as he said,
"Take my bed. I will stand watch in your stead."
"No need." She didn't understand his insistence. The arrogant general knight shouldn't care if her body ached from a restless night on a hard floor. He sighed and left, entering his room, only to emerge with a blanket and a pillow. He slumped beside her, nudging her with his shoulder.
"Move over and give me some room."
"What are you doing?"
"You are not the only one who can be stubborn."
"It's pointless for both of us to have a poor night's rest."
"You're right. You should use my bed."
Her lips pressed into a thin line. "And people say I'm stubborn." The grin shaved not only years from him, but also some of the strict, unrelenting nature He appeared like danger, purely and utterly dangerous. Yet, as they sat against the wall not saying anything, barely touching, she'd also never felt safer. She fell asleep and into a dream. There you are. Merrick smiles at me, and my heart flutters. The most handsome man I've ever seen, and he is interested in me. Do you have time to go for a stroll? I ask coyly, fluttering my lashes. I've all the time in the world for you, my love. He grabs me by the hand, and we find a quiet place where we won't be interrupted. Good, because I am hungry for his kisses. I fall into his arms, and my lips part so that he might plunder. His embrace consumes me, and my knees weaken. He catches me, his hands under my bottom, tugging me close. I cling, wanting to get even nearer. My blood is on fire, literally boiling and burning, and... Is that smoke? Fire! A hand shook Agat, and she roused slowly, blinking in confusion before coughing. What's going on? She asked, her voice dry and raspy. The inn is on fire, Merrick explained. We've got to get out. Immediately she rose and, in the same motion, sheathed her sword. She gripped the ladder. I have to get my sorairs, quickly. I'm going to check the other rooms. Smoke chasing her, Agat clambered into the attic to find everyone still sleeping, deeply. Unnaturally, she shook them, watched them rouse and blink sleep from their eyes, groggier than warranted, given they'd skipped the sleepy time tea tonight. We have to go. The building is on fire, Agat repeated over and over as she got them moving. The rising smoke thickened and tickled the throat. Hicks climbed down the ladder, only to return. The flames are climbing the stairs from the main level. Then we'll go out a window. From the floor below the attic, it's not too far to the ground. One by one, her sorairs climbed down, with Venna second to last, her breath huffing. She managed a yell as she glanced upward with fear. Hurry, Agat! The fire's reached the hall! Agat began her descent, but was only halfway down the ladder when the flames jumped and began chewing at the bottom rung. It also crept towards the door Venna peered anxiously from. Close it and get out! Agat yelled. But I'll climb onto the roof and shimmy down. It sounded great in practice, until she shoved open the window enough to look out. There was no ledge to grip, but the sloped roof was near enough. If she moved with care, she could grab it and get on top. Not that getting higher on a burning building seemed the best idea, but the ground was awfully far from the attic. The window was knocked out easily enough, meaning she could sit her butt on the ledge and lean out to grab the roof line. She'd taken in a deep breath, readying to swing into action, when Merrick bellowed, "What are you doing?" She glanced down. "Climbing. Duh." She reset her grip. "You need to go down, not up. Down looks very hard." "I'll catch you," Merrick brashly declared. The suggestion had her laughing. "I'd squash you flat." "You don't have a choice." As if to punctuate his claim, the flames licked up the ladder and smoke billowed from the room through the window. She coughed and knew she'd run out of time when her toes got warm. Fingers dug into the shingle. She pushed herself out at an angle where she could kind of bend and get onto the roof, which was when the whole building shifted. And she fell. Chapter 28. "Told you I could catch you," Merrick grumbled as he carried Agat away from the burning building and the people rushing in with buckets to douse it. Cradled in his arms proved a strange position to be in. Her heart raced, and not just because he'd saved her from grave injury. Being this close to him made her feel things even as she realized she shouldn't. She shoved at him. "Glad I could indulge your need to play hero. Now, put me down. I can walk." "Apparently not quick enough, or you would have gotten out of the inn before it collapsed," he admonished. "It never occurred to me you'd delay." "I didn't mean to. I couldn't wake my sorairs. It was as if they were drugged, because they were, just as the fire was no accident." "What do you mean?" "I thought the arson bit was quite clear." "Did everyone get out?" she asked, struggling in his grip. "I don't know.
but at this point it's doubtful anyone left inside is still alive. Stay here while I help fight the fire."
Merrick set her on her feet and headed for the line of people passing buckets. A high-ranking soldier, and yet it never occurred to him to simply watch. Turned out, Agot couldn't be a bystander either. She joined him, and they weren't alone. Everyone, Sorare and soldier, everyone except Belle, who sat off to the side, helped. Not to save the inn, it was a lost cause, but to ensure that the rest of the hamlet didn't join it. If the fire spread, the consequences would be devastating for the people. Passing the bucket down the line enabled Agot to muse over Merrick's words. Not an accident. The question being, who was the target? It seemed vain to assume that it was aimed at their group. However, she couldn't ignore the possibility. Had someone tried to kill them? The quelling of the flames took more than an hour. During that time, the blessed, weary and shocked, had been taken to rest alongside the horses rescued early from the stable. Fior watched over them. Tall and blonde-haired with a reddish tint, his beard was a splendid mess of twisted strands threaded with beads. He didn't say much as they traveled. Agot knew his name and not much more. Fior kept to himself, a recent recruit to replace one lost because fighting monsters could result in deadly consequences. When the inn had turned into a damp, broken, smoking ruin that no longer posed a danger, they finally ended the chain of buckets. It took effort to uncurl her cramping hands. More than a few times, she'd seen Merrick glancing at her, then speaking to Zav, who then always seemed to check on her and ask if she needed a rest. Hicks and Venna had taken to caring for the townspeople overcome by the effort. "I can still help." The mantra had her heaving bucket after bucket down the line, fast as they could move them. When Merrick finally said, "We've done all we can," an audible sigh of relief sounded. Those in the fire line flowed toward tables set up with food and drink. Agot's first step jolted her back. The pain had her hissing. Merrick suddenly appeared by her side. "Are you injured?" A grimace tugged her lips. "Just old." "Not old. Hard-working. That was a tough job." She eyed him sourly. Says the man who didn't even break a sweat. A rare smile crossed his lips. "I train harder than that. Show off," she muttered. She leaned in an effort to crack her spine, maybe untweak what pinched. "A shame we couldn't save it," he mused. "It did burn rather quickly," she noted, along with everything they'd left behind in the room. "The good news is that no one died. It came close, though." "What started the fire?" He rolled his shoulders. "No idea. I know only that it began on the main level." "And you think it was set on purpose? That would imply that someone was trying to kill us." "I'm well aware," he muttered as Venna joined them, carrying a skin of water, which she handed to Agot. "Drink." Agot wasn't about to argue and guzzled several mouthfuls before passing it to Merrick. He paused a moment before taking it and placing his mouth on the nipple, right over where she'd touched, to quench his thirst. "Are you okay?" Agot asked her Sorare for distraction. "I'm fine, and so are you, thanks to the General Knight. Impressive how he caught you." Agot cocked a brow. "Are you calling me fat? Let's be honest, you would have squashed me flat." Agot gaped at her and might have retorted if Hicks hadn't arrived, her gaze roving away from them. "Where's Cora?" Hicks asked, her soot-stained cheeks making her eyes seem wider than usual. They all glanced in the direction of the horses, squinting, as there was little light to see by. There was the hump of the big bodies huddled in a herd. Fior leaned against them. On the other side of the tall maze of legs was what appeared to be a blue cloak, the one she'd seen Belle wearing. "Fior is guarding her, and the other one." A frown on his face, Merrick began walking in the direction of the mounts. The dark of night made it difficult to sort shadow from shape, but it soon became clear that someone was missing. "Fior!" Merrick barked his name as he headed for his soldier. "Where did the small one go?" The soldier didn't reply, and foreboding tightened Agot's stomach. Forgetting her fatigue, she ran for Belle. noticing how she sat very still, too still. She skidded to a stop by Merrick, and they both stared at Fior and his blank expression, as if awake, but unaware. Agot wove around the horses to Belle on the other side. Agot hit the ground on her knees beside the girl, noting how Belle stared off into space. Belle? She said her name softly to no reply. Merrick wasn't having any better luck. Fior! He snapped his fingers. When that didn't work, he gave him a flesh-cracking slap. A wince tugged Agot's lips. While the blow must have hurt, it also worked. Fior blinked and slowly said, "What's going on?" Merrick snapped. "Where's the littlest sorare?" "Right here," the soldier stated. "Where? We can't seem to find her." "On the other side of the horses," Fior said with a wave of his hand. Only as he turned to look and look again did his jaw drop. "Where did she go?" "That's what I want to know," Merrick grumbled. He turned his gaze on Agot. "Did the girl see anything?" She cupped Belle's cheeks, but there was no response. "She appears drugged. Slap her." She bit her lip. Before she could decide, Zav appeared and muttered, "Not another one gone." "At this rate, we'll have none by the time we reach the Citadel." Merrick growled through gritted teeth. "They're getting bolder," Zav muttered. "They who?" Agot asked, getting the sense that she was missing something. When the soldiers didn't reply, she looked to Merrick. "Are you saying you've had Blessed go missing before?" "Yes." "When?" "No one knows for sure exactly when it began, but they've been disappearing for some time now, so subtly that it took a while to notice." "And you just mentioned this now? That means you knew Neely didn't run away." She almost slapped him. "Why didn't you warn us?" "Didn't want to cause panic." "You thought wrong." "Had we known, we would have—" "Done what?" exploded Merrick. "Because I will remind you that you were present each time and also got caught in the trap." The reminder stung. "The missing. It's only the purple-eyed?" At his nod, she added, indicating that someone is hunting them. "Why?" Rather than reply to her query, he barked at his men. "Zav, see if you can pick up a trail. Take Lior and Nam. Bear and Pole, you are to remain glued to the last girl. Fior and Yi, we need supplies." Agot expected him to give her a task, too. Instead, he growled, "Don't move from this spot," and stomped off. She glanced down at the ground and deliberately took a step. Petty, but she was okay with it. She had no intention of actually going anywhere. However, she didn't like him giving her orders. Agot's sorares joined her. Venna collapsed to the ground, hugging her knees, while Hicks paced, scowling, which was when Belle suddenly said, "Are we leaving now?" Agot whirled to see that Belle had lost her blank stare and stood, her cloak falling around her. She'd remembered to grab it on her way out, unlike Agot, who was starting to feel the cool of the night now that the adrenaline had worn off. Jabbing a finger in Belle's direction, she asked, "What happened?" "The inn caught on fire." "I mean to Cora. She's missing. Did you see anything?" "No." "When was the last time you saw her?" "When the soldier with the beads in his beard told us to stay by the horses." "Did you see anyone else nearby? Anyone at all?" Agot hammered, hating how composed the girl acted. "No. And I don't understand the fuss. Cora obviously ran away, just like Neely." "The General Knight doesn't think so." "And why should we listen to him? After all, he's not done a very good job thus far." Belle shook her head. "Here he is, wasting more time when we should be on the road." "He's looking for Cora." Belle sighed and rolled her eyes. "I don't know why he'd bother. She's gone. I'm not." Agot couldn't believe Belle's cool cruelty and had to walk away lest she slap her. She might not stop once she started. She missed the old Belle. Bear, the one left to guard them, made a sound of protest. Agot waved a hand. "I'm going to talk to your leader." She headed for Merrick, who was handing money to the owner of the inn. He then clapped the man on the shoulder. As he turned, Merrick caught sight of her, and long strides brought him close. "I told you to stay with the group." "I'm not in any danger. Brown eyes and old. Remember?" "I gave you an order. You forget I'm not one of your soldiers. I thought I should mention that Belle thinks Cora might have run away."
"She claimed that with the last one, too," Merrick stated flatly.
"You think she's lying?"
"I think that neither girl had the courage to do something so bold as run away. Add in the fact that we'd also have to believe Cora somehow managed to mesmerize 2 people, drugged the entire inn, and set it on fire? No. This entire thing was an elaborate scheme to kidnap her."
"Why? And by whom?"
"If I knew who, they'd be dead,"
was his grumbled reply. Agot thought back to their conversation about how only the purple-eyed could fight back against the mist. "What happens if the king runs out of blessed?" she asked, going straight to the heart of the matter.
"The mist will continue rising, bringing with it monsters. Given we're not the warriors our ancestors were, we'll probably all die."
With that ominous claim, Merrick left her, but the chill remained. Did he tell the truth? It seemed impossible. But then again, the monsters were getting bolder, more plentiful. Could it be someone or something engineered the Blessed's removal? Merrick rejoined the group huddled around the horses. In short order, everyone returned from their tasks, including Zav, who shook his head. No need for him to announce the bad news. Cora was lost. Chapter 29. A part of Agot wanted to argue and demand they search longer for Cora. Surely they owed it to the girl. But she knew if she demanded or caused trouble, Merrick would leave her behind. That left her only one option: glumly sit behind the general on his horse, pondering the fate of those poor girls. Someone was taking them so the king couldn't have them. Who'd have the kind of agenda that apparently welcomed the invasion of the mist and the dangers within it? Why would anyone do that? And was Agot to blame for their disappearances? After all, she'd been the one to convince them not to attend the festival. She'd talked them into flouting the law and hiding at the Abbey. If she hadn't, if they'd gone to the Citadel earlier, would they be safe now? The miserable ride came with a cold rain, and they could do nothing to prevent its persistent drizzle, given many of their things had burned in the fire. No extra warm cloak to block the drizzle. Not that cold was a real problem riding with Merrick, her arms around him. He radiated heat. She noted the strength of his frame, the vibrating tension running through him, always alert, even the night of the fire, when everyone else seemed deeply asleep. If not for him, Agot might never have woken in time. He'd saved her again. The reminder made her question. Back at the inn, how did you manage to wake up? Because there was no denying she'd been sound asleep.
"I'm not susceptible to many potions."
She'd forgotten his early assertion in the commotion and fatigue. "We were drugged?"
"Not now,"
he muttered. "You can't say that and not explain."
"Hold off until we get ahead."
He trotted the horse, leaving their party in sight but far enough away that lowered voices wouldn't carry. "Well?"
"The inhabitants of the inn were the victims of a potion, probably in our drink and food. It caused a deep slumber."
That explained the difficulty in waking. "Who drugged us? One of the servants? The owner? Was there anyone else around?"
"If I knew, they'd be dead."
"Why didn't it work on you?"
"Perhaps because I'm handsome."
The inane reply made hers tart. "I've seen better, so there has to be something else that sets you apart from the rest of us."
"My charming personality,"
dryly delivered. She snorted. "I highly doubt that's it. And it can't be the purple eyes, because you don't have them anymore and the girls were just as sound asleep."
"Rather than concentrate on why I am incredible, we should focus more on who would benefit."
"You said that if you knew who, they'd be dead."
"Perhaps I should have said, once I know. I will locate the rebels, and when I do, they will pay for their crimes against the kingdom."
"Rebels?" The word tasted foreign.
"You sound surprised, which is funny, as I initially thought you were one of them." Me? You've not hidden your strong negative feelings about the king and his methods of ruling.
She stiffened against him, indignant. I don't agree, no, but I would never go so far as to harm people to flout him.
We don't know that the missing blessed are being hurt in any way.
Then why take them?
How is that rebelling? She retorted. Did you think you were the only one who doesn't like the festivals? Even setting those people aside, we mustn't discount those born craving power. For some, there is never enough. Some people would prefer to replace the king so that they might change the laws in their favor.
I never knew.
And here Agot had thought herself rather risque when she'd done her acts of defiance. Because the king doesn't allow talk of the rebels to ferment. From there, anarchy starts. Then the breakdown of rules. Once they overthrow the laws and the king, nothing will protect them. The thought of a lawless kingdom that wasn't actively putting its efforts into fighting the mist did more to chill her than anything she'd ever imagined. Would it collapse without a leader?
What happens when you find the rebels? She asked.
We have them visit the rim at night, so they might understand the dangers of the abyss.
A death sentence, then. For a second, she felt a tightening in her throat. She'd been rather outspoken. Have you had to punish many?
More of late than is normal. The king believes an outside source is influencing the rebels.
Outside where? You said the other kingdoms were lost.
Use your head, Merrick cajoled. Who can play tricks on the mind? Make you do things you wouldn't necessarily do.
A vampire? It made sense and yet didn't. Why use humans to do their bidding?
How many days are we from the edge?
A few. She began to understand. A vampire is restricted to how far it can travel before the sun rises, and it risks exposure, meaning if it wanted to ferment troubles in King's Valley, it would require minions.
Exactly. They plan to command, and their human emissary carries it out.
Devious.
Terrifying.
Agot's brow furrowed. If they can't penetrate far, then that would mean the minds they captured would reside close to the rim. For them to have acted at Forest Fort and the inn means we've been followed.
So it would seem, despite the fact that we've seen no trail or trace of anyone doing so. Whoever is shadowing our party is beyond subtle.
And you think they're still out there? The idea made her glance over her shoulder, as if she could see the enemy lurking unseen.
Yes, and somehow managing to get close enough to act.
It hit her then, and she blurted it out before she could stop herself. Maybe it's one of your men.
Or one of the Sorairs, he countered.
Her mind went to Belle right away. How are we supposed to figure it out?
We can't unless we catch them in the act. It wouldn't be hard if we laid a trap.
The casual way he said it sent a chill down her back. What kind?
I don't know yet, but I'm hoping to have a plan by tonight.
A nebulous moment that remained hours away. Since it would be a busy one with her determined to stay awake, she slumbered against him as they rode, drooled a little on the fabric covering his hauberk, woke a few times and would have sworn his hand held hers, wrapped around his midsection. His steady presence lulled her back to sleep. When she fully woke, it was to see the suns setting, and to find them in the middle of a vast field, the golden plant fronds shading to purple and orange as the rays hit the horizon. The campsite Merrick chose had excellent visibility in all directions, but Belle wasn't happy about it.
Why couldn't we have stayed in the town? It had an inn with beds, she whined.
Venna was the one to snap. Have you forgotten what happened at the last inn we stayed at?
Belle's lower lip jutted. How am I supposed to be safe with no walls to protect me?
My hammer will squish anyone who comes near,
Bear promised. He planted himself beside Belle and took out a bag. From it, he pulled something dark that he chewed.
What is that he's eating?
Agot asked. leaning against Merrick's horse, smoothing her fingers through its hair as she regained sensation in her legs.
Laravel moss. It will keep him awake.
Really? Why aren't we all chewing some? She asked.
Because it only lasts a few hours, enough to keep someone awake by force no matter what. Once it wears off, he'll crash and be out for most of the day.
This is your trap? Make sure Bear's awake and catches anyone sneaking into camp?
You have a better one?
He pulled a brush through his horse's hair. Was it odd to feel jealous of the attention he paid it? How he stroked his hand over the equine's flank? I would have thought you'd choose a place where you could have hidden men for an ambush.
Because someone following us wouldn't notice that half the brigade is missing?
He said in a sarcastic drawl. It just seems like we're easy targets, sitting in the open.
I won't let you come to harm.
A steady reassurance that didn't include her sore airs. A glance showed them already collapsed in piles by the crackling fire. Belle sat apart from them, looking haughty as ever. Why couldn't she have been the one to be taken first? An awful thought that Agot chased away by asking, "You said before the Blessed have been going missing for a while now."
A decade, at least. But there is reason to believe it started before that. The rate of occurrence has accelerated of late.
Why not give warning then? The people, especially the families of the purple-eyed, should know they're not safe.
And what kind of panic would that engender?
He arched a brow as he paused in his brushing. I think you don't give them enough credit. They have a right to know that not all danger wears a monstrous face.
It would pit neighbors against each other. Strangers would be eyed with suspicion.
But the Blessed! She trailed off as she finally understood. That's why you came to fetch them from the Abbey, rather than waiting for the festival. Once you knew of their existence, you were worried they'd be taken.
Given what we've been seeing, we believed there was a strong possibility.
What happens to the ones who disappear? He shrugged, still brushing his horse.
I don't know, but I would assume nothing good.
A hard thing to hear with 2 girls now missing. Do you think they're being handed over to the vampires? Saying it aloud brought a grimace. Could it be the vampires enjoyed the taste of the Blessed? Did it draw them? It would explain the attack on the Abbey.
The only thing I know for sure is that it's affecting the king's ability to defend the King's Valley. Without the Blessed, we won't be able to hold back the mist much longer.
A shiver went through her. You might be wrong.
I hope I am. Or it's the end of life as we know it.
It irked to a certain extent to lose some of her ire against the king and his soldiers. How dare they actually have good reason to do the things they did? Do you really think anyone will dare infiltrate the camp? She glanced over at the group, some of them lying on the ground, getting comfortable. Bear remained upright, a monolith against the shadows cast by the flames of the fire.
Maybe. Keep in mind, those whose minds the vampire influence infected might not be thinking rationally. If they've been given a mission, they might not be able to help themselves from acting.
It bothered her to wonder if someone in their group might be the traitor doing harm, and yet she wasn't naive anymore. Being human didn't lessen the capacity for evil. The reminder dropped her shoulders, and fatigue hit her hard. I never realized just how little I knew. Thank you for enlightening me. You've given me much to ponder. A lifetime of beliefs shaken.
Thank you for listening,
was his soft reply. She went to bed and thought she'd have a hard time sleeping. Instead, she dropped right into a dream, a nice and warm one, with a certain shirtless night. Chapter 30. No denying the fact that she was dreaming. For one, she'd never seen Merrick shirtless, nor did she own a pure white gown such as the one that currently adorned her frame. He smiled at her, a wide, happy thing she'd never seen on his face. Sarcasm, yes. Amused disdain, also. But that of a man admiring a woman? It transformed his features. He held out his hand and said, "Come to me."
"Why?" her dream self asked, sounding breathy and girly.
"I want to hold you," he beckoned.
Should she? Why shouldn't she? Despite being several yards away, he whispered hotly in her ear,
"Come to me."
A shiver went through her, but it never occurred to her to say no. She reached for him, only he shifted out of reach.
"You have to stand first."
Stand? The dream shifted, and she woke to find herself outside, lying on a shared cloak between Hicks and Venna. The embers in the fire provided only the slightest glow. Bear remained sitting, ramrod straight, back to the fire. He didn't move at all as Agot rose, doing her best to not disturb her sorors. Not one of the lumpy cloaks on the ground shifted as she carefully crept away from their camp.
"Come to me."
A whisper that brushed both hot and cold at once. A cajoling demand she couldn't resist. The night was still and silent, even quieter once she emerged from the ember-lit ring around the camp.
"Come."
A part of her questioned the strangeness of the voice in her head. She knew it wasn't Merrick, but she couldn't help herself. She had to follow it. She hurried, moving briskly and unerringly into the shadows. She had no path or shape to follow, nothing but a sense of urgency. Faster. The rocky hillside proved rough to climb, and for a moment she stood sucking on a scraped finger, wondering, what am I doing? Quickly. She couldn't resist the compulsion to find him. Him who? It didn't matter. With more grunting and rubbing of flesh on her hands, she reached the peak, a dark place given the cloud passing over the moons. She could see nothing, only hear the lone whistle of the wind, and then a scrape, a smell that didn't belong. Her nose wrinkled. The clouds parted, and a sliver of moon's light lit the area. A jagged hilltop, far from the group. What am I doing?
"Come."
This time the word was spoken aloud, a susurration of sound. "Who is that? Show yourself." She didn't expect it to listen, and then she wished it hadn't. It emerged from a pocket of night, a tall and too gangly form belonging to a stranger with the palest skin, the whitest hair, and dangerous, mesmerizing voice and eyes. Vampire. It seemed impossible. How could a vampire be here? They were days from the rim. How had it hidden well enough to escape detection and not burn in the suns? It had to die. Her hands went to the sheaths at her side, but it spoke. No. Just a single syllable, and yet it stopped her from drawing a blade. It neared her, smelling of the putridness of flesh gone bad, the mold and dankness of a damp cave, the scent of her coming death. Unlike the pretty one at the Abbey, this one appeared sickly and also quite mad, given the wild glow in its eyes. Her hands remained frozen. It neared enough to lift a hand, and a finger pointed. The tip of it rotted. Fear swamped her even as she tried to hold it back. She couldn't move. Chin held high, Agot whispered, "Goddess, protect me." To her surprise, the goddess did. The vampire's head suddenly toppled. Chapter 31. Shock held Agot still for a moment. Then she gasped, "Thank you, goddess." Actually, the correct response is, "Thank you once again, Merrick. You seem to be making a habit of me saving you." The General Knight stepped into view, wiping his sword with a rag he kept in a pouch. "You? What are you doing here? How did you find me?" "Not even a thank you. Contain your happiness lest I be overwhelmed." Dry mockery that narrowed her gaze. "Why is it you always seem to appear at just the right moment? Are you the traitor in the group?" asks the woman meeting monsters at night. Merrick shook his head. "I was compelled to come out here." Agot suddenly found herself on the defense. "So you claim." How quickly he tried to turn the argument against her. I hope you trip and fall on the way down this hill."
"That isn't very sorrowly."
She glared at Merrick, who calmly sheathed his cleaned blade. "Excuse me if I'm a little rattled, given I was lured here by a vampire, which wasn't supposed to happen. I thought they didn't go far from the rim."
"Guess we were wrong."
"We, is it now? You're the one who's supposed to be the expert."
"Apparently not, given it didn't go after the bait we kindly put out for it."
"Bait? What bait?" she asked. Then it hit her. "You used Belle to try and draw out the vampires."
"Not for long. She complained nonstop, so we decided to return her to camp. A good thing, too, or I might not have seen you leaving it."
"Why didn't you stop me?"
He nudged the body on the ground with his foot. "If I had, then I wouldn't have gotten a chance to kill it."
"You used me?"
"Yes."
"Without asking?"
"If I had, do you think we would have reached the same outcome?"
"No, because he'd have woken her from the trance." "Was it alone?"
"No idea. Logically, there shouldn't have been one vampire this deep in the valley, so I guess it's possible there could be another. Probably some human slaves, too, I'd wager."
"Wouldn't the influence die with it?"
"Maybe."
She made a moo. "You're just full of annoying non-answers tonight."
"I'm not an encyclopedia."
"As if there are any that discuss the vampires," she disparaged.
"There are at the Citadel."
The reply stunned. "Actual books? With real information about the vampires?"
"And other monsters."
That quickly, her irritation evaporated. "I want to read them, and any other books you have on our history before the mist or during the early years of it."
"You do realize those history texts have been studied. You won't find anything we've not already discovered."
"Says you. But it would be sheer arrogance to ignore possible other interpretations of events. Perhaps a fresh outlook is needed."
"Perhaps. However, the books you seek to study aren't available to the general populace. They don't leave the Citadel."
"How does one get permission to visit the library?" Agot asked, the night looking up as she finally got a glimmer of hope that her trip might not be in vain.
"Only the king can grant it, which is where you'll fail. We both know you'll never be able to ask him nicely."
Merrick wore the kind of smirk that begged for a slap. Instead, she turned on her heel and marched off.
"Was it something I said?"
he mocked, easily catching her long stride. She whirled on him. "How can you find this amusing? People are dying."
"I know. And I am one of those putting his life on the line to make a difference."
"Making a difference would be fighting the monsters before they make it past the rim, rather than babysitting the blessed."
"Fighting the abyss's creations instead of protecting the blessed is why the situation has gotten so dire. But then again, how would you know? Hiding away in your abbey, criticizing without even knowing the basics. Must be nice living so ignorantly."
With that bitten-off retort, he left her behind. For a second, she almost reached out to apologize. She'd been unreasonably rude, and in truth, he was right. Apparently, she didn't know everything she should about the situation. The only way to expand her knowledge was by getting inside that citadel, and she'd once more annoyed the one man who might be able to grant her access. She should make amends. She took one step in his direction, paused. A sixth sense made her duck just in time, the person slashing at her missed, and she whirled, drawing a dagger. Before she could throw it, she paused in surprise. "Fior?" His expression blank, Fior slashed at her again. "What are you doing?" She slapped at his hand, using the flat of the blade instead of the edge to knock it aside. "Wake up!" His stare remained blank. Before she could haul off and punch him like Merrick had, arms snared her from behind. They lifted her from the ground, drawing a surprised shout. "Put me down!" A glimpse of silver at the wrists, and she realized Pole held her. A flat-faced Fior reeled his axe back for a swing. She struggled in Paul's grip. Her feet didn't connect with the ground. "Let me go!" A snap of her head and Paul grunted, loosening his hold enough that she rolled out of the way of Fior's descending axe. Thunk, as she scrabbled from the body. Fior pulled the axe free with a wet, sucking noise that didn't bode well for Paul. Before he could bring it down on her, she stabbed him in the gut. It had no effect. His arm began descending again, and it might have ended badly if it wasn't suddenly lopped off. The severed limb flopped to the ground. His head joined it next. As the body dropped, Merrick appeared, grim-faced, while she welcomed his timely arrival. She couldn't help saying, "Stop trying to be my hero." Chapter 32. The expression on Merrick's face shifted between disbelief, sorrow, and rage. "I didn't do this to be heroic." His lips twisted as he glanced at the bodies at his feet. Pity filled her heart as she saw him deal with the betrayal from two people he trusted, Fior and Paul. Likely they had been controlled by a vampire, and now they were dead because of it. "It would seem we've uncovered and dealt with the rebels in our midst." It might have been cruel to remind him of his words. Traitors died. His expression hardened, slipping back into his usual grimness. "Should have dealt with Fior the last time he got compromised." Merrick headed back to the camp. She stuck close to his side, not because she needed him. He needed her. He tried to hide it, his pain, his sorrow, hid it under cold determination and anger. But she felt it, nonetheless. As they reached the fire, she noticed the camp no longer slept. The sorors huddled close to the flames with the remaining soldiers, forming a ring. "Fior and Paul are missing," Zav announced when they got close enough. "They're dead." At Merrick's words, a rustle went through the group, then shock as he explained what happened. The resulting sorrow hung in an almost palpable miasma that quickly turned to suspicion as they eyed each other, as if wondering if any more traitors were in their midst. Possible. How terrifying. There must be a way to stop it, to clean the taint. Am I now vulnerable? Are my fellow sorors? Having had her own mind captured, she understood how quickly and insidiously it could happen. Merrick knew she'd been affected, yet he hadn't killed her. Would he? What if the vampire had planted a bomb in her head, a suggestion she couldn't resist that would result in grave consequence? Given no one wanted to rest anymore, they quickly readied and continued their trip. The lack of sleep left her irritable for most of the day, especially since Belle looked fresh and bright as she beamed at Merrick when they finally stopped to stretch their legs and freshen up. The young woman batted her lashes and smiled.
"I'm so excited. We'll arrive soon at the Citadel."
"Tomorrow," Merrick said, not sparing the girl a glance. He checked his horse instead. "Bend over." Agot turned her head and cursed herself. He turned her inside out. One more day and then she would be rid of him. She'd wash her hands of Belle, and if things worked out, she'd face the king. Only she no longer knew what she'd say. Merrick had given her much to think about, a different perspective on things. What if the king truly cared about his people? What if he didn't have a choice when it came to the blessed? What if his orders all those years ago weren't about hurting her, but doing something for the greater good? What if Barry hadn't killed on the king's orders? Maybe instead of a dagger to the heart, she should listen to the king first. If she didn't like his answer, then she'd remove him and find a better way. As the rest period ended, she noted Merrick by the stream, watering his steed, shoulders rounded, head down. How hard it must be to lead, having to kill men he'd known, men he'd thought he could trust. She wanted to offer him comfort and, at the same time, knew he wouldn't welcome it. He'd hate her seeing him weak. She turned away, and there was Zav,
Always watching. It led to her asking, has he ever had to... She hesitated. What word could she use? Because what he'd done had saved her life. Zav understood.
He always does the right thing, even if it slices him up inside.
You've served together a long time.
We were taken into the king's service at the same festival.
Which was how many years ago?
More than 2 decades now, so I know him, possibly better than he knows himself.
He's mad at me, she stated. For some reason, bothered by it.
Not you, at himself, for having missed the danger.
He saved me.
In his mind, you shouldn't have needed saving, because he should have removed the threat earlier.
So he's playing the martyr, spoken with a disparaging glance at Merrick, still apart from the group.
Hardly.
Still say he's mad. He didn't talk to me all morning.
The general needs a moment to himself. Perhaps it would be best if you rode with me for the next leg of our journey,
Zav offered. Her first impulse was to decline. She enjoyed being pressed against Merrick, their bodies rolling with the horse's gait. The reminder changed her mind. Sounds like a good idea. She grabbed the hand Zav held out and was prepared to swing her leg over the saddle when hooves thundered toward them. One guess who it was. She sighed and slid back to the ground before turning to glower at Merrick, who drew up at the last moment and barked,
"She rides with me!"
Zav actually argued.
"Are you sure that's wise?
Leave her
and scout ahead."
"Being an idiot," Zav muttered as he galloped off. It left Merrick holding out a hand to an irritated Agot. What was that?
"You ride with me."
"What if I don't want to ride with you?"
Did I give the impression you had a choice in the matter?
A part of her wanted to offer a rude gesture and tell him where he could go with his arrogance. What were the chances that he'd leave her behind, especially in this mood? You could ask nicely, she grumbled as she grabbed his hand. Merrick hauled her up behind him and took off quickly enough that she squeezed him tight in startlement. He didn't slow down until they'd gotten well ahead of the others. The horse slowed its pace, but Merrick remained silent. Since she had no idea what to say, she kept her lips clamped, until the long quiet drove her to say, "I am sorry you had to act as you did to save me." To which he growled, "It's I who should apologize. I should have known they'd been infected." You can hardly take the blame for it. It's not like they each had a sign on their forehead saying, "A vampire bespelled me."
Fjord did. Knowing he was susceptible, I should have shed him the moment it happened. Instead, I set Paul to keep an eye on him. That turned out to be a mistake.
Merrick turned quiet. Is there no way to spot those with the taint and remove it?
There is, but it's at the Citadel. Most of the time, the infected show no signs until they act in a fashion that requires lethal force to counter.
The vampire you killed, he shouldn't have been this far out here.
No, he shouldn't.
He appeared sickly compared to the others I've seen.
I noticed that too. Probably because he strayed too far from the abyss.
Do they need the mist to survive? He shrugged. The motion carried through their tight proximity.
Some say yes, some don't know. We've not had a chance to capture one for study.
The idea of dissecting one, looking for a weakness, sent a shiver through her. Given how many I've seen, it surprises me you've not taken one prisoner.
They require certain conditions to be met to survive.
Meaning they'd tried and failed. He kept talking.
I wonder why it went after you.
It was strange given nothing about her was special. Hadn't been in a long time. Its interest is weird, given I am so ordinary.
There is nothing ordinary about you,
Merrick muttered. That almost sounded like a compliment. It shouldn't have mattered, and yet it warmed her.
I meant it as one. Your other sorores are easier to manage.
So much for the warm feeling lasting. Sorry about not being obedient chattel, she snapped.
You should be. You're making my job more difficult.
How? I haven't gotten in your way. I've done nothing but try and help.
Your presence is distracting, he muttered. How is that my fault? You're the one who insisted I ride with you. To ensure you don't start conversations you shouldn't have with the others. She digested it before saying, You do realize that I talk to them already. Not that they say much. You do realize they've been reporting your chats to me. How boring, given I've yet to have a truly interesting one. The only person who ever told her things was Merrick. There are a few who believe you're a rebel. What do you think? That you're just naturally bossy and annoying? Ouch. I could say the same about you. I am perfect. Spoken deadpan. It made her laugh. Not even close. What's wrong with me? Too much to list. Name one thing. A single thing wrong with him? Easy. You are ridiculously arrogant. So are you. She might have taken offense, but around him it was true. You're the king's man, and you're a sorer of the shield. We both have roles to play. You asked why I don't like you. It's hard to pin it on one thing. You're just not appealing to me. Holy freaking lie. She said it to convince herself. Failed, and in the process, he stiffened. I'd beg to differ. You find me attractive. You're okay. Blondes are more to my taste. More fibbing. She had a thing for swarthy men. You don't like my hair. There was a hint of incredulity in his tone. Maybe if you dyed it? You can't be serious. Only if you want me to like you. If you'd prefer I didn't, then leave it. Don't really care. She screwed with him mostly for the entertainment, and yet he sounded so offended. Perhaps you should judge a man by the content of his character, and not his outward appearance. It helps if he's pretty. Then again, a person can always close their eyes and pretend. And who would you imagine? He rumbled. Him, actually. Mostly because he was the first man in a long time who'd made her want something carnal. Apparently, she wasn't dead yet. We are not discussing this, she said, suddenly prim. Why not? Because it is none of your business. You don't see me asking who your fantasy woman is. Would you like me to tell you? A part of her almost said yes. Who was his ideal lady? Certainly not someone like her. A woman with a body past its prime, bearing some gray, attractive and fit, despite her age. But not the right choice for a virile man who was certainly younger than her and probably still wanted to father children. She changed the subject. When do you think they became infected? He tensed. My guess would be sometime during our trip up and down the cliffs. Perhaps that night we spent on the rim. The vampire probably couldn't resist ensnaring some soldiers who had access to the citadel. Has that ever happened before? People mesmerized into doing things? Not in the city. No. But there have been incidences in the rim towns. How did those incidents end? Not well. In one, a father killed his whole family, and when his senses returned to him, he was so horrified he begged for execution. It must be hard doing the right thing all the time. He slumped. Am I doing the right thing? Because I wonder at times. An admission that showed that the strength he projected hid a vulnerability that he crushed with his next words. It would be easier if people just did as they were told without arguing. Sarcasm soured her words. Excuse us for having minds and thoughts of our own. He found this amusing and chuckled. At least your mind is sharp enough to grasp the finer points of situations. Some. Not all. I'm still not convinced of the necessity of acquiring the blessed. You will have to trust me when I say they are crucial. I know you said we'd arrive at the King's City tomorrow. Given the need for haste, why not ride all night and get there sooner? Because the horses need to rest, as do the people. You have a secure location in mind, I assume? I don't think there is any such place anymore. Ominous, and yet it rang true. Has the Citadel been compromised? No serious issues yet, but it's only a matter of time before the wrong sort makes it past the gates. So be careful.
What are you implying? She asked.
That, until now, you've been fairly outspoken about your dislike of the king's policies. That might not go over well in the city. They take a hard line with rebels.
Duly noted.
What is your plan when we get there?
He asked a little too casually. Now was her chance to ask him. Do you think I could get an audience with the king? He didn't laugh. A good sign, she hoped.
It could be arranged, if you promise not to try and kill him.
Who? Me?
Laughter rolled through him. It's become clear that you are one of the shield maidens of old, the kind spoken of in legends. A true fighter.
Does that praise mean you'll introduce me to the king?
Hardly praise. I was outlining the dangers you pose. What's so important you wish to speak with him face to face?
When I first began this journey, I wanted to harangue him over his policies, especially the one that led to her having those blood-filled nightmares. The king had sent Barry on the quest years ago that had changed the course of her life. But now, I hear he possesses a vast library. I want access to it. I and my sorors.
That's a large request.
With a valid reason behind it. I need to learn more about our world, gain an understanding of the mist, the monsters, the vampires. After all, this spilling of the fog over the rim has happened before. Our history holds the answer.
And I told you, the king's scholars have already looked. There isn't a book that hasn't been read multiple times. There's nothing that can be done other than to keep fighting.
Obviously, giving up isn't an option. But why are you so sure nothing can be done? Have you ever heard the monster poem? She ventured, wondering if he'd even heard of it.
Are you speaking of the rhyme sung by children? What about it?
What if I told you it's actually a prophecy? He snorted.
I'd say you're grasping. It's a song to play games, nothing more.
Denigrate it all you want. I am keeping an open mind because some of us want to do something, was her pert reply.
Glad to hear you think I'm not doing anything important.
That was the last thing he said, as Zav dropped back on the path to join them. They began talking defense for Belle, the last remaining blessed. True to Merrick's word, rather than ride into the night, they stopped at a well-established town and set up a defense perimeter. The town of the Forked Road appeared prosperous and exhibited many large mansions. The grandest, a massive stone affair with fountains of burbling water in just about every room, belonged to the mayor. Given the previous incidents, the sorors decided it best if they all slept in the same room, situated on the 3rd floor with only an attic above. It had only one entry and a window too high to reach. A pair of guards stood on each side of the portal and watched, chewing the Laravel moss. Another apparently guarded from the roof. Agot took the last turn bathing while the others went to dinner. By the time she made it to the entertaining hall, Belle held court with a troop of young people. Agot curtailed the fun at a reasonable hour. She wasn't in the mood to watch them get drunker and drunker. It would have ended up in her slapping someone's son or daughter. Belle didn't take kindly to the interruption.
It's not fair. I was having fun.
It's late.
Not that late. I want to go for a walk in the garden.
It's after dark.
The better to see the stars. We never got a chance in the Abbey.
The young woman pouted. Agot wasn't swayed. It's too dangerous.
You can't tell me what to do.
The chit folded her arms stubbornly. I can, and I will also enforce.
I hate you.
Belle stomped to the corner of the room and proceeded to sulk. She wasn't always such a chore to deal with. Belle's more recent years proved especially harsh. Surely Agot had never been so bad. Then again, she'd tried the patience of those raising her. It pained her to think they might be anything alike. I'm going to see if I can find some food that will last till morning in case the soldiers want to make an early start. She didn't mention the fact that her stomach rumbled. Arriving in the kitchen, she encountered a servant with a tray, who smiled at her.
I was just bringing some snacks for you and the other sorères. The chef even included a special pastry for the blessed one.
Only blessed when she was quiet. I'll take it up to her. Rest your feet, she told the woman, who appeared close to the same age with wrinkles webbing the corners of her eyes, in her 4th or 5th decade for sure.
That would be most kind. Thank you.
Agot made it only to the hall before she set the tray down for a pause and to eat something. The fruit and nut-stuffed pastry provided a sweet and crunchy texture in her mouth, but it also veered on the dry side. She grabbed the jug of juice and poured a mouthful into a cup. She jostled the special cake as she tried to put everything back so it balanced. An edge of paper showed under the cake. Odd. She lifted it and saw a note. One word. Garden. No doubt meant for Belle. Agot's mouth rounded. Who'd sent it? She whirled to return to the kitchen to see that the servant who'd handed the tray was gone. Asking the staff left behind, none recognized the description. Agot eyed a window overlooking the courtyard. The garden was in the center of the keep. Surely no threat could penetrate that deep. No choice but to find out. However, even she realized she shouldn't without letting someone know first. The surprise was the fact that she knocked on the door that a servant told her had been given to Merrick. Chapter 33. The door swung open on the first rap of her closed fist. Agot blinked at the sight of Merrick's bare chest. She couldn't exactly avoid its width. It had no hair, which meant his scars stood out against his skin. The ridges of healed wounds crisscrossed his torso. One sat very close to his heart. A miracle he'd survived. She almost lifted her fingertips to touch. What's wrong? A gruff query. Wrong? Other than the fact that she wanted to put her hands on his flesh? Agot thrust out the note. I found this tucked under a cake meant for Belle. I can't find the woman who gave me the tray, and no one in the kitchen could recall seeing her. It took him but a moment to read. He whirled and stalked for a chair where some clothes were draped. Did you ask Belle about it? No. Why not? She might know who sent it. He slewed a gaze in her direction as he tugged on his shirt, covering his body. Good. Maybe she'd be less distracted. She glanced away from him as he tugged on his sheath as well, buckling it around his hips. Who would be sending her a note? She's been living in the Abbey most of her life, Agot exclaimed. Exactly. She's a nubile young lady currently surrounded by people, men, women, whatever she prefers, flattering her, giving her a taste of life without the cloister of your goddess's rules. You think she'd meet with a stranger, given what happened to the others? She's not that stupid. Then again, would you like to wager on it? No, because Merrick might be right. She remembered how hard Belle argued about wanting to go for a walk in the garden. How had it never occurred the note might be for a tryst? Maybe I should ask her. Don't bother. She'll lie and start her caterwauling again. That girl needs a muzzle. She chomped her lip lest she laugh at his woebegone expression, to think she'd almost been jealous of the polite attention he paid Belle. I'm sorry I bothered you. I'm not. Your trust is appreciated. Now, shall we? Shall we what? She asked, noticing he'd not only put on a shirt and sword belt while they spoke, but also his boots. Find out who's trying to meet the girl in the garden. She might have argued she didn't need his help to spy, but he had said we. Plus, she did trust him if they happened to run into trouble. It's probably just a rendezvous with a boy. The more Agot thought of it, the more it made sense. Still, she didn't argue as she kept pace with the general. He wound through the keep as if he knew every hallway and room. Eventually, they ended up in a sitting room 1 floor above ground, chosen, she soon realized, not for the rickety table and chairs and the fragile knickknacks on every surface, but the balcony overlooking the garden in the courtyard. They lay flat on the floor, half in the room, upper torsos outside, and peering through the metal-hammered vine railing. The need for silence wasn't pressing yet. as the garden still showed much movement from a couple sitting on a bench, shyly holding hands to a more intimate pair, doing things under a tree that warmed her cheeks. She turned to look away and caught Merrick eyeing her. She thought he might speak, but instead he looked away, and so they waited in silence as the garden quieted, and the lights in the windows overlooking went out until only the glow of Solaris orbs lining the paths illuminated the area. Only as the third moon rose did they see the shadowy figure that emerged into the garden, wearing dark clothes, sliding through the shadows. "There's our culprit," Merrick whispered, before rising silently. In a single smooth motion, he vaulted over the railing and landed with barely a thud, whereas Agot eyed the drop with an inwardly held sigh. Her body wouldn't thank her for it. She should have asked him about his plan before. It took her a little longer to climb over the railing, and she wasted time lowering herself so that by the time she let go, the fall was only a few feet. Her knees took the impact, jarringly so. Once she stopped wobbling, she sprinted, aiming for the sudden fracas. "Unhand me!" The shriek was familiar. "I should go," a more tremulous voice. Agot came onto the scene of a young man, hands held high, eyes wide, and a very irate Belle who railed, "Let me go! How dare you lay hands on me? Wait until I tell the king." "Tell him what? That you were having an illicit rendezvous?" Merrick drawled. "Jealous?" Belle tossed her head, convinced of her superiority. Merrick's lip curled. "I prefer women to children." The insult brought a mean squint to Belle's eyes. "You'll regret being rude to me." "I highly doubt that. Back to your room." "You—" Agot had heard enough. The ear she grabbed had the chits screaming, "Ouch! You cow! Unhand me!" "You heard the General Knight. Enough." "You can't— Ah!" Pulling Belle by the ear, Agot ignored the screeching as she marched her back to the room. She met Hicks as she dragged the yodeling girl up the stairs. "There you are. We thought you'd been kidnapped." Hicks looked disheveled, her lips swollen. Bear glowered more fiercely than usual. "She was off making questionable choices," Agot said. "I only wanted to have some fun," Belle sulked. "Two of your sorors are missing. Now is not the time for levity." "Don't do this. Don't do that. Is it any wonder they wanted to escape?" The young woman mulishly stuck out her lower lip. "And you think the Citadel will somehow be better? What makes you think it won't?" Given all that happened, Belle might have a point. What if she was safer behind those walls as a prisoner of the king? At least then she'd be doing something positive for the people. Agot wearied of it all. Her shoulders slumped. "You'll be there soon enough. Go to bed. And don't you dare leave it. If I catch you outside this room," she wagged a finger. "You'll what?" taunted Belle. For some reason, an old expression came to mind. Spare the hand, spoil the child. Test me and find out. Chapter 34. The argument with Belle made Agot's blood boil. She couldn't stay around the girl and not shake her for being so dense. She stalked off and, with nowhere else to go, ended up in the garden, quiet now that everyone had gone to bed. The air held the fragrance of green, growing things, and the stars really were pretty. A winding path drew her to a private bower with a stone bench. She sat on it and waited. She didn't react at all when someone joined her with a creak of leather. No need to look. For some reason, she was attuned to Merrick. She didn't understand it. She'd never before met a man who made her so aware of herself as a woman. Agot said nothing. He'd obviously sought her out for a reason. It emerged on a low growl. "Bear's been told the next time he neglects his duties, I'll geld him." An abrupt start to the conversation. It's not entirely his fault. The mater should have known better than to leave Belle alone. Left unsaid was that none of them understood what Hicks saw in the big barbarian.
They're allowing themselves to be distracted. Now is not the time.
No, it's not. In Hicks's defense, she wasn't the only one having an issue staying focused. Agot glanced at her hands clasped in her lap. After tomorrow, I guess we'll be going our separate ways.
Maybe.
Her heart stilled, and she slewed a glance at him. Meaning what? He leaned back, legs stretched, arms across the back of the bench.
Didn't you ask to meet the king?
Technically, I only want access to his library.
Even if it was granted, it would be under strict guard.
She deliberately misunderstood him and asked in false innocence, "Isn't the citadel safe?"
Don't pretend to be dense. The guard wouldn't be to protect you.
As if I'd ever damage history.
And what if the past is so shocking you'd rather bury it, deny it ever happened?
Destroying our history instead of studying it only ensures we repeat it.
Some think the past influences the future.
Of course it does. What has happened to us before shapes how we act in the present.
At the same time, getting caught up in things that can't be changed can become a vicious, self-fulfilling circle.
Haven't you done things you wish you could change?
No. I stand behind all my decisions but one.
What would an arrogant man like Merrick ever regret? That bad?
The worst thing I ever did.
Their gazes met, and she was struck by his blue gaze, so different from everyone else with their brown eyes. Funny how one thing, one stupid decision can change the course of your life, she muttered, thinking of her own regrets.
Does it have to define the future?
She didn't want to talk about the things that led to the betrayal, the blood, so much of it. Forget past and future. There is only now, a chance to make new bad decisions. Before she could change her mind, she leaned over and kissed him. He froze. She remained close. Her gaze locked on his. Nothing was said, and yet his mouth suddenly clung to hers. Their lips meeting in a clash of hot breath and sudden, fierce passion. He dragged her onto his lap, and she was more than willing, turning so she straddled him, gripping his cheeks, plundering his mouth as surely as he explored hers. When the groping and panting on the bench led to extreme need and frustration, she found herself carried to a mossy patch where he threw down his shirt first before laying her back on it. Under the boughs of a tree that filtered the starlight, Merrick took her. His thrusts made her hum and rock in time to him. Her gasps and his groans were the only sounds, other than the sighing of wind through the leaves. When her climax hit, it proved strong enough that she went rigid. Her nails dug into his flesh, surely drawing blood, as if either of them cared. A sated lassitude took her. She didn't protest when he gathered her in his arms and took her to his room, where he took his time bringing her to the brink again, a slow, pleasurable ride. It had been so long since she'd allowed herself to be with anyone she didn't remember it. The guilt didn't set in until she woke, curled against Merrick. There was a certain perverse satisfaction in what had happened between them. She, an older woman, had been properly bedded by the general, who was definitely all man. For one night, they'd been perfect together. However, she was enough of a realist to know that it wouldn't last. A sorare of the shield had a duty to her goddess, not to mention a responsibility that began with a purple-eyed orphan girl. A different man might have helped her on her quest. Merrick? He belonged to the king. She rose with the dawn, her movements drawing a drowsy sound from him. "You're leaving?" She glanced back at him, the shadows already receding, meaning she could see him clearly. "We should be discreet." She grabbed her clothing, only to hear him suck in a breath. "You have a lot of scars, not just on my skin," she muttered. "I have to go." She fled without a kiss, or a goodbye, fled before she could change her mind about finding a way to be with him. It would never work. This early in the day, The bathing facilities for the women were almost empty. The other sorors rose when Agot entered, uttering a bright and cheerful, "Morning! How was your night?" "Not as good as yours, apparently." A dry reply, but no rebuke, even as it was deserved. She and Merrick had both been beyond distracted, all night long. It left her with certain expectations. She didn't see him at the rushed breakfast, only Zav, who appeared to be waiting for the sorors, given he kept saying, "Hurry, the General Knight wants an early start." Could it be Merrick was as eager to see her as she was him? She'd left without them discussing what would occur next. Was it a one-time thing? Would he want to see her again? Did she want to see him? By the time they emerged from the house, most of the brigade was mounted. Merrick already sat upon his steed, and without asking, he snapped his fingers at Belle. "You ride with me today." Agot didn't quite manage to hold in her shock and had to quickly force herself to snap her jaw shut.
Me?
Belle exclaimed, then simpered, "Of course, General Knight." She held out her arms to be lifted. Useless chit. And yet, she got to sit in the saddle in front of the general, who didn't once glance at Agot. Acted as if she didn't exist, as if last night had never happened. If looks could kill, he'd have died. Chapter 35. He used me. It hurt. More than Agot would ever care to admit. Then again, what did she expect? They'd spoken no promises, nor words of affection. She kissed him, not the other way around. As far as he knew, she just wanted physical relief. It wasn't as if anything could have come out of it. They both had very different missions in life. Hadn't she been telling herself that since she left his bed? Let him ignore her. It was for the best. She should focus on more pressing problems. What would she do if she couldn't get access to the Citadel? The one person she'd counted on to help her had chosen to pretend she didn't exist. Perhaps she should ask Zav. Merrick's public rejection meant he'd be the one to offer his hand so she could ride behind him. He murmured a soft, "Ignore him. Already done," was her light reply, as they cantered onto the last leg of their journey to the king's city. Merrick remained close to the group, too close for her to ask Zav if he could get her inside the Citadel. Given his devotion to his leader, it was doubtful he'd even agree. Stupid jerk. She'd honestly not expected Merrick to treat her like this. He'd fooled her, though, and it burned. The ire at her gullible nature boiled. She needed that anger to push against the sudden fear that hit her as they came in sight of the center of the King's Valley, a large dip filled with a perfectly designed city. The buildings were built in rings, bisected with roads, mostly homes on the outer circles, with shops and more lavish residences as you neared the center where the Citadel jutted, a thing of seemingly seamless stone. Home of the king. As they neared the outer walls, Agot noticed that an empty ditch surrounded the city, its depths filled with shards of glass and sharp stakes, a trap for monsters that traveled over the ground. Unlit torches lined its length, and she spotted archers watching from crenellations along the wall. That wasn't the only defense. A squad of King's elite in their silver armor marched in formation around a well-worn path. "You've got a strong defense around the city," she said to Zav. "Have there been problems?" "No, but once they start, it's too late to prepare." Smart planning. Credit goes to the king and the General Knight. I imagine the Citadel is even more closely guarded. She softly hedged. No one goes in or out without being scrutinized, implying tough security. How would she make it inside? Presenting herself at the gates without an invitation might get her thrown into a jail cell, or killed if they thought her a rebel. As they trotted over a wooden bridge that could easily be collapsed into the hand-dug gorge, people noticed their arrival. Every single one waved and cheered, "Ghost, ghost, ghost." As they chanted, the men in the brigade sat taller. It seemed stories about their exploits ranged far and wide. Having seen them fight, Agot could at least agree most of it was probably merited. The group didn't stop to enjoy the adulation. They followed Merrick and his quickened pace. They soon passed the residential rings and emerged into the center, where a moat circled a massive stone wall. The general pulled up his steed at the foot of a bridge. Belle leaned forward impatiently, eyeing her new home. Merrick signaled to Zav, who trotted over. "Only the blessed have permission to enter. See that the Sorairs are given accommodation at the Shield Inn." Wait, was he trying to ditch them? Silence was no longer an option. "We're staying with the acolyte." He didn't look at her as he replied, "Once she passes those gates, she's no longer your concern." Belle took offense at Agot's attempt to save her.
"Leave me alone already. I want to do this. I'm ready to serve the king."
You heard the girl. Merrick's knees nudged the horse, readying to leave. It was too much for Agot.
"What about my audience with the king?"
Finally, he glanced over his shoulder at her, his mien serious as he said, "I will ask him. You'll be informed once he makes a decision." So much for sex softening the man. Her chances of getting in appeared to have sunk. "He's got a lot on his mind," Zav tried to excuse him. It made her reply curt. "He is acting exactly as expected for someone of his ilk, and I really don't care. I am glad to be rid of him." She jumped off the horse the moment it stopped in front of the inn bearing a shield as its sign. "Thank you. Bye." She strode inside the establishment, angry at Merrick, herself, the world. The inn oozed age, built of mortared stone blocks and granite floors worn by the passage of feet. Trestle tables with benches reminded her of home. I have no home. The monsters had taken it. She'd once more lost everything. Hicks and Venna entered, bickering, and it continued all the way up to their already reserved rooms. It indicated pre-planning. Merrick never had any intention of taking her to see the king. The betrayal burned bitter. The 3 rooms adjoined, and of course, her Sorairs immediately opened the connecting doors so Agot could enjoy the arguing. This time it centered on Hicks's menses being 1 day late, to which Hicks replied, "This isn't the first time my menstruation has stopped, in case you hadn't noticed. I'm getting old again." They all were, with Agot, the youngest of them all, looking the oldest, 4 decades at least. No wonder the at least 10 years younger Merrick didn't look back. "You are not that old. And you are always regular," Venna argued. "We've had a stressful few days, not to mention it's only 1 day late." "You didn't use protection," Venna reminded, wagging a finger. "I'm too old to be pregnant," Hicks snorted. "Hardly. Even Agot could still have a baby." Wait, she could? She almost put a hand on her stomach. It had never even occurred to her, hence why she'd not taken precautions. Wasn't sure how she'd feel about it. Not that it would matter. She probably wouldn't live out the week if she got to see the king. "I am not changing diapers," Venna declared. "Seeing as how I used to help you with yours before your rewind in life, that's kind of rude," Hicks sniffed. Venna turned red. That was a secret. From who? Was only the 3 of us at the time? 4, Agot reminded. But they rarely spoke of that time before everything went bad. "I need some air. I'm going for a walk." "We'll join you," Hicks offered. Quickly, Agot shook her head. "I want a moment to myself." Before they could argue, she left, heading down to the establishment's main floor, which currently catered to the midday meal patrons. The noise drove her outside, where she walked and walked, ring after ring, till she made it past the hubbub of the central city for the quieter streets with houses and a few scattered stores. A small shop offering drinks and treats had a table and 2 mismatched chairs in front. A pity she had no money. A woman with florid cheeks emerged, wiping her hands on her apron.
"Can I help you?"
The most heavenly smell wafted behind.
"I don't suppose I could work for a pastry. Ain't got no jobs to give unless you know how to exterminate rats. None of them rodent killers will help since the last one died in the basement."
Rats. The Sorairs had to subsist on them quite a bit during the lean years. Agot smiled. "Actually, I can help you with that." The baker, a woman with 7 daughters, was amazed when Agot returned from the cellar with not 1 giant rat, but 5. She said nothing about the actual killer, a mutated version of a lizard that had snapped open a sewer grill in the cellar. She'd managed to block it, but made a note to mention it to Zav or someone else so they might check more basements.
"Aren't you just a marvel? A true Sorair of the Shield," the baker beamed.
"Thank you. Choose any treat you like. And a drink."
The woman bustled around, readying a reward. Agot was sitting, sipping on some hot cocoa and nibbling on a piece of cake, when she heard the thunder of hooves. She watched Zav go flying by, then return, trotting more slowly. He stopped by her table before sliding off his horse. "Hello, Zav. Going somewhere?" she asked casually, taking a sip of her drink.
"I've been looking for you."
"Whatever for?"
"You went missing."
"Not exactly. As you can see, I'm sitting right here."
"Your Sorairs,"
she cut him off, "wouldn't have sent you so quickly after me." She eyed him. "Only one reason you'd be concerned, and that's because you were ordered to watch me. Who gave you the command?"
"You didn't really think Merrick had forgotten about you."
"Actually, I did. Our business together is done, but I am glad you found me. Did you know your basements have infestations? At least, this one did. So be sure to tell your precious leader when you go report on my activities." She kept in the rest of her anger. When it came to confronting Merrick, she'd do it in person. "You can go now." "Bye-bye," she waved.
"I can't go."
"I just told you there are monsters in the city."
"That aren't going anywhere. My orders are to keep an eye on you."
"Because he doesn't trust me." Agot couldn't deny Merrick's instincts were good. She shouldn't be trusted.
"Would you feel better if I said he's like that with everybody?"
"Not true. He trusts you."
"One of the few."
She eyed Zav. "You saved his life, didn't you?"
"Not as many times as he's saved mine."
"We don't keep count. You make it sound like you see a lot of action." His lips flattened.
"These are dangerous times."
"Have you met the king?" She changed tactics, and he grew wary.
"Yes."
"What kind of man is he?"
"The kind who will do whatever it takes to serve his people."
Another brainwashed soldier. "So you don't have a problem with what he does with the blessed?"
"No, I don't have a problem with him keeping King's Valley from being overrun by perverted wildlife."
He sounded angry, but she latched onto a word. "Perverted? What do you mean?" She'd thought some of the creatures she'd seen were similar to animals she knew, but twisted. Zav's lips flattened.
"I have to go."
He suddenly mounted his horse and left, but Agot remained, finishing her treat. After all, she'd discovered something important. Merrick wanted her watched. The question being, why? Chapter 36. Knowing she was probably being spied upon, Agot took her time returning to the inn, talking to people she met along the way, browsing the shops. She tried to spot her tail. Zav, with his lack of hair, would have stood out. Actually, any of the ghosts in their silver armor would have drawn attention, meaning whoever spied probably wasn't someone she knew. It might not even be a soldier. Eventually, she spotted her spy, a man armed with a sword, which peeked from the opening of his cloak. He picked up her trail, and while he did a decent job of ducking from her, once she'd spotted him, he was easy to lose. From a nearby rooftop, she watched him frantically search. How long before he reported to Merrick that he'd lost her again? And why was she being so ornery about it? Agot kept to the heights to make her way back to the inn. An easy thing to do given the buildings were close together. She didn't climb down until she reached the inn. She went up to the 3rd floor and knocked once before entering Hicks's room. Venna happened to be there as well. Both turned wide eyes on her with weapons drawn, ready to slice her.
"Glad to see you're alert," was her casual greeting. "Where have you been?" exclaimed Venna.
"Out. Why? Has something happened?" Hicks chewed her lower lip. "Bear was just here asking where you'd gone."
"Not sure why it's any of his, or anyone else's, business," Agot sassed. "The sorors of the shield answer only to the goddess."
"Do you think it's wise to antagonize the General Knight?" Hicks proffered.
Venna wrung her hands. "If you make him angry, he might arrest you."
"Do you think he would?"
The idea piqued her interest. "I wonder if they jail people somewhere in the city or within the Citadel."
"You can't be serious," Hicks snapped. "How is being put in a cell supposed to help?"
"It's better than sitting in this room doing nothing."
Venna stiffened.
"For your information, we've been busy. Look." She bustled to a table and held up a book. "The king sent this over. It's a history of King's Valley. And we've read that story before. The widely dispersed version, yes. The very first monarch scribe wrote this one."
"Oh, that was interesting. Does it differ from the usual accounts?"
"This one actually states that the reason for settling here was because of the appearance of the mist. Other versions had them living here lawlessly and without prosperity until the king took them in hand."
"Does it mention the origin of the mist?"
"Just that the mist began appearing one day and swept much like a sickness across the land, forcing humanity to climb a mountain to escape it," lending credence to Merrick's claim that there used to be other places outside King's Valley once habitable to people.
"It's a good start. I wonder why the king sent it. Had Merrick spoken to him and convinced the king to let the sorors help?"
"Who cares about moldy old books?" Hicks jumped in.
"While she's been bookworming, I've been studying some of the city's defenses. They're using some innovative ideas to fight all kinds of monsters, not just those on the ground. Things that we can implement at the abbeys and towns on the rim."
"Not sure a moat would have helped us in the cliffs. And most of the rim towns were situated atop rock or on the very edge.
They've got actual archers. Also a thing called a ballista, which fires giant missiles into the sky. And a chemical compound that, when lit, acts like daylight that can drive the monsters back."
I had no idea. It struck Agot that while she'd been moping, her friends had actually been productive. "Tell me more." Discourse would apparently have to wait, as the door to the room slammed open. Chapter 37. Weapons dropped to their sides as Merrick strode in, expression fierce, every inch of him vibrating.
"Where have you been?"
he barked. Agot arched a brow. "Hello, General Knight. Did you forget how to knock?"
"Don't you start with me. What have you been doing? Where did you go?"
Her sorors eased out of the room and closed the adjoining door. "Well, since you're asking so nicely, I was exploring your fine city, even stopped for a bite to eat. Is that a problem?"
"It is when you disappear,"
he growled. "Hardly disappeared since I'm right here. What I did was lose the tail you put on me."
"For your safety,"
she snorted. "I don't need your protection." He stalked closer.
"You can't wander around by yourself."
"Why not? I've been doing it for a while now. Or are you claiming the city you defend isn't safe?"
"Safe enough."
"Really?" "Because the kind baker who fed me had a problem with oversized rats and a mutant in her basement." His turn to appear surprised.
"Where?"
"Ask Zav. He'll know the place, I'm sure. And don't worry, I took care of it. But I assume where there's one infestation, there are others."
which will be handled. By whom? Your soldiers are stretched thin, what with guarding the citadel, the city wall, and patrolling the vastness of the kingdom. I'm aware. If you're aware, then why aren't you doing something about it, like asking the abbés for aid or training the citizens to fight? He kept walking until her back hit a wall, and he bracketed her with his arms. I don't need you telling me how to defend this kingdom. Are you sure? You need to stop testing me. I don't have time for this. If my words bother you, then just ignore me. It seemed easy enough for you this morning. She could have kicked herself for revealing that it bothered her. Nothing easy about it. Would you rather I'd ravished you in front of everyone? Her mouth went dry. I would have liked for you to acknowledge my existence. Your existence is the problem. I can't afford distraction. There was something heady in the fact that he considered her distracting, but at the same time, you acted like a cad. You would have preferred I show everyone how we spent the night. He grabbed her buttocks in a firm grip and drew her against him. On the previous legs of our journey, you managed to comport yourself like a professional soldier. That was before I discovered my weakness. His eyes took on a dangerous glint. Agot licked her lips, no denying his intent. It sent a thrill through her, but she wasn't about to melt. He'd treated her abominably. I want nothing to do with you. I wish I could say the same. He ground into her, and her breath hitched. Not happening. Are you sure? He teased, his breath hot against her lips. It wouldn't take much to kiss him. Last night was a one-time affair. It won't happen again. Is that a challenge? She didn't reply to that query, mostly because she wasn't sure she could resist if he decided to seduce her. Now that you've seen I'm not missing, you can leave. Are you sure you want me to go? I haven't told you my news. I've asked the king if you can visit his library. And? She asked, holding her breath. He said no. What? She exclaimed. Why not? As he reminded me, only the blessed are allowed inside. How would it look if he broke his own rules? Like he's a man capable of changing with the times, was her snarled reply. He's also not a dumb man. He knows you want to kill him. Anger flared. What did you say to him to make him believe that? Everything. Her lips flattened. You do know I am perfectly capable of detesting people without murdering them. Your continued existence is a prime example of my control. Male arrogance shone in his chuckle. As if you'd ever try. You know I'd best you. It irked that he might be right, not because she lacked skill, but because he also had abilities along with the vitality that came with a younger body and the strength of a man much larger than she. If I'm not a threat, I don't see the problem. Or are you saying the king's men are incompetent? More like the king would rather not provide a tempting target for your knife. But there is some good news. He has granted your other request. Books from the king's library will be delivered for study. My understanding is that your friend already has one detailing our early history. In addition, the chief librarian is scheduled to pay a visit so that you can relay exactly what kind of texts you are looking for. It wasn't ideal because the book Agot needed would likely be under lock and key, or hidden, but she could hardly say that. This was a start, at least. That sounds excellent. Thank you. She ducked under his arm and moved away before she succumbed to his allure. I have a better idea of how you can thank me, he growled, reaching for her. She danced out of his attempted grip. Sex for favors? I don't think so. I only fornicate for fun. His lips flattened, and his nostrils flared. You're not a whore. No, but I am a woman who has no issue indulging her needs. Surely you noticed my lack of virginity? She mocked. How many have you been with? No mistaking the jealousy in the almost shouted words. Enough to know it's none of your business. His expression grew so taut, she thought he might shatter. Then it smoothed and he said, It is hard to keep count. isn't it? Harder for me since I travel extensively, always seeing new faces, sleeping in a different bed every night.
Bitterness hit her hot and furious. She wanted to hurt someone. Him. The women he'd touched before her. Instead, she snapped, "Better hurry along, then. Wouldn't want to keep the person warming your bed waiting." She held open the door and waited. He stared at her, his expression flat. "Stay away from strangers. You can't tell me what to do. Don't test me." "Or what? You'll execute me? Throw me in a dungeon?" She knew she risked much by being intentionally antagonistic, and yet what simmered between them? It was fraught with too many emotions, not to mention she would betray him if it got her what she wanted. Merrick might have started this stupid game of hot and cold, but she would end it by freezing him out. He stared at her, face impassive, fists clenched by his sides. This isn't over. An ominous declaration to make. After he left, she half expected him to return, to once more kick open the door, draw her into his arms, and seduce away her protest. He didn't. She had dinner with her sorors and went to bed alone. Had a dream with him in it that might have been fulfilling if she'd not woken abruptly. Thud. Chapter 38. The noise didn't repeat, and Agot almost drifted off again when she heard it once more. Thud. It sounded close by. A grimace tugged her lips at the reminder of who had the room beside hers. Hicks and Bear were at it again. A theory dashed as the door between their rooms opened, and Hicks ran in, braids coming undone, nightdress slipping off one shoulder. "What was that noise?" "Not you, apparently," Agot stated, lighting a candle. Another thump came from overhead in the attic. Roof traveler? Or thief? Thump. Scratch. The commotion increased enough that she eyed the ceiling. "Get your hammer," she suggested, following her own advice by slipping quickly into her leathers and arming herself. Hicks returned to Agot's room, just as the closed shutters rattled. A breeze? Or something else? "Where's Venna?" Agot asked, wondering if she should check and see. "Right here." Their soror, holding a candle, entered via the connecting door with rosy cheeks, the reason probably having a lot to do with the barmaid she'd been flirting with earlier. "What is happening on the roof?" "Sounds like someone is trying to scratch through it." Hicks glanced upward just as a thud hard enough to shake the ceiling sent dust sprinkling down. "Maybe it's some roosting bats?" Venna offered with a doubtful lilt. Thump. Their eyes all went to the window. Rattle. Scritch. Something definitely pushed at the shutters. "I don't suppose we know anything about the flying creatures in this area?" Agot asked. "Birds and bats don't peck at shutters to get inside." Spoken with a frown by Hicks. Agot's dagger was in her hand without her realizing she'd even drawn it. Only one way to find out what it is. She reached for the latch holding the shutters. "Don't be dumb." Hicks slapped her hand. "We'll head downstairs and see if we can spot what's happening from the street." The suggestion made sense, but before anyone could reply or move, the shutters rattled hard as something slammed into them. The old latch didn't hold. A body hurtled through, a wiry shape sporting wings, horns, and claws. Not a bird or a bat. The monster's windy arrival blew out the candle, leaving them in the dark. They could hear only the grunting breath of the creature, the scritch of claws on the floor, and the noise of more of them coming through the compromised window. There were two choices at this point: fight or "Get out!" Agot yelled. Hicks darted through the door to the hall, Venna on her heels. Agot covered their retreat, the faint light from the corridor allowing her to see the monster before it struck. She slashed in the direction of its muzzle, causing it to hiss and recoil, enough for her to slip out of the room and slam the portal shut. "We need to barricade the door," Agot huffed.
I don't know if we can. It opens to the inside," Hicks noted, pointing to the hinge and jamb.
"A chair!" Venna exclaimed, "to wedge under the handle."
"Where are we going to get a chair?" Hicks argued as the door across the hall opened. A man emerged and gaped at them.
"What is going on?"
Merrick's spy for the night, evidenced by the fact that he remained fully dressed and wore a sword. A reply wasn't needed, as the creatures slammed against the door they'd barely shut. Still, in case it wasn't clear, Agot held it closed and said, "Monsters."
"In the city?"
He lost any hint of masculinity in his squealed surprise. "So much for your trenches, and I guess archers aren't all that useful at night," Hicks muttered. She gingerly let go of the door handle. "I don't think they know how to open it. Just in case, we should block it. Do you have a chair in your room?"
"No. Why?"
The man appeared puzzled. Agot didn't have time to explain. "Maybe we can tie it off." "With what?" Hicks asked. Agot glanced around and landed on the man.
"Give me your belt."
The fellow, with a wide forehead and crooked nose, glanced down.
"I'm wearing it. And are you sure about the
He never did finish that sentence. Didn't have to. Because from behind, in his own room, a clawed paw suddenly swiped and drew blood. He bellowed,
"Fucker!"
He also whirled and, with a stave that up until now had been almost unnoticeable, pulverized the creature that had invaded his room. Only one of three. As the two others converged, he slammed the door shut. Over the thundering of bodies, slamming against the doors, he shouted,
"Where did they come from?"
"The sky. And it seems like there's quite a few of them." Agot could hear yelling from below as more rooms found themselves infested. "We need reinforcements. Where are the nearest soldiers?" The spy frowned, the oil-burning lamp in the hall just enough light to see basic details.
"Not here. They're either on the wall or in the citadel." "Fuck."
The spy watched the wooden door splinter as the monsters pounded it. "We can't stay here," Agot declared. "Let's get to the main floor and see if we can form a defense until someone alerts the guards." Heading down the stairs, they encountered guests from the lower floors stumbling from their room, asking what had happened. A few were bloody and shell-shocked. More ominous were the doors that remained closed, shaking in their frames as the monsters sought to get through them. The mayhem only increased as they made it to the lowest level. People converged, talking so loudly that it was only by chance that Agot noticed a monster heading down the steps. She sliced it before it could do any damage, but it didn't go unnoticed. It took only one declared, "The monsters are inside," for pandemonium to strike. More than a few succumbed to idiocy, thinking that leaving the inn was a safer bet than hiding somewhere secure inside. Those that took to the streets, their screams kept the folks on the decision fence inside, huddling in the bar's main room, lit by more oil-filled lanterns. Venna shooed the wailing group to the back wall, the only one with no windows, before planting her hands on her hips and turning to Agot and Hicks. "These people are useless." "And that surprises you?" Hicks asked, not without sarcasm.
"Don't be too hard on them. We are in the city. Almost none of the citizens here have had to fight before,"
the spy reminded, as he took up a stance in front of the door that was being hammered. The shuttered windows rattled as well. No way out, and the monsters were determined to come in. It would be a fine battle, a chance to show everyone what being a sorare of the shield truly meant. Then dealing with the dumb question after that everyone asked, "Why don't you have shields?" Because a sorare was a shield against the dark forces of the abyss and needed both hands to fight. "For the goddess," Hicks said, spitting on her hammer. "For the goddess," Agot and Venna repeated, and then they dropped into a formation they'd been using since they learned to fight together. The first monster came tumbling down the stairs to the screams of the citizens who noticed. It distracted the creature, and the sorares of the shield went to work, defending the people. Once the battle began,
There was little time to spare for thought or anything but fighting for survival. Things moved lightning fast, and at the same time slowly, her body sliding into a rhythm that required no conscious thought other than fight and not die. The blades Agot bore became an extension of herself, swinging and striking with a deadly accuracy honed over the years. The ichor she spilled the goal for each strike, and one less monster to terrorize. The problem being there seemed to be a never-ending wave. The monsters that flowed down the stairs were after blood, a legion of winged beasts with sharp claws and teeth that wanted to kill. They reminded her of the bats in the crevices lining the cliffs, except these were much, much larger and seeking blood, not bugs. More perversions from the abyss? The Sorairs put up a valiant battle with the help of the spy. He died when he moved away from the trio of Sorairs, yelling and swinging his sword. They surrounded him and took him down. They tightened their formation, a shield holding off the monsters from those that remained, but Agot knew they would be overwhelmed at any moment. Just as it seemed most hopeless, a shudder went through pretty much everything, noticeable enough the monsters all paused in their attack. A few even turned their heads. A light, bright enough to make all the edges of the windows and doors outside glow, erupted. Even inside, they heard the squeals of monsters caught in its brilliance. The ones within, too dumb to realize they were safer inside, began rushing back up the stairs. Agot darted for the bolted door and threw it open, blinking at the brightness illuminating the road outside. The bat things streamed out into it.
What is causing them to panic? Who's making the light?
Hicks asked as she came to stand behind a weary Agot. It was the innkeeper who joined them that said, "The king." "Since when does the king come out to fight?" Agot mused aloud. She'd never heard of it happening, not in these modern times. With the monsters fleeing the bright light, she emerged fully from the inn in time to see the monsters' bodies lifting into the sky. So many pairs of wings, whipping the air hard enough to lift the strands of hair left loose. The streets were empty, and yet she could hear the sounds of fighting, the clashing of weapons, the shouts, the dying screams of monsters. A glance showed the fight appeared to be overhead, on the rooftops. So why was she on the ground? She went looking for the handhold she'd used earlier, only to have Hicks grab her and hiss. "What are you doing?" "The fight is up there, and it's being handled. We need to clear the inn in case there are stragglers." An argument parted her lips, but Hicks was right. The civilians inside needed their help. It was her duty, and she did it quickly, racing from room to room, those that she could enter, looking for any living monsters. She found 2 which she dispatched. By the time the inn was declared clear and she'd made it to a rooftop, it was to see a few shapes flying away. The battle was over, but where was the king? She caught glimpses of silver armor as soldiers walked through the streets, looking for stray monsters. On a hunch, Agot sped to the center of the city in time to see the drawbridge being raised. She'd missed the king. Annoyed at having lost a chance to see the mysterious man, she returned to the inn to find a scowling Zav standing outside with Venna and Hicks. "You!" he pointed. "I'm fine, thanks for asking," was her sarcastic reply. "Everywhere you go, there's trouble." "You're blaming me. I'm not the one who didn't think to protect the city against flying monsters at night. You might want to invest in more lights on the roofs, maybe a few archers," she grumbled. "We're aware of how we failed. It won't happen again," Zav grimaced. "How lucky the king could help. I wasn't aware he could fight. The king has always protected the people." Had he? If so, he'd been subtle about it her entire life. "We'll need to find a new inn, I think," she said, eyeing the heavily damaged building. "Actually, the king has extended an invitation for the Sorairs of the Shield to stay inside the citadel as his guests." "What?" Agot thought for sure she'd misunderstood. "Congratulations.
You are the first non-blessed ever to be invited inside. Now, are you coming or not?" Zab snapped.
Thank you, goddess. For surely she'd had a hand in getting Agot into the citadel and one step closer to her goal. A goal that was no longer clear. Part 3. Discovery. The citadel has always been a part of the valley, a stone spire that immediately served as home to the king. He rules firmly, absolutely, and when he doesn't, there's nowhere else. No choice but the abyss. Chapter 39.
Shall we?
Zav, their escort, waited for the sorairs outside on the street. Agot had only managed to sponge off the worst of the blood, dust, and dirt from her skin and clothes. The many rips in the items showed wounds cleaned and bound with strips of linen. More scars for the collection. At least she and her sorairs had survived the fight with the monsters. Hix and Venna strolled ahead, arguing about everything like they always did. Dawn crested, and the sun shone on a city already awake. People stood on stoops, cradling steaming cups. Others were in the streets and on the sidewalks, trading gossip. A few wielded mops and wheelbarrows as they cleaned up signs of the battle. Gore and damage, mostly. The bodies of the creatures were already gone. The citizens appeared excited, and not nearly scared enough. Agot's lips thinned, and Zav, keeping pace by her side, noticed.
Is something wrong?
Why aren't these people better prepared? Last night, she'd been too adrenalized to notice the lack of aid from anyone in the inn.
It's not their job to fight.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard you say thus far. She turned an incredulous look on him.
Fine. The truth is, they don't know how.
Not an excuse. Her tone held disapproval. They should learn, not just to fight, but to properly defend themselves.
They would be appalled if you suggested it.
Do they want to die? The soldier rolled a shoulder.
The city has had very few attacks, all easily repelled.
Thus far. Are they not listening to the news from the outer towns and hamlets, the ones who haven't succeeded so well?
What would you like me to say?
Not say. Do. Someone needs to slap them out of their complacency. Ask them what their plan is if the monsters attack again. They have a plan. Ask any of them, and they will tell you the king and his soldiers will handle any threat. That isn't a plan. A moo of displeasure tugged her lips.
I agree. It's partially why the king erected so many protections early on.
He should order them to arms. Zab snorted.
It's not that simple. He can't force them to do something.
I don't see why not. He has no issue getting people to hand over their children. Surely he can convince them to learn how to fight.
But then who would make our bread? And sew our clothes? Not to mention someone needs to clean the lavatory.
She gaped at him. You speak as if those who live outside the citadel are simply chattel.
More like pointing out they already have jobs that are also important.
They can also learn to fight and defend.
Doubtful. It takes certain skills to be a soldier.
Let me guess. It requires a penis? She boldly stated.
Never said that, but it does require a certain mindset. Or are you going to tell me all the sorairs that join your order are willing to fight?
Many who think they can't. Learn.
And those who aren't good at it die.
Her lips pressed tight. We recognize that not everyone has the same skill level. The weaker ones are only rarely called upon in extreme need.
Don't tell me you don't see the similarity to the king's strategy.
You'll agree to anything the king tells you, was her sour reply.
Yes, because he is my king. You serve the goddess, Zab stated. Are you going to tell me you don't obey her edicts?
I see what you're doing. However, you can't equate a king's orders with a goddess's.
Why not? In the eyes of their followers, they are divine.
The king is human and shouldn't be blindly worshipped. At least, Agot assumed humanity. Why was he never seen without a helm?
No, but he should be respected. Something you would do well to remember, as you are to be a guest in his home.
The question she'd been mulling over since the invitation spilled from her lips. Why did the king change his mind and choose to break his rule about those who can enter his citadel?
I would imagine the attack had something to do with it.
That doesn't make much sense. The king doesn't know us. Why should he care if we are hurt or killed? What she didn't ask, could Merrick have intervened? A desperate, hopeful line of thinking.
The king cares about all his people. Why else do you think he emerged to defend them last night?
The reminder didn't sit well since heroic deeds went against her narrative of him. Did he invite everyone displaced at the inn to stay in his citadel?
You already know the answer, so why ask?
Zav shot her a look.
I don't understand your argument or suspicion. Isn't this what you wanted?
She pursed her lips. Just wondering about his change of heart.
Your leader was rather firm about the refusal. Merrick might have had a word or two with the king,
Zab said with a cough. She slewed him a glare. What's that supposed to mean? And curse her heart for pumping more rapidly.
I'll leave it at... He got you an invitation.
Why? She didn't mean to ask and didn't expect an answer.
Merrick is a complicated man, Sorare. Conflicted, especially when it comes to the heart versus duty. I'm sure you understand.
She did, actually. Duty to the goddess and the citizens of King's Valley had to come first. To be true to that path, she'd be staying far away from the general and his bed. She was supposed to be a shield against the forces spilling from the abyss. But more than ever, she wasn't sure what that meant, how to accomplish it. Fighting alone wouldn't defeat the mist. Last night was proof they needed a better strategy. If the king's city could be attacked, then maybe Merrick was right, and nothing could be done. The mist would eventually permeate everything, bringing with it monsters more numerous and bloodthirsty than ever. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, if only they had another way to fight. The creatures that attacked the Shield Inn had fled when the king confronted them, but she doubted the platoon of archers was what had frightened the monsters. She recalled the light illuminating the windows and the door of the inn. That light had nearly turned night into day. The brilliance of it chased the shadows and creatures of darkness away. It had to be the king doing it, using magic. Was it that of the blessed? Or did he have his own? She wished she could have seen him, wondered at his invitation to come stay in his citadel. Would a meeting occur once inside? Would she finally see the face that had caused her so much hurt?
You're looking way too serious,
Zav muttered. Her escort drew Agot from her dark thoughts. She noticed they were in the ring closest to the citadel. It lacked any sign of damage. As a matter of fact, she didn't recall seeing anything past the street the inn resided on. How many buildings were attacked last night? She asked, suddenly curious.
A few were damaged in the battle.
That's not what I asked. How many were attacked? Zav stared at the ground before sighing.
Just the Shield Inn.
Odd, she remarked.
Yes, odd,
he repeated, sounding relieved. A more paranoid person would wonder, though, if that attack was targeted.
They're monsters. They don't think in those terms.
A hasty defense. They can be directed. We've seen it before.
You think they came after you and the other Sorares?
Zab stated. It might be just coincidence. She didn't mention how strange it was that the history book Venna studied had disappeared. Her Sorare had made a fuss about it when they packed to leave. She worried the king would blame her for the monsters taking it. What would those senseless creatures want with a dusty old tome? Or were they bringing it to someone who could read it? A discomforting thought.
If they happen to be targeting you and your Sorares, then rest assured it won't happen again. You'll be safe in the citadel.
Zab sounded so confident. As they emerged from the city's last ring into the massive center, she couldn't help but look up. Way up, at the building she was about to enter. The citadel appeared like a prison from the outside, and Agot was about to willingly walk inside. Built of what appeared to be seamless gray rock, it stretched imposingly overhead, starting out fat at the bottom until it narrowed into a slender tower, the very top of it ringed in windows. Windows with bars. That was new since the last time she'd visited King's City. Then again, so was the ditch outside the wall and the increased patrols. Their steps led them to the edge of the moat. A waist-high fence kept the unwary from falling in. On the other side of the brackish fluid, a wall rose, too high and smooth to climb. A bridge, comprised of roped boards wide enough to walk 3 abreast, led to the giant portcullis. Only one way in and one way out, unless a person could fly.
You don't think the bridge will be raised while we're on it?
Venna asked with clear trepidation.
Why would it lift? We're here by invitation,
Hicks scoffed. Venna squared her shoulders and stepped onto the bridge spanning the moat. She talked fast as she quick-marched.
How big do you think the library is?
Zav had a reply.
12 or more paces wide and a few more times that long. The shelves go floor to ceiling. You're talking hundreds of books.
Venna had the glee of a glutton anticipating a feast.
You and your studies,
Hicks muttered.
Maybe we should be more worried about how we'll get out. Swimming isn't an option.
Hicks glanced down at the murky depths. They didn't need to see the occasional ripple in the water to know it held a threat. Agot wished, not for the first time, that she'd convinced them to stay behind at the towns they'd passed through. But they wouldn't leave her side, according to Hicks, as if we'd abandon you now. How she loved them. But she did second-guess her decision to put herself in the king's control. She'd hated him for so long. Would she be able to contain herself? Or would she fly into a rage the moment she saw him and do the unforgivable? Murdering the king would see Agot and her sorors killed. Was it worth the sacrifice? It didn't help that the king she kept hearing about wasn't the one she expected. He appeared to have a noble side. He managed to cultivate the admiration and loyalty of men. He came to the rescue and didn't stay for any thanks. He also sent his soldiers to kidnap the blessed. Never mind their choice in the matter, and woe to those that fought against it. Also, one man could use them. Take away their magic, their lives. What gave anyone, even a king, the right? Chapter 40. Agot crossed the bridge and paused before the arch. The stone wall rose from the moat itself. No crevices or juts of stone for climbing. No windows, just slits for light and arrows. The archway spanned high enough that even a stool wouldn't have let her stretch to touch it. From a crevice built into the thick stone gleamed the pointed spikes of the gate. Did she really want to enter this fortress? What other choice did she have? As she stepped inside the citadel, a chill took her. Hicks and Venna flanked her. The latter murmured, "Steady, I'm fine." The cobblestones had been recently rinsed. The entire place was tidy except for the stacks of barrels below the walls, probably for loading into the trebuchet planted to the side. The courtyard held the stables to the left, several closed doors to the right, and straight ahead a set of steps leading to a massive portal, which remained closed. To the side, a smallish door opened, and out spilled a woman dressed in a gown of gray that shimmered to silver when she moved. Her hair, a light yellow color, was pulled into a bun at her nape. Wrinkles crinkled the corners of her eyes as she smiled warmly. "Welcome to the King's Citadel, sorors of the Shield." Good to see they were expected. Hicks, as mater, spoke for them.
"We thank the king for his generosity."
As if he would do any less. In these trying times, he is doing his best to serve the entire kingdom, especially those affected by the incursions, the woman said with a shake of her head. "You mean the monsters?" Agot couldn't help the sharp query. Incursions made it sound like bugs in the pantry. The creatures boiling out of the abyss should garner more respect than that. The woman's expression turned frosty. Her brown eyes were unblinking. Given only the blessed ever entered the citadel, Agot would wager they had once been purple. Hicks swept her hand. "I am Mater Hicks. These are sorors Agot and Venna. You are?" "Janae. No rank or title. Allow me to show you to your quarters." She turned and entered, leaving them no choice but to follow, which was when Agot realized they'd lost Zav. He'd disappeared. Entering the citadel proper meant more stone and little natural light, but the lamps lit all over the place meant she had no problem seeing. Agot absorbed all the details she could, such as the fact that all the servants in the citadel were muddy brown-eyed and mostly women, older women, not a single child in sight. As far as Agot knew, the king didn't have heirs. The king was simply the king, one man since the beginning. Or did he pass on the role like a mater did when she could no longer serve the goddess? "How many people work in the citadel?" Agot asked. Janae didn't reply, but kept pointing out rooms in their path. "Dining hall, reception, that way to the kitchens." "Where are you taking us?" Because it appeared to be up a flight of stairs, 2, to be exact. Pity she'd have liked to have gone lower to look for catacombs and secret rooms. "The guest wing." Then, as if she couldn't actually contain herself, Janae blurted out, "We've never had to use them before." Not surprising. Who was there to visit? The General Knight had claimed that the other kingdoms were lost, and the king didn't usually invite outsiders. "Have you worked here long?" Venna asked. "Yes and no." A strange way of putting it that didn't come with an explanation. "Your rooms." Like at the inn, they each received one. Private, with only a door and no outer window to speak of. A hint that they were prisoners or under protection because of what had happened the night before with the flying creatures? Could have been a bit of both. The rooms were much larger than what they had at the Abbey. Comfortable, too. Even Hicks appeared impressed. "If you need anything, ring the bell and someone will do their best to help you." Janae pointed to a hanging rope. Venna had the foresight to ask, "Where is the library? An escort will arrive shortly to take you." Escort, being a polite term for soldier, Agot would wager. Before the servant could leave, she asked, "When will we see the king?" The question earned her an incredulous look. "You won't." "Surely he'll want to meet his guests," Agot insisted. "No." And that was the last word. Janae left. Excellent, because Agot had a citadel to explore. Chapter 41. Once Janae left, the sorors were free to talk. "I can't believe we're inside the citadel," Hicks muttered, wandering the room with its massive bed covered in a soft, plush blanket. There were even pillows. Inside, but not exactly free to roam around by the sounds of it, Agot complained. "Give it time, we just got here. Do you really think the library is as big as they said?" Venna clasped her hands and rocked on her heels, humming with excitement. "I don't see why they'd lie. But don't get your hopes up too high. Apparently, the king's scholars have been looking and haven't found anything. Agot didn't want them to have false hope. Doesn't mean we give up. Sometimes all it takes is a different perspective." Venna's optimism was almost too much to take. Hicks burst it. "Do you really think you, an outsider, will find a clue no one else has?" "I will if the goddess guides me." Venna remained resolute in her belief. To her, the goddess could do no wrong. As a woman who enjoyed the company of other women, she didn't fare well outside the Abbey. Finding like-minded individuals was hard in a world where the sexes had predefined roles, and women were too cowed to question them, and afraid to explore feelings that didn't conform. "What's the plan?" Hicks asked Agot. She shrugged. "We look for something that can help us against the mist." "What about your other plan?" Hicks hinted.
Venna pursed her lips. She's obviously not going to do anything rash. Agot knows she needs to do some research and find out more about what's going on. Backing down now when I might never get a better chance? Only while within the Citadel could she possibly get a chance to strike and succeed. Just saying you should keep an open mind. Find out more. Because once the king is gone, there's no going back. Agot wanted to say that nothing would change her mind. And yet, even she wasn't that petty in her desire for revenge. It's not like they'll let me near him anytime soon. While I wait for the right moment, I promise to find out more about what he's been doing with the magic he's been stealing. Because he'd almost definitely used some to save them in that attack. What else did he use it for? Because it obviously wasn't to keep those within the Citadel young. The way she felt some mornings, she wished she still had access to it. "Food!" Venna exclaimed, having discovered a tray with a dome that, when removed, showed plates with fresh fruit and baked goods. A carafe of fresh water tasted divine after a journey where they sucked stale fluid from leather canteens. As if they were watched, and hopefully not listened to, the moment they finished their meal and ablutions, a knock came at the door. An unknown soldier stood there in his silver armor. "I'm to take you to the library." That was the only thing he said, no matter how many questions they tossed at him. "What's your name? How long have you worked here? Why are there so many closed doors? Many with locks." It was as if the entire citadel were partitioned, with each major entrance to an area guarded by at least one or more soldiers. The library was several floors lower, and a good, brisk walk from their rooms. The silver guards on duty didn't turn their helmets as their guide opened the reinforced door. Unlike some of the blander halls they'd traveled, the library had an antechamber with a dry fountain in the middle. Surrounding that space were several arches. The guard pointed to each one in turn. "Library, art, relics." "What's the fourth one?" Agot asked, noticing he'd ignored it. "Conservatory." "Like a garden?" Hicks asked with interest. "Used to be. It's dead now." The most the guard had said since he'd fetched them. "When done, return to the entrance and someone will escort you back to your rooms." "No need to bother. I'm sure you soldiers have more important things to do. We can find our rooms on our own," Agot offered breezily. The soldier eyed her and let his expression detail his thoughts on her offer before he turned on his heel and left them. "Isn't he just a lovely lad?" Hicks muttered. Venna, on the other hand, didn't care. She'd already aimed for the library, where they joined her at a more leisurely pace. They met Harold, the man in charge of it, and a good thing they had his help, as it turned out to be grander than expected. Floor-to-ceiling bookcases rose more than one level. The middle of the room held a few long tables and chairs, most of them being used by scholars, their heads bent over books. Interestingly enough, it wasn't only men studying. Seeing the amount of material, a spark of hope lit inside Agot. Perhaps something had been missed. "Oh my, this is exciting." Venna practically had vapors as she chattered to Harold about where to start. Hicks snorted. "I don't know about you, but I'm more interested in the art. Pictures are worth more to me than words." Hicks didn't like to admit that her reading skills were limited. Agot could decipher many texts, but found herself too restless to sit and browse. She followed Hicks to the gallery where the art proved fanciful in nature. Many of the paintings with their vivid depictions reminded her of the map she'd seen in that old room in the catacombs under the Abbey. Vistas that didn't resemble the King's Valley at all. Bodies of water with massive sailing ships, so big, people appeared as mere specks riding in them. The lakes could never hold anything that size. The strangest ones, though, were of a lush land with massive, jutting monoliths, so tall they pierced the clouds in the sky, as if an artist had reversed the abyss with the King's Valley. Quite the imagination. There were no pictures of people, not a single one, but there were a few sculptures of fanciful creatures she'd never before seen, nor imagined, such as the horse with a horn on its head,
and another rather corpulent creature with a long snout and big floppy ears. While Hicks perused the art more closely, Agot wandered next door to the relic room that mostly contained fancy cups and jewelry. It even had a massive mirror with an ornate frame. Its opaque surface reminded her of the broken one Belle had found at the Abbey. Agot reached out fingers, but hesitated. She withdrew them without touching. The next exhibit was a ring and a matching necklace set with dull stones. Boring. Most of the items were useless, more ornate than practical. She exited the room and eyed the library with all the books. She really should be helping, but curiosity drew her to explore the final room, the conservatory, which held no live plants or illuminated lamps as promised. It didn't stop her from stepping inside, the light from the atrium enough to make her way around without running into anything. At the far end, against the wall, she discovered another dry fountain faced by a stone bench, a good spot to sit and stare at the statue in the middle of the empty basin. An actual statue of a person. It reminded her of the goddess in some respects, as it had a commanding air, a sword in one hand and a skull in the other. Modeled after who? Agot wondered. Certainly not the king. The style reminded her of the only statue of the goddess she'd ever seen, a part of a stone garden in the 8th. She'd held a similar pose, but with a broken arm and a chipped robe. As Agot stared at the stony visage, she couldn't help but think something was off about it. Standing, she stepped into the basin and ran her fingers over the stone. Smooth. Cold. The craftsmanship was incredible. Did it hide something? She put her hands on the surface and blacked out. Chapter 42. Agot blinked awake and could have groaned at the stiffness in her body. The bench she lay on didn't make the greatest bed. Why am I sleeping here? She didn't remember lying down. The last thing she recalled was sitting and staring at the statue. It remained as before, holding its sword and orb. She rose and her body creaked. How long had she been asleep? Exiting the conservatory, she peeked into the relic room and gallery before the library, only to find them all empty. With a frown, she went to find a soldier by the entrance to the atrium. "Where is everyone?" Agot asked. "Gone to dinner. Would you like to join them?" Dinner? But that was hours away. What time is it? Almost sundown. Are you hungry? She had difficulty grasping the fact that she'd slept the day away. Unheard of. Unless she'd been drugged. "I think I need to go to my room," because she suddenly felt queasy. She barely lifted her head as they quickly made their way to her room, where she eyed the water jug suspiciously and paced until she heard noise next door. Only then did she barge into Hicks's quarters. "There you are!" her sorere exclaimed. "We wondered where you'd gotten to." Venna, drinking from a cup and reading a book, barely offered her a glance. "Where have you been? You missed dinner." "Why didn't you come find me?" she asked. "We looked, but you were nowhere to be found." "Did you not check the conservatory?" Hicks wrinkled her nose. "We did, but not for long. That place is creepy." "I was napping on the bench," she admitted. Hicks shook her head. "No, you weren't. And since when do you nap?" Venna snickered. "Guess old age is catching up to you." It was weird. "I woke up on that bench by the fountain." "Maybe you saw a different one. That's the only one in there. So, where did you really go?" Well, wasn't that an interesting question? One with no answer yet. So, she lied. "I went exploring and got lost. Good thing I wasn't caught." "Idiot! We just got here!" Hicks exclaimed. "Leave her alone," Venna huffed. "Are you hungry? We brought up some snacks." Her tummy rumbled, and she sat in a chair to dig into the bowl of baked and flavored nuts that crunched with a salty tang. The fruit provided a sweet and juicy aftertaste. As she ate, Venna kept reading while Hicks rattled on about the defense in the citadel. archers and oil that could make the walls slick and easy to set on fire. Agot half-listened as she tried to wrap her mind around the hours she'd lost. When she couldn't take it anymore, she stood. "I'm going to lie down." Venna paused in her reading long enough to ask, "Are you okay, Agot? You're acting oddly." Odd was her sorors not panicking more when she hadn't appeared for dinner. "Just tired. Old age. It's catching up to me," she said with a weak smile. In her case, given what had happened to her in the past, faster than most. A good night's sleep in a bed is just what you need. But, apparently, it would have to wait, because she opened her bedroom door and came face to face with Merrick, wearing a glower. "Where have you been?" "I was in Hicks's room." "All afternoon?" "You missed dinner." "I had a nap and didn't wake in time. What can I say? I had a busy night. Guess my body needed the rest." "When you didn't show for dinner, Zav went looking for you. You weren't in the Hall of Learning, and yet, according to all the guards, you never left it." "I had a long nap in the conservatory." "That room isn't fit to be used. Tell that to the comfortable bench." "I had a great sleep," she lied, as if she'd admit to lost time. "So, if you're done haranguing me—" "I am not haranguing, but showing concern for a guest." "Duly noted. You may leave now." "You're sure you want me to leave?" "Yes." He stood there saying nothing. Agot quirked a brow. Was there something else? General night? "You need to be careful." "Aren't I always?" His laughter barked. "Since when?" "If you ask me, being cautious is overrated. Those who wait are most likely the first to die." Merrick arched a brow. "Is this a complaint about the citizens and the fact that they've yet to form a militia?" A scowl tugged her lips. Zav tattled. "He says you think everyone should be up at dawn learning to fight. So, I will ask you, who will teach them? Where will they get weapons?" "What will they do when the monsters keep coming? Who will bury them when no one is left?" she countered. "If no one is left, then it won't matter." "Why aren't you doing something to prevent it?" she huffed, angry at him and the mismanagement she perceived. "It would be giving them false hope, because the truth of the matter is, the valley is doomed." "That seems rather fatalistic, coming from you." "Things set in motion a long time ago have come to fruition. It's too late to change the course of the future." "Our ancestors turned the tide once before." "They did," he agreed, "because of the blessed. Without them, there is nothing to hold back the mist." "Then find another way. A better one." "There is none," his harsh claim. "Do you think we haven't looked? Tried?" His expression turned icy. "Maybe it's time to try something new. A way that doesn't have a king justifying sacrificing the blessed." "They agree when they take the oath at the festival." "They have no idea what they're really signing up for. The king is lying to them and should be stopped." "You're speaking of treason." "I'm advocating for the blessed. Who are the ones suffering?" "Be careful to whom you relate these kinds of statements." "Are you trying to censor my speech?" "Just warning you that your opinion might not fall in line with that of the king's loyal subjects." "Maybe I just see things more clearly." "Or you've let emotion cloud you." "How is it that everyone loves the king?" She couldn't help her annoyed pitch. "Do you kill anyone who speaks negatively of him?" "Is it so hard to believe he's not a bad person?" "Yes." "And as his soldier, do you think I am a horrible person too?" Merrick asked. "Yes." Not the entire truth. Merrick appeared to have many redeeming qualities. Even his damned loyalty was commendable. His jaw tensed. "Well, then, since I'm such an irritant, I guess I won't bother you further." "Good." He whirled around and stomped off, only to pause and rapidly spin back around. "Catch!" She reached out and caught something firm. A peak showed a plum, a tasty fruit she rarely got a chance to eat. Before she could say, "Thank you," he was gone. Their meeting was terse, unlike the night before. However, it did result in one good thing. A goal. Find out what exactly happened with the blessed once they got inside the citadel. She knew nothing once they got past the gate, such as, how did they lose their purple eyes? Tomorrow, she'd go looking for answers, and avoid conservatories with statues. Chapter 43. The night passed without incident. The breakfast provided was hot and filling. Their guide was more than happy to escort them to the Hall of Learning, their rooms, the courtyard, under surveillance. In other words, public areas. Forget wandering around on her own. The moment Agot opened her door, she saw the silver glint of armor, heard a creak of metal, knew she'd be stuck with a shadow that wouldn't let her explore anywhere interesting. How could she sneak off to be alone? The answer was, she couldn't. Not without a distraction. For that, she needed help. She exited her room, ignoring the soldier, and knocked on Hicks's door. It opened right away, and she noticed her sorare not dressed for bed. It caused her to arch a brow. Going somewhere? Her sorare stammered and blushed. "No, just not ready for sleep yet." "You combed out your hair." The remark brought a scowl to Hicks's lips. "If you must know, I am expecting a visit from Bear." "Is that wise?" "I'd say it is. Or have you not noticed we're currently locked inside a castle? It might be useful to have a friend or two." "These people aren't our friends. If they knew, but they don't. And they won't." "You're awfully interested in Bear. Not to the point I've forgotten I'm a sorare of the shield." "Good. Why are you still dressed?" Her sorare pointed. "I want to go exploring, but the king's men won't let me." "You want a distraction?" Hicks caught on quickly. "Got an idea?" "Don't I always? Return to your room and be ready." The moment, when it arrived, involved Hicks screeching about a mouse. The mater opened her door and hollered, "Get it, quick, before it bites me!" The soldier left his post and entered the room long enough for Agot to bolt. She'd worry later about how to get back to her room undetected. Now that she was free to roam, she had to pay attention. She also needed a disguise, which was why she shadowed a servant who was sweeping the halls. Sure enough, she led Agot to a storage room with buckets and a broom, even some spare clothes and aprons. Broom in hand, it proved a lot easier to wander around, head ducked and not meeting anyone's eyes. She swept away, glad no one actually paid attention to the fact that she lacked a bin for the dust. It proved a little too easy to move around, there being fewer soldiers than expected. It was a known fact that boys usually outnumbered the girls at the festivals. She'd begun by searching the wing she was in with her sorares, heading upstairs first and finding hall after empty hall and bedrooms, some with sitting areas. She discovered the citadel was divided into a 3-piece pie. The section she was in had only up or down as options. There was no way to search the entire floor, although she was convinced there had to be secret passages between them. 3 levels above, she came across a room full of dusty furniture fit for a nursery. A shiver racked her, and she hurriedly escaped. She couldn't go any higher, so she went down, moving quickly, wondering if Merrick and his spies had noticed her missing yet. There were more people around, mostly servants going about their day. They chatted amongst each other, relaxed, content, seemingly happy, even though they'd been sold to the king as chattel. Perhaps for many this life appealed. Luxury and no real hardship, only the loss of some magic they never knew they had, and possibly couldn't use. Trying to go past the ground floor level proved tricky, Agot quickly realized. All the stairwells were guarded. Could she possibly brazen her way past the men? Perhaps, but more likely she'd be detained, questioned, and then Merrick would arrive. She'd lie, but he'd know she had been spying. Then what? She'd screw them out of a chance to make a real difference, especially since She remained more conflicted than ever about the king's fate. What if he didn't have a choice? Ditching the broom, she found a hall that didn't lead her back to where she expected. Rather, it spilled into a massive corridor with alcoves containing suits of armor that gave her a start, until she realized they were decoration and not actual soldiers. A distant noise had Agot ducking behind the last suit of armor before the arch to a new room. Just in time, a woman carrying a tray came into sight at the far end of the hall. A snood hid her hair, and yet her neckline was wide enough to bare her shoulders. Someone kept pace by her side, wearing a floor-length hooded cloak. As they neared the end of the hall, she heard the woman say, "Don't you worry. I've got this. Be ready." "I will." The voice. It sounded familiar. They turned the corner and Agot quickly followed, hugging the edge to listen. A quick peek showed an expanded space with columns and a long dry fountain in the middle with a stone bench around it. The person in the hooded cloak crouched out of sight as the servant, with her tray, weaved around the dead fountain and headed for a pair of silver-clad soldiers standing watch by a door. What did they guard? "Corvin!" the servant cooed.
"Anla, what a surprise to see you," replied one of the guards. "I thought you were assigned laundry duty."
I was, but I convinced that Pratt Nenny to switch with me. I heard you were working and thought you might like some company."
Corvin's friend wasn't happy about her appearance.
"She's not supposed to be here." "Going to Tattleburg?"
Corvin sneered, his impressive mustache adding to the effect.
"Now, boys, no fighting, only pleasure. Would it help if I said I brought a little something to warm the belly?"
She waggled the tray.
"That does help a lot, and I've got a big something to thank you with," leered Corvin. "We're gonna get in trouble."
Berg still wasn't convinced. The rule-breaking guard had a response for that, too.
"Only if we get caught. Give Anla a try. Believe me, she's worth it."
"Are we sharing tonight?"
Showing a lack of inhibition, the woman shoved her blouse down over her shoulders, which led to wide eyes on the protesting Berg. Corvin might be licking his chops, but he had the sense to say,
"Not here." "But if we leave our post,"
Berg was starting to crack.
"Ain't no one going to try anything. Not this time of day especially. Anyone asks why we left our post, it's 'cause we heard something suspicious."
Corvin shoved his partner off the fence of indecision with the perfect excuse.
"I can make it as fast as you like,"
purred Anla. The removal of the blouse stole any argument the guard had left. It was ridiculous how easily they shirked their post, almost tripping in their haste to get her inside a nearby room. The woman had lured them on purpose, because the moment she disappeared, the hooded figure suddenly reappeared to slip through the now unguarded door. Someone breaking the rules. Could it be? Before Agot could think twice, she slipped inside in time to see the robed figure moving swiftly up some stairs to a balcony ringing a massive open indoor space meant to look like a garden. Could this be where they kept the blessed? If yes, that meant Belle was around here somewhere. Find her or leave. Belle had made it clear that this was where she wanted to be. However, that might have changed since their last encounter. Agot might dislike Belle, but she had to be sure. Belle wasn't hard to find. Climbing the stairs, Agot noticed the balcony gave access to 3 doors. The first 2 stood open, the beds in the room stripped bare. Not currently occupied. The third and only closed one revealed a comfortable room with a bed topped with a thick mattress and one grumpy acolyte still removing her cloak.
"What do you think you're doing, barging in like that?"
"It's me. Sorair Agot." The recognition didn't clear the irritation from Belle's face.
"What do you want?"
"To check on you. To see how you are settling in."
"As if you care. How did you get in here?
Agot slapped a hand over the girl's mouth. "Really? This is how you repay my concern?" Belle shook free.
"I am fine. Or I was. Now I'm annoyed."
Ungrateful chit. Excuse me for trying to ensure your well-being. Ha!
You're just jealous I'm going to meet the king and become his favorite.
You haven't seen him yet? That was a surprise. Then there's still time. If you want out, I will help you.
How many times do you have to be told? I want this.
Only because you've yet to realize what you have to give up. The girl rolled her eyes.
If you mean my virginity, I lost that a while ago. Or did you not wonder that the baker's son delivered bread personally every month for more than a year?
What makes you think the king wants you as a concubine?
He's a man.
And if he doesn't? Agot asked.
Then I get to live in the lap of luxury.
Belle swept a hand to show off her sumptuous room. Is that really all you want in life? What of a purpose? What about having control over your destiny?
This is me controlling my destiny, instead of some make-believe goddess.
She's real.
Show me proof.
Agot's lips flattened. That's not how it works.
You tried to force me to believe in something you can't show me or prove.
You act as if we kept you imprisoned.
Do this. Do that,
Belle taunted.
Seems like it to me. Now, at least, the food is better. As are the accommodations.
There truly was no arguing with this young woman. You want to remain? Then fine. But don't be crying later if the reality proves harsh.
I'm destined for great things.
Belle's chin pointed. More like disappointment. But Agot's conscience could be clear. She'd tried. Time to leave before someone noticed her presence. She emerged from Belle's room to find a spear pointed at her by a flushed Berg, with his pants only half buttoned. He huffed, "You are under arrest, by order of the king." Chapter 44. The cell they put Agot in wasn't as nice as the room she'd snuck out of. The stone walls were cold and damp, and the floor had a grate for drainage when they sluiced it down. She did get a pallet, a thin blanket, and a warning. "Might want to pray to your goddess now. The king don't like spies." "I'm not a spy," she huffed for the umpteenth time, still annoyed that Belle hadn't said anything to help her. A snort met her reply. "Says the spy, roaming around in places she shouldn't. Who would I be spying for? No one rivals the king. No one with the courage to stand up to him but Agot, it seemed. Dirty rebel, was the spat reply as they left her to stew all alone in the cell. The night proved long, cold, damp. As she lay on the floor in pure darkness, she imagined eyes watching her, menace stalking within her vicinity. She was vulnerable, alone. And the longer it lasted, the more she became annoyed because it was the only thing that could hold back the fear. It bubbled inside her, threatened to overwhelm, until she reminded herself of the worst that could happen. I'll die. She'd die anyway if she did nothing. Merrick might have given up, but surely she wasn't about to. Agot. She could have sworn she heard her name whispered. She hugged the thin blanket tighter. Her imagination played tricks. Are you going to pretend you can't hear me? Yes, because hearing voices was one of the symptoms of insanity, or becoming a prophet. There hadn't been one since the creator of the Void prophecy. How dare he put you in a cell? Actually, Agot didn't fault him that. She'd have done the same if someone had poked into places they shouldn't within the Abbey. The Sorairs might be merciful, but they weren't stupid. You don't have to stay in a cell or be under his control. No one controlled her. As for the cell, eventually someone rational would realize she'd not done anything horrible and set her free. Maybe. And if they don't, are you going to rot in that cell? The argument in her head kept her occupied until the sudden clanking sounded as a key slotted the lock for her door. Agot shoved to her feet and shielded her face from the sudden light that filled the place. She heard the soft curse and recognized Merrick. Why wasn't she returned to her room? She was caught in the Blessed's quarters. That was Corvin's voice. We took her into custody right away, he boasted. Rather than be pleased, Merrick growled, Someone should have woken me the moment it happened. Sorry, sir. You'll be sorry you didn't wake me. Moat duty. And if you complain, it will be the city sewers instead. Not a word was uttered as the soldier fled, leaving her alone with Merrick. He looked 1,000 times better than she felt. Make that 1,000,000 times. Ever since she'd walked into the Citadel, it was as if it drained her, made her feel every inch of her body's age. But she wouldn't let him see her discomfort. She lifted her chin. Morning. The muscles on his face tensed and flexed before he bit out, Couldn't you stay out of trouble for 1 day? Is that really a question? No point in lying. You didn't even try. You snuck out the first chance you got and went where you shouldn't. No one explicitly told me I couldn't go visit an ex-acolyte. You're being deliberately obtuse. You knew that was a restricted area. I did. Merrick glowered. I'm tempted to leave you here. Do it. It's nicer than my old room at the Abbey. Bigger, too. Even came with a disembodied voice to keep her company. You have an annoying answer for everything. Deal with it. He dropped to his haunches in front of her. Why do you want to antagonize me? Not my fault you can't handle criticism. You're determined to dislike me. I don't dislike you, but I won't agree with what you're doing. That is your right. Let's go. He snapped his fingers as he rose. Am I being executed? He grimaced. Must you always think the worst? It's less disappointing that way. You are not dying today. As she stood to follow, she asked, Are you throwing me out of the Citadel? Do you want me to? Because I'll tell you right now, sneaking into the Blessed Wing is more than grounds for it. Would you really condemn me for checking in on a sorare? You could have asked. You would have said no. Probably, but now we'll never know. He walked for a few paces until he realized she'd stopped. He turned. Is there a problem? Why hasn't Belle seen the king yet? He's been busy. I thought the Blessed were important in the fight against the mist. You'd think he'd make the time. A moment ago you were arguing that the king is a monster for using the Blessed, and now you're complaining he's not doing it fast enough? Seems odd, especially given recent issues. A situation has arisen that has taken the focus of his attention. The admission sharpened her interest. Another attack. A vampire in the city? It's of a more personal nature. The claim stiffened her as she recalled the nursery. For some reason, a shiver went through her. Is the king taking a wife? Doubtful. The woman he's been showing interest in has rebuffed his advances. Smart woman. For some reason, her reply had him grabbing her by the arm. Have you ever wanted to marry? There was bitterness in her words as she said, I don't need a husband trying to tell me what I can do. Are you sure? He might keep you out of trouble. If he tried, he'd find himself in an early grave. She pulled free and moved away from him, but Merrick kept pace and kept talking. Do you still want to meet the king? Is that still an option given what I did? She glanced at him. Perhaps it's time you spoke with the man and realized he's not the tyrant you've painted him out to be. Doubtful. Nor is it necessary. I have access to his library, which was all I really wanted. And here I thought you'd want to relay in person what you thought of him. A man like that won't be swayed by the argument of an ordinary woman like me. Once more, I am forced to remind you that you are anything but ordinary. He shoved her against a wall just past the empty cells. His body was hard against hers. His hands were on her buttocks, his thigh pressing between hers. She could have fought to escape, and yet a thrill went through her. This is hardly the place for this kind of thing. You'd rather your room, where your sorors might hear. Nothing to hear because nothing is happening. Oh, are you sure? He purred, and his thigh, hugged between hers, nudged her. He might as well have hit her with lightning. Her breath caught, her body tensed.
then shivered. "This desire between us means nothing. I don't like you." "Good. This is just pleasure," he interrupted, pressing against her again. Why did it have to feel so good? She should have had more self-control, but she'd not been herself since meeting Merrick. Rather than walk away, she kissed him, grabbed him by the cheeks, and latched her mouth to his in a long embrace that saw them tugging at clothes, doing an awkward shuffle that resulted in her being bared from the waist down, her leg wrapped around his hip, welcoming his thrusts. She panted into his mouth, and then cried out when she climaxed. He shuddered against her when he found his pleasure, too, and finished with his forehead resting against hers. The moment was intimate, and too short. They untangled and dressed, both of them strangely quiet. He brought Agot straight to her room, and seeing the open doors for her sorors, she asked, "Hicks and Venna?" "The mater is training, and the other is in the library." "I see," she said tightly. Nice to see they cared. "They aren't aware you spend time in a cell." "Oh." She paused in the doorway. Merrick stood too close, frowning down at her. "Will you promise to not go into places you shouldn't?" "No." "Can't you even lie to pretend?" He raked a hand through his hair. "No." "I have to go." "Then go." She turned away and stepped into her room, when she was spun and kissed soundly. "Merrick," she mumbled his name. "I changed my mind." He marched her backward far enough that he could slam the door shut. The bed proved a softer spot for their antics, her climax even more intense. She barely moved when he slid from her bed. Instead, she fell asleep and, in her dream, relived the last time she had been happy with a man. It didn't end well. Not that she remembered. Once she woke up. Chapter 45. The next few days passed in a strange, surreal blur. Despite Merrick's claim that she couldn't wander around, she noticed the guard was gone from her door the next day. Not only that, but she had free rein to saunter the citadel, going in and out of previously closed and guarded rooms. She even made it inside the blessed wing without being challenged. Not that Belle would deign to speak with her. Making sense of Merrick's change of mind led her to realize that the sex had gotten her a free pass. Did that make her a whore or smart? Probably the latter, because not only did she have freedom, but she also got a few orgasms to go with it. Seemed like a winning combination to her. Might as well take advantage while she could. She went everywhere, paying special attention in the blessed wing, full of empty bedrooms. Only Belle's was occupied. Where had they all gone? Was this the result of the blessed never making it to the citadel? Or had they moved on into other positions? The castle staff didn't seem particularly dense. They did appear elderly, though. Certainly too old to use the nurseries she'd found. 8 of them in total. According to staff, it had been a while since they'd had any babies. Apparently fraternization occurred between the soldiers and the women. Having taken notice of the current age of all the women she'd seen, it explained the empty cribs. "Blame the sparse festivals," the staff exclaimed. Over the past few years, the offerings had diminished. Why this past year alone, a mere handful of the purple-eyed and their families made the trek to the king's city. None of them arrived, lost in the woods, drowned in a lake, gone in the night. "It's a bad omen," they whispered. A bad omen of what? When Agot asked, they sealed their lips, just as they wouldn't answer when Agot asked how they'd lost their purple eyes. Did none of them care that they'd given away a part of themselves? Belle was the only blessed left. If they had to rely on her to fight the mist, they were screwed. There had to be another way. What did the mist want? To spread its foggy fingers. How to fight it? People standing with fans that they flapped to keep it away? That probably wouldn't work long term because the monsters would eat those people. How could they push back the threat? Forget pushing. End it. End what? That was the question that plagued Agot. It had her pacing in front of the statue in the conservatory more often than she understood. She had been drawn to it since that day when she'd lost time. She rubbed it, shoved it, checked the seam at the base. Why did she think it hid something? Her behavior didn't go unnoticed. Merrick joined her one afternoon, sneaking up on her, meaning she squealed when he said, "What are you doing?" A good question since he caught her with palms flat, pressing against a stone chest. She cleared her throat and said, "Hoping to find a clue as to who this person was. She reminds me a bit of our goddess." Interesting fact, this was the first king's wife. The tidbit was enough to rouse her curiosity. "So, there's been more than one king?" "Multitudes, but only the one wife." "What was her name?" she asked. "Nimue." She blinked. "That's very similar to my goddess." "I'd noticed. One might wonder if they were one and the same." "Blasphemy. Our goddess isn't mortal." "Never said she was. And is it so bad she might have been married to the king? After all, the legends claim she left her husband to start an order that went on to be known as the Sorcerers of the Shield." "Why did she leave him? Was he a bad king?" He shrugged. "I never met him, so I wouldn't know. However, he was the king that saved us from the mist the last time it rose." "You didn't answer the question. Surely the stories mention whether he was good or not." "They do. However, we should always keep in mind that those who catalog history control the narrative and will have inherent biases when repeating it." "That's a bit profound." "I'm a deep man." He tucked his hands behind his back. "I didn't seek you out for philosophy." "Didn't figure you had." Her wink was anything but shy. After all, he'd come knocking at her door several times since he freed her from her cell. "I actually wanted to tell you. I have to leave for a few days." "Why? Where are you going?" "I can't say. Promise you won't do anything that gets you tossed into a cell." Her grin was crooked as she said, "You know I can't do that." He sighed. She kissed him and said lightly, "Will you give me conjugal visits if they lock me up again?" Rather than laugh, he crushed her close to him and kissed her, igniting her passion. It led to them on the floor of the conservatory, coming together in a clash of hot breath and barely unclad bodies, flesh against flesh. Pleasure peaked in a body-tensing moment that left them huffing. She lay atop him, her cheek on his chest, listening to the rapid thud of his heart. It was nice. Until he ruined it. "I have to go." "Yeah, me too." She lied as she rolled off him and gathered herself, pants back on, hair finger-combed and tugged back. She did all kinds of fidgety things rather than look at him. Something about being with him felt good and right, familiar already. She couldn't let that feeling interfere. Once he finished dressing, she expected him to run off on his secret mission, but he instead gathered her into a tight hug. When he kissed her, his words fluttered against her lips. "There are things I want to tell you." "Then tell me." "I don't have time. But I promise I will tell you everything, both the good and the bad, on my return." Threat or sweet promise? Chapter 46. Merrick departed in the middle of the night, along with the king and some of the elite. A squadron, at least, and yet not a single soul saw or heard anything. How did a group that size disappear without notice? Had they left at all? If not, then she should have caught a sign of them. No one had any news. With Merrick gone and her exploration of the citadel proving fruitless, her restlessness reached new levels. It led to her pacing and repacing the same halls, examining rooms she'd already gone through, even counting steps to ensure the sizing within a space matched that without. Surely a structure this large had secret rooms or passageways. By the fourth day, She started questioning her status with Merrick. What was he hiding from her? He'd sounded so grave. It had to be important. Why did he have to say that and leave? Agitated, she entered the blessed wing and spoke with Belle, who was peeved that the king still had not seen her. Why did he hesitate to take her magic? What was he waiting for? What did he do with it? Agot spent more and more time in the conservatory, running her hands over the statue, stroking and pushing at the stone to no avail, listening for a voice. It wasn't crazy if you knew for sure it was that of your goddess. She wanted to hit something so badly. There had been no more attacks since their arrival at the Citadel. She wasn't expected to stand guard or fight. She still flipped back her sheets, looking for critters, only to find flower petals keeping them smelling nice. The surreal nature of it discomfited, as if they lived in the stillness before a storm. No doubt when it hit, things would get ugly. It irked her that she could do nothing. At least when she lived at the Abbey, she had monsters to fight. Here she wandered or listened to Venna gush about all the stuff she'd been reading. None of it was useful yet. There was little about the last time the kingdom had come under siege by monsters. Everything was wonderful under previous monarchs. More striking and obvious than the omission of any strife was the lack of information on the blessed. The few mentions claimed it was a noble and important thing. The ultimate service to the kingdom. Nice way of trying to sell the fact that they stole people and drained them. Not bad enough they took the magic, but they had to steal their youth, too. Just look at the women in the Citadel. Not one of them could give her an age or tell her when they'd arrived. She'd tried, asking them in different ways, trying to trick them into revealing something. But the staff remained tight-lipped, as if they truly couldn't reveal anything. Why such secrecy? The question plagued Agot. Day 5 of Merrick being gone found her more irritable than ever, which led to Hicks shadowing her. "You need to calm your crazy eyes," her sorare muttered, as they headed for the Hall of Learning. "What are you talking about? You are wound so tightly, you look like you'll kill someone if they move the wrong way." "I'd probably feel better if I had something to hit," she muttered. She'd tried training with the soldiers left behind. Her anger and their inability to strike back at a woman made them poor partners. "I wonder how much longer before the king's men return," Hicks casually said. "Who cares?" she lied. "You do. Don't project your feelings onto me. I know you miss Bear." Hicks uttered a snort. "Not just me missing my lover. You've been irritable since the general left." "I don't know what you're talking about." "It's okay to like him. I'd rather not." "Why not?" "Because." She paused before adding, "It's complicated." Relationships aren't easy. Like anything in life, they require effort to work. "Relationship?" Agot huffed. "We do not have a relationship." He always left before the dawn. Never said anything to her about how he felt. Then again, neither did she. "I am not discussing this," she grumbled, taking longer strides to reach the art gallery first. She wanted to take another look at a painting. She paused in front of the depiction of a fantasy place, water falling from a cliff into a pool of the clearest blue. A creature like a horse drank from it, the horn on its head sparkling. The canvas, at least a pace wide, appeared vibrant compared to some of the other images. Newer, actually. A gallery updated constantly? A glance around showed every inch of the walls covered from floor to ceiling. No space remained for new art, and yet, spinning around, she saw more than a few recent pieces, all encased in thick frames, oversized, really, compared to others. On a whim, Agot plucked the painting from the wall. The hook stared back. "What are you doing?" Hicks exclaimed. I thought..." She went to move the painting back and felt, more than heard, something shift within the frame. Agot placed it face down on the floor and pried at the wooden backing on the frame. A waist that wasn't needed unless... It came free, and a gasp escaped Hicks. "There's another painting inside." wrapped in a protective fabric film that revealed a very old image, once peeled. "Who is that?" Hicks whispered as they stared at the portrait of a man. Regal in bearing, the diadem across his forehead set with a stone. His armor gleamed gold, just like his eyes. Shoving to her feet, Agot let her gaze rove around before she snatched another thick-framed painting from the wall. In a moment, she had another old picture. Hicks began to help. By the time they'd stripped them all, she had 7 paintings in total. 7 images that made no sense until they showed them to Venna. Chapter 47. "I don't see what's so urgent," Venna complained, as Hicks dragged her from the library next door. "I was reading the most interesting thing about the king who introduced aqueducts to farming." "I can't tell you. You need to see," Hicks declared as she brought Venna to stand beside a kneeling Agot. "See what?" "Oh my." Venna's tone changed. "Where did you find these?" "Hiding in plain sight." Hicks waved a hand to the stripped and discarded shells. "These explain so much," Venna mused aloud. "Really? Because I thought it just complicated things," Agot grumbled. One image in particular continually drew her gaze, the most disturbing one, which Venna ignored to point at the portrait. "That's the first king with his crown," Venna pointed. "How can you be sure?" "Because there is a sketch of him in the accounts, which also describes him as having glowing eyes and wearing a crown set with a stone." "Do kings have glowing eyes?" Hicks asked. Venna rolled her shoulders. "Never met him, so couldn't say." "Don't be smart with me," Hicks chided, while Agot studied the face more closely. The jawline, the brownish-blonde hair, the eyes boring into hers. She moved away from it and pointed to a different one. Why would they hide this one? It's obviously not real. The painting depicted a mountain jutting into the sky, a path winding around it, with people, some riding horses, others on foot. "Why can't it be real?" "The mist." Spoken with disparagement. "What about before the mist? After all, didn't you say the General Knight told you there were other kingdoms?" "Yes, meaning there had to be a way to travel to them." She gnawed the end of her thumb. "Any path into the abyss is obviously long gone, and a good thing, too. Nothing good will come from wandering around in the mist." Venna hugged herself. "Do you think any of the other kingdoms survived?" she asked. Hicks shrugged. "Guess it depends on how well they repelled the mist." "Look at this." Venna drew their attention to a new image. It showed a field of golden fronds, the sun muted by a heavy haze, grouped as if by colorful intent. 4 men in silver armor sat atop steeds, helmeted and obviously in charge. People carrying sacks over their shoulders milled in a group, their eyes varying shades of purple. "Proof they've sent soldiers before to round up the blessed," Hicks noted. "There is something odd about them, though," Venna mused, head cocked, observing them. "This is very pretty," Agot murmured, her gaze caught by a body of water, still and yet dazzling with brilliance, ranging from a dark mauve to a light violet that shaded into white. The pool of liquid was surrounded by white stone, carved with intricate whorls. A single person knelt, most likely a woman given the silvery hair hanging down, covering her features, her white robe spread around her in a perfect fabric puddle. "It looks holy," Venna whispered. "There is a tranquility to it." "It's not real," Hicks retorted. "But I am curious about this one." She pointed to a fourth that, at a quick glance, appeared to be covered in a haze. Or a mist. Once she began looking, Agot noticed something interesting. "Grab the painting of the field." She shoved the other one away, that Venna might slip in the golden wheat one with the soldiers instead. The contrast proved stark. She pointed, "This is the same field." "It looks sick," Hicks summarized as they stared at the misty canvas. The foliage no longer thrived, but rather twisted. the golden stalks now brown with seemingly benign wisps emerging from them. With carnivorous intent, judging by the rabbit being squeezed bloody, the artistic detail was incredible. The mist did that, Agot surmised. It must act like a poison. Again, Hicks went to the heart of the matter, which only served to highlight the bleak factor. How are we supposed to stop it? This wasn't something she could kill with a knife. With the blessed, Venna drew them to the next jarring painting. It showed shield sorcerers in battle against monsters, and every single one of them had varying shades of purple, glowing eyes. The sorcerers were blessed? Hicks's jaw slapped off the floor. So it would appear. Venna nodded sagely despite having only just discovered it herself. If they are the warriors we need against the threat, then how come the king collects them instead? I don't know. But here's the men. Theirs showed a similar battle scene, minus the glowing eyes. For them, it was their weapons that shone, reminding Agot of their trek up the path, Bear's big hammer glowing. But the answer she'd been seeking, and dreading, was the last painting. The king from the portrait placed a hand on a kneeling woman's forehead. His eyes were closed, lips parted as if in rapture. The stone inset on the crown on his head glowed white. The one he touched might have been having an orgasm. She certainly didn't seem to mind it. The detail didn't stop there. To his left, more young women, their eyes a vivid purple. To his right, women all at least a decade or more older, their orbs a dull brown. Behold the before and after, Agot muttered. I want to know why the guys stay young, but the women look like they're a few decades older once he's done, Hicks grumbled. Because he obviously takes more from the women, drains them dry. It's why these paintings were hidden. They prove I was right, Agot stated. The king steals their magic and life. To protect the kingdom, Venna offered weakly. She pointed to the painting of the fighting sorcerers. Apparently we already were, and he took the magic from us. Frustration boiled, and Agot strode from the art gallery and into the conservatory, where she paced in front of the statue. Rather than allow her time to simmer, her sorcerers arrived bickering but joined together to badger once they reached Agot. You going to sulk? Hicks cajoled. I'm angry. When aren't you? Venna uttered with a long, suffering sigh. Can you blame me? Not saying you can't be mad, but can you focus it on more important stuff, like what that magic the king steals does? Where does it go? How is it protecting us? Hicks hammered. The problem is it's not protecting us anymore, Agot snorted. Because the monsters figured out our weakness, Hicks sagely pointed out. Ugh, this is so frustrating. Whirling, Agot slammed her hands on the statue, needing to hit something. Again, thud, thud, crack. Her mouth rounded into an O of surprise as the statue tilted but didn't fall. A mechanism held it partially in place. As to what it did, she crouched down to see a hole covered by the moving statue. Hicks was the one to say it aloud. Is it me, or is that a secret staircase going down? It left Agot only one thing to say. Let's check it out. Chapter 48. The staircase beckoned, and Agot took a step toward it, only to have Venna grab her by the arm. Wait! Agot turned to eye her sorcerer. Don't you want to see what's down there? Even as she had the sense that she'd been there before. Did I go down those stairs already? Why can't I remember? You know I want to see, but we need to be careful, Venna cautioned. I've got my knives. She patted a sheath. Do you have a light? Chalk to mark our way in case it turns out to be large and tricky. Food? Water? Because we could get trapped or be gone longer than expected. You are way too practical sometimes, Hicks muttered. And right, in this case. We shouldn't go down there without being properly prepared. How do you propose we do that without alerting the soldiers who are watching? The Hall of Learning still had rotating pairs on guard. By letting me go and get what we need while you wait, Venna offered. Fine. A terse agreement to move things along. I mean it. You better not go without me. Venna shook her finger. I'll wait. Hurry. I'll be back before you know it. Venna hurried off. Hicks eyed Agot. You're going, aren't you? There's something down there. Something I need to see. It called to her. It wouldn't let her wait. A peek, then. But not far so Venna can find us. Agot didn't mention that they wouldn't have far to go. With the secret door open, it was as if she heard a voice calling, Come, find, take. Heading down the narrow yet straight stairs, it turned out they didn't need light, because sigils inscribed in the wall illuminated as they passed. The bottom of the stairs held a chamber with a few arches branching off. Venna was right. This place is going to be a maze, Hicks declared. Maybe we should hold off. I know the way. As if a rope tugged, Agot followed where it pulled. Hey, where are you going? She ignored Hicks to follow the hum that called to her, navigating the twists and turns, even skipping down another flight until she arrived at a door, closed and unwilling to open when she shoved. I need to get inside. Inside what? All I see is a wall, Hicks declared. What are you talking about? It's clearly a door. She rapped her knuckles on it even as Hicks shook her head. We obviously aren't seeing the same things. Can you open it? No, it's got no handle, nor a lock. There must be a way. She slapped her hands against it, felt a tingle, kept them against the metal, and closed her eyes. Hicks exclaimed, What are you doing? The lights in the hall are flickering. A pause then. And now we're in the dark. Almost there, she murmured. She hummed in tune with the door, vibrated intensely enough that she met the portal's threshold of existence, and for a moment, they were on the same level. Sliding through it, she lost the hum. As she couldn't breathe for a moment, the door spit her out. Only then did she expel her breath and suck one hard enough she choked. Agot, are you okay? She could hear Hicks hollering, but dully. A glance over her shoulder showed the door still intact. I'm fine, she yelled as she shoved to her feet in what appeared to be a treasure room. So many pieces of jewelry on display, glinting with metal and colorful stones. Fancy armor adorned mannequins, while shields and weapons hung on the wall. Agot? Where did you go? Her sorare still yelled for her. I'm right here, on the other side of the door. Wall, for you. Agot, if you can hear me, make a sound. It appeared Hicks couldn't hear her, and worried intensely. Agot took a step back to the door. Don't go. And paused. Whirled. Stared at the pedestal holding a crown, just like the one in the painting. It pulsed, nauseating and at the same time, an appealing call that led to her moving toward it in an almost trance. She reached for it, her hand pausing above it, tingling, and not very pleasantly. Don't. Not her goddess's voice, but a stern command. She frowned. Touch me. That sounded more like her goddess, more like her, too. She placed her fingers on the metal band, surprised to find it warm. She pulled it close, and the sense of right and wrongness pulsed even more intensely. The stones set in it began to glow lightly, but it took her wrapping her fingers around it to truly cause an effect. It electrocuted her into unconsciousness. Chapter 49. Wake. Regaining consciousness on the cold, hard floor, the crown still in her hand, Agot couldn't wait to thrust it from her. Rising to her feet, she took a few stumbling steps before her equilibrium balanced, and she managed to exit the room with much less trouble to the sound of arguing. Do you mean she walked through a wall like a ghost? Venna's exasperated voice. Not a ghost. Resonating frequencies. Agot stated, only to frown. She had no idea what that even meant. Wide eyes stared at Agot, and Hicks exclaimed, "You just bloody well did it again!" Venna whirled to gape. "Where did you come from?" "The king's treasure room, I think." She frowned. Things were a little fuzzy. "Oh." Venna apparently had no idea what to say other than, "Your eyes are purple." "Really?" Her hand went to her face as if she could feel the color. "Yes, really. What happened in there? You were gone for almost an hour," Hicks yelled with obvious worry. "I found what the king took from me, and she doubted he would be happy about that. We should leave before he finds out. Good thing I gathered a few extra things." Venna hoisted 2 satchels. "A few? You brought our cloaks as if you expected this. What is happening?" Hicks demanded. Itchy, Agot rubbed her forehead. "I'll explain later. We need to leave. Quickly." "Yes, we do. The goddess told me to be ready," Venna agreed with a nod. "It's why I packed us bags." "You heard the goddess?" Hicks complained. "Why you and not me?" "Argue about it once we get out of here," Agot suggested. "And how are you planning to leave? Just walk out the front gate?" Hicks offered with heavy sarcasm. "Of course not. There's another way out. A secret path. One she'd used before. A recollection more haze than memory." Glancing up both ends of the hall, she felt more drawn to one direction. This way. "Any reason why this way and not that one?" Hicks asked, jerking a thumb behind them. "I mean, we've already gone through here, and I didn't see a door going out." "I have a feeling," was all Agot could offer. They didn't make it far in the secret passages before being stopped by a sullen Belle, who crossed her arms and haughtily asked, "Where are you going?" Hicks lied. "Just exploring. Better question is, what are you doing here? The king lets me go where I please." "I highly doubt that," Agot muttered. "You're trying to leave," Belle declared, spotting the satchels. Rather than lie, Agot tried one last time to get her to see sense. "We are going away from here. Come with us. We can save you." Belle shook her head. "I'm not going anywhere with you. I like it here." "You keep saying that because you don't realize what you'll lose." "My purple eyes? Don't care," the girl sassed. "It's more than that. Are you willing to lose the magic inside you? Your youth?" Belle snorted. "Everyone gets old. At least I won't have to work my fingers to the bone getting there." "You stupid, stupid girl. Do you know I once knew a girl who thought the same thing? Funny thing, her name was also Belle. It didn't end well for her." Venna put a hand on her arm. "I know you mean well, but we don't have time to change her mind." A good point. Agot knew there was no point in fighting further about it. Every moment she wasted could mean the return of the king, his soldiers, and Merrick. Once they realized what she'd done, they'd do anything to get her back. Agot sighed noisily. "Once I leave, I can't help you. It will be too late." "You're just jealous." Belle lifted her chin. That brought a snort. "You have no idea." To Belle's clear surprise, Agot grabbed her and dragged her close. "I hope you get everything you deserve." She then grabbed her by the cheeks and placed a long kiss on her forehead, long enough that Belle squirmed and exclaimed, "Would you stop it with the pretense of caring already?" "Have a good life, Belle. I hope it turns out better than the one I knew." "It will be amazing once you're out of it," Belle yelled. With that final acrimonious parting, they left, and Agot didn't look back. Instead, she led her sorors via a set of tunnels, running off an old memory and instinct. It didn't lead her wrong. Eventually, they found a door with a massive carved symbol that only she could see. It was barricaded from the inside, but the locks felt very real. She twisted them, and once the door opened, her sorors could see the room beyond. They emerged into a cellar that had a door to the inside of the house, but also opened onto an alley for the service people to deliver. "We're on the other side of the moat," Hicks observed, "but not out of danger yet. We need to be out of the city. We'll have to wait until night unless you can do something about your eyes." Hicks pointed out. "You're practically glowing."
"We can't wait that long. We'll wear our cloaks," Venna declared, pulling them out. The massive fabric covered them head to toe. The rainy gray day meant they mixed right in with those hurrying along about their business or going home. Despite the lack of urgency or alarm in the air, their ears remained attuned. Eventually, their disappearances would be noted, if someone cared. Maybe her heart raced for nothing. Their only tense moment came at the second bridge across the chasm of spikes. The soldiers there chose to do their job and shout, "Halt! Who are you? And where are you going?" A question never answered, because a runaway goat, bleeding while its goatherd cursed, drew all eyes. The sorairs swiftly crossed, marched quickly up the path, and headed inside the woods, not a moment too soon. A bell clanged in the distance, which set them angling off the path. Agot's steps, lagging until she stopped. It took a few paces before Venna and Hicks noticed. "What's wrong?" Venna asked.
"Did we make the right choice?"
"You can't help her. Belle asked for whatever happens next," Hicks said.
"She has no idea what she's giving up."
"We have to trust in the goddess," were Venna's sage words.
"I'm tired of placing my trust in a king. And the goddess, though. There has to be a better way," was Agot's bitter reply.
"We'll succeed by working together," Venna said, linking her arm through hers.
"She's right. Together, nothing can stop us," Hicks added from the other side. "And don't forget, Agot is by the goddess's right hand, doing her best to help us."
The reminder of the real Agot still had the ability to hurt an orphan's heart. Was it any wonder the baby once saved by a brave sorair had taken on that name when she needed to start over? Agot's identity hid the orphaned Belle's existence from those hunting her, while also honoring and reminding her to avenge the foster mother she'd lost so horribly. At times, she wondered if it was Agot's voice whispering advice. She liked to think Agot sat by the goddess's side, watching over her. Agot the imposter bowed her head. "Maybe now that I have my magic back, there is hope. And even if there weren't, she'd take as many monsters with her as she could before she died." Chapter 50. Belle, and not the orphaned baby found on the edge of a path, barely waited until the annoying sorairs had moved out of hearing before following them at a discreet distance. They obviously knew the secret passages, a good thing since she'd not the slightest clue how to navigate them. The man in the mirror had claimed that they existed and had told her to locate the hidden halls. He'd insisted the passages under the citadel would give her a way to see him. She couldn't wait, because her mystery man knew how to treat someone special like Belle. The king's loss. He should have accorded her more respect, maybe at least given her a chance by meeting face to face. There was much walking involved in finding the way out of the citadel, and by the time Belle emerged into a basement, she was tired and very much annoyed. But she showed none of it when she held up the shard of mirror to use it. Her first shock came at seeing her face. She appeared to have gained a few years overnight. Probably bad lighting, because even her eyes appeared dull and dark. Her fingertips pressed the surface of the mirror. The shard didn't cloud over and show a face. It didn't do anything at all. That had never happened before. Since she couldn't contact the mirror man, she'd have to find him. He'd told her about a place she could go in case she ever made it outside and wanted to meet in person. The Gambit Inn, a name of ill repute, and yet it suited her strange suitor. A mystery fellow who'd given her his name, Gideon, and nothing else. "It's too dangerous, my lovely Belle. My enemies. They might be watching. Listening." It was enough to give her delightful shivers. Having never been in the city, Belle got lost immediately. As she searched up and down streets,
too proud to ask for help and risk being recognized. An alarm sounded. Her heart began to pound. Her disappearance must have been noticed. She should return at once before she got caught. Forget meeting the mystery man. Of course, having lost the way back, she accidentally stumbled across the Gambit Inn with its hanging dice. Surely Gideon could help her. The moment she walked in, the tap room quieted. A glance around didn't show Gideon and his pale, silvery hair anywhere. People stared and said not a word. Perhaps it was best if she went back to the Citadel. Try again another time. As she whirled to exit, 2 men slid to block her way, expressions blank. "Excuse me, I need to leave." She regretted not turning back around earlier. "Not yet, sweet Belle." She recognized the endearment. Gideon? She whirled, only to see another blank-faced man staring at her. A voice emerged from his mouth without his lips moving. "Where is the hidden entrance to the Citadel?" She opened her mouth to reply and paused. "What are you? How are you talking to me through someone else's body?" Her mind struggled with the illogic of it. "Tell me where the entrance is. The magic has it hidden from me." "It's—" She snapped her mouth shut. "Is that the only reason you talk to me? To use me as a way to get in?" The first time they'd spoken, he'd been so surprised to see her. Before she could learn anything, that annoying hag Agot just had to get rid of the mirror. Imagine Belle's surprise to find a shard of it in her bed that same night. She never questioned the improbability of how it had gotten there, all too happy to be able to talk to the mystery man again. He'd been the one to ensure that the king's elite knew where to find her, had encouraged her to come to the city rather than meet her on the path. "You used me!" "I did," starkly admitted. Her slap never landed. Gideon grabbed the young woman's wrist. "You are so fucking stupid." The girl truly wasn't too bright, and it had nothing to do with her age. Intellect couldn't always be taught. She gaped at him like a fish gasping for air on land. Gideon might be riding a meat puppet, but that didn't mean he couldn't see or hear. "You're the dumb one. Wait until I tell the king." "And how will you do that, sweet Belle?" The puppet's lip curled. "Look at how easily you fell for everything I said." "You told me I was special." She clung to the lie. They all did. Pathetic, really. "You were until you weren't. The question is, do I have you taken care of now or brought to me for later?" He'd yet to decide if he wanted a bite. The girl was nothing special to look at. Insipid features, sullen countenance, and now not even a hint of aura left to her, as if she'd already been sucked dry. And yet, that wasn't the case earlier that day when they'd spoken via the mirror. "What happened to your magic?" he snapped. The girl recoiled. "What are you talking about?" "Your aura. It's gone." He gripped her chin, looking deeper. She struggled, complaining, "Let me go." "I will, once you tell me where the entrance to the Citadel is." "To the abyss with you," she hotly exclaimed. "I am telling you nothing." He shook his marionette's head and tisked. "You're really going to regret that choice." Chapter 51. The king returned with as little fanfare as his departure. He hated a fuss, and in these uncertain times, there was no need to advertise his movements to his enemies. Then again, having invited 3 shield sorers to stay, one who especially questioned everything, might have compromised any hope he had of keeping the Citadel out of harm's reach. Could he trust them? There were so many things they didn't know, secrets kept for the good of the kingdom. At the same time, did it really matter who knew? Nothing worse could really happen. They were already in a deadly spiral. His journey had been for nothing. Another ward had fallen, and there was no more spare magic to feed it. The mist was about to get worse. Tomorrow, too late, The training fields would be set up, dealing first with those who volunteered and wanted to learn to fight. He imagined it wouldn't be long before they'd be handling an influx of recruits as things worsened for the kingdom. With the wards failing, it wouldn't be long before the mist took up residence. No sons for the crops. No chance against all the monsters. No shield against the perversions the mist would bring. Why did the enemy have to learn strategy? Stealing the blessed, their only defense. Brilliant, really. They should have never relied so heavily on them, but it was too late to change now. The course had been set, and now they had to see this to the end. For a while, he'd thought they might have found something when his men picked up those sorers and the trio of blessed. He just couldn't see how they'd make a difference. None of them had the level of magic needed to counter what they faced. He returned from the mission ahead of his men, ghosting through the secret passages, some needing magic to be accessed, until he made it to his rooms unnoticed. He poured himself a drink and sighed. A difficult task faced him. He'd only managed 3 sips before Zav entered without knocking. The man had an uncanny ability to know where the king was at all times.
"We have a problem. A few, actually," Zav said without ceremony. "Already? We just returned, damn it."
He downed the rest of the liquor. If he was going to be bombarded by bad news, he wanted to soften the blow.
"Hit me. What blew up while we were gone?"
Everything, apparently. First, it appeared as if the last blessed had gone missing. Soldiers were sweeping the streets, looking for her. Not a big loss. She had little magic and way too much attitude. She would have been more trouble than benefit to use.
"The girl ran away. Don't really care."
He downed another drink. "You should care, since she didn't go out the front gate, and neither did the missing sorers." That had him sitting up straight. Which sorers are missing?
"All of them.
They were last seen entering the Hall of Learning. They are no longer in there. It seems they escaped via the conservatory."
"That's not all."
Zav paused. "In the gallery, some of the art is on the floor, and that includes some paintings I've never seen." No need to say more. He knew exactly which ones Zav meant. All kings saw them and then hid them again.
"I thought we disabled the statue. How were they able to use it?"
the king asked. Zav spread his hands.
"I don't know. It appears to have been shoved off."
Another impossibility, given he'd overseen the locks on the other side himself.
"I want to see."
He already had a bad feeling as he trampled down the stairs and made straight for the treasure room. The wall didn't even quiver as he stepped through. As he entered, his gaze roved around to the familiar displays before stopping on the empty pedestal. Stolen. A second later, he spotted the crown on the floor. Lifting it, he could feel the emptiness of the stone. No more magic. That presented an impossibility in more than one way. He placed the crown back on the pedestal before rejoining Zav, who'd been unable to follow.
"She was here,"
he stated, taking long strides.
"You're sure?"
Zav asked with a frown.
"The power is gone."
Zav gaped.
"That's impossible." "Apparently not." "I'll track her down and bring her back." "Hold off before you do that."
Because he was curious what would occur. A blessed retaking their magic? It had never happened because it wasn't supposed to be possible. So why not? They had nothing left to lose. Especially since her actions had fulfilled a verse of a prophecy, a few extra lines direct from the prophet's mouth that only the king ever knew about. The entire poetic divination recited itself in his head. Monsters, monsters, sneak out to slay, when night does fall and shadows day. Close your doors and shutter your eaves, for death in the mist does roam the streets. The goddess calls and 3 will answer, sorers to mothers, for a purple-eyed disaster. Monsters, monsters will come out and play, when the fog does hide the bright rays. The enemy comes for the orphan of night. The hope of the kingdom has a terrible plight. One wrong choice, and death will prevail, and then what will happen to the humans so frail?
but where the public version went on to say, "Monsters, monsters have one thing to say," crunch. The original actually went like this. "Monsters, monsters, come one, come all, to feed the orphan and save us all. She is the hope of a happily thereafter, and upon giving her heirs, the king will rule, now and forever."
Epilogue. I'd kill for a wagon ride. Agot knew she shouldn't complain, but why did serving her goddess involve so much walking? Without horses, it took them a while to make their way from the king's city to the far rim. A hard march of days across the unknown land, but none of them complained. After all, freedom and sore feet beat being locked up. It was also easier to be optimistic now that Agot had gotten her magic back. Within moments of securing her ability, she'd siphoned away bells. The irony of draining someone with her old name was not lost on her, nor was the theft of that special power. Something she'd never tried before on anything but a monster. But she was thirsty, and it had worked. All too well, actually. And she took more than intended, all of Belle's magic, as a matter of fact. Hard to feel bad about it. If the girl was determined to give it away, then why not donate it to Agot, who'd put up with too many tantrums to count? Too bad for the king. He owed it to her after what he'd done, first sending Barry to kill her beloved Agot, which led to a teenage Belle killing her first man. It wasn't enough. Grief-stricken, she'd tried to get close to the king, handed herself over during the ceremony. Then nothing. Orphan Belle woke with no memories of her time in the Citadel. Her body aged as if she'd lost a decade or more. But the most disturbing thing of all, her magic was gone. What had been done to her? The not knowing chilled her more than anything. This time, she remembered the experiences and had to wonder why. Why the difference? Later, though, survival first. They left the king's sphere of influence and kept watch for the elite. At least, that was what Agot told herself as she glanced behind more often than she should, looking for a man she had the strangest sense she'd not seen the last of. Once they hit the rim where monsters were more plentiful, Agot wasted no time and sought out the nearest one, nestled in the bole of a dead tree by day, emerging only to hunt by night. She intentionally disturbed it. The thing hissed at her and flailed with 4 of its 6 furry paws. She ducked the swipes and grabbed hold. For a second she hesitated. It had been so long, a full decade since she'd used it. What if the magic didn't work? Only one way to find out. She fully opened herself to the power and gulped the monster's essence. It rolled back some of the years. Her back stopped aching. Her skin smoothed slightly. Some of her scars faded. The ache in her knee lessened. A few more monsters and she'd be good as new. She'd also be sharing the benefits. She straightened and smiled at Hicks and Venna, who'd always been by her side. Your turn next. Over the next few days, as Agot, who'd been using the name too long to change now, sussed out more monsters. She healed her friends, too. They would need the vitality for the coming fight. A battle she had come to realize wasn't with the king himself, despite everything he'd done to her, but with the mist and the vampires who appeared to use it to attack. Monsters, monsters, come and get me, because I am hungry. She had been starved of her magic for much too long and was ready to turn the tide. As for the king, she liked to imagine she heard his frustrated bellow, and a whisper from her goddess, "Good job, daughter. But your biggest task is yet to come." This concludes Mist Rising by Eve Langlais, narrated by Carly Robbins. Copyright 2021 by Eve Langlais. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Eve Langlais and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.